Today, we'll have Jeff's trip report to all 3 Asian parks. That's coming up on this episode 456 of WDW Prep to Go. Hello and welcome to WDW Prep to Go, where we talk strategy and ideas and have lots and lots of trip reports. I am your host, Shannon Albert from WDWPrepSchool.com. Thank you for being here for episode 456. Today's another long one. I've been getting lots of DMs from people saying how much they like the longer trip reports. We do try to keep a balance because these are very time consuming, but this one couldn't help but be long because Jeff and his traveling crew went to Asia to not just do one park or 2, but all 3 of the Disney theme parks that happen to be located throughout Asia. And you'll hear all about that in just a second. As always, a reminder to follow on social media if you aren't already. We do Q&As on Instagram every Tuesday and a couple times a month on Facebook on Wednesdays. So feel free to participate there. But as always, you can DM and we'll try to get back to you with any questions or comments that you have, or you can email info@wdwprepschool.com. Also, just a reminder that we have a whole website with content on it. So if you are interested in information on a specific topic that you hear in the podcast or otherwise, you can always search that topic and then add WDW Prep School onto the end of the search, and our article on it will pop up. Without any further ado, here are my chats with Jeff. Welcome to the podcast, Jeff.
Hey, Shannon. How are you?
Good. I am happy to talk to you today because I understand you have a very exciting trip coming up.
Yes, that's right. We are going to all 3 of the Asian Disney parks in March.
All 3 in March. Okay.
All 3.
Well, your trip is coming up then because we're talking on Monday, March 3rd.
Yes. We leave on Monday, March 10th. So a week from today, we'll be traveling. It's a 19-day trip. We have about 3 weeks, and we have 6 days across the 3 Asian Disney parks. So 2 in Shanghai, 1 day in Hong Kong Disneyland, 3 days at Tokyo Disneyland. And then, between that, it's 3 travel days, 4.5 days in the Tokyo area, 3 days in Shanghai, the city, and then 2 days in Hong Kong.
And you're filling in the gaps with other non-Disney things as well.
Yes, absolutely. I'm not going to travel all that way just to go to Disney.
Yes, but while there, you might as well visit. And is this your first visit to these parks then?
So we visited Tokyo Disneyland in Tokyo in November of 2019. So it was our last trip pre-COVID-19.
Okay. And how did you decide to do all 3 in one trip as opposed to focusing on like one area? Because there's quite a bit of distance between them.
Yeah, they're not exactly close. We definitely wanted to go back to Tokyo Disney with the addition of Fantasy Springs and a couple of new things since we were there. And then it became, well, what if we go to one of these? And then, okay, why don't we just add that? And it just became, let's just do it all at one time. We're traveling that much of a distance. Let's just do it all.
And you said your trip starts March 10th and goes 19 days. So that means you come back 29th?
Yes, we'll be back here on the 29th. We leave on the 28th.
Okay, because of the time zones and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's time travel.
Exactly.
Okay. And are you going on this trip with your husband or somebody else?
Yes. So it's my husband, Brandon, and our friend Ime. The 3 of us are the group that traveled to Tokyo and Tokyo Disneyland in 2019 as well.
How do you spell your friend's first name?
Ime. So Yimay. Think about like eBay, but Ime with the M.
Okay. And is that a she, her?
Yes.
Friend?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you travel with her frequently. So it's like a Disney travel friend?
Yes. We traveled to Tokyo Disneyland and Tokyo previously together.
Okay.
So we figured we'd just do it again.
Okay. And the whole trip is the 3 of you?
The whole trip is the 3 of us. That's right.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's get started. All right.
Yeah.
Monday, March 10th, you are flying.
We are definitely
flying from Texas.
Yeah, we're leaving Austin, Texas at 7 a.m. We connect in San Francisco and we arrive in Tokyo Narita on Tuesday at 3 p.m.
Okay. that's a quick way to get through the Monday part of the planning. We're flying.
Monday done. We're flying.
You're flying and you're connecting in San Francisco?
Yep.
Okay. And does your friend live in Austin or somewhere else?
Yes, we're all flying from Austin. We're flying on different flights from San Francisco, but we're all basically flying the same times.
Okay. So you arrive in Japan Tuesday, March 11th, 3 p.m. Where do you go from there?
So from there, this first part of the trip is mainly like a kind of adjustment to the time zone. And to get a little bit of extra time in Japan, we added these days on after we initially planned. So we're staying near the airport, near Narita, which is kind of like an area of Tokyo. We're taking a shuttle to the Hotel Nikko Narita, which is about 15 minutes from the airport. It's kind of like an airport hotel. It's really inexpensive. I think we're paying like $80 to $85 a night. And then the goal that day is pretty much to adjust, take it easy. We want to go check out a mall that's near Narita Station, the train station, and then a few like resale or vintage shops that are in the area.
Okay. All right. Taking it easy, adjusting, maybe staying awake so you can go to bed.
We're definitely going to stay awake.
All right. Then we're on Wednesday, March 12th.
Yes. So on Wednesday, our goal is to explore Old Town Narita, start at the Shinsoji Shrine and the Narita-san Park, and then kind of explore that area as the shops open. We're kind of early birds, and a lot of things in Japan don't open until 10 in the morning. So we'll probably explore the shrines and temple before that, and then kind of make our way down kind of like the shopping boulevard. And then we kind of explore, we shop. Narita is known for their like unagi. So we found a restaurant where they serve that. So we'll go and check that out.
Okay. Now we're on Thursday, March 13th.
Yes. So on Thursday, we leave. So on Thursday, we go to Shanghai. So we're taking an ANA flight from Narita to Shanghai at 9:45 in the morning. And we arrive in Shanghai at 12:15. So it's 3.5 hours, and we go back an hour in time. So we gain an hour time zone wise.
Time travel.
Yeah, we're time traveling.
What are you doing in Shanghai?
So we have our Shanghai City Days before we go to Disneyland. So we're taking a car to our hotel, which is in the North Boon. It's called the Golden Tulip. Also pretty affordable. We're paying like $95 a night for a room. And then kind of just check out things that are nearby. Shanghai, of course, has interesting like architecture, especially in this area of town. So we want to go to this it's called the Old Milfen building, which is kind of this big, giant, brutalist concrete building that was a slaughterhouse back in the day. And now it's been kind of redeveloped into, coffee shops, stores, those kinds of things. Not like a mixed use building. So we want to go see that. After that, we'll look around the North Boond area and look at those views. So if you think about the views that are in like the China film at Epcot from 92 or whatever it is, you'll see that, but 30 or 40 years later.
Connect Disney into it.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, it'll look a little different, but we'll check out those views. That evening, we have a dinner at Shangyong Ying, which is a Michelin star like Peking duck restaurant. So we're looking forward to that. And then it's just like shopping, and we have a river cruise to kind of end the day.
And was it difficult to get the reservation at that Michelin star restaurant?
That's a great question. Ime helped out with this, and we have a friend who is from China and speaks Chinese. So they got on like Google Voice and called these restaurants with his help and made a lot of reservations over the phone, in Chinese.
Okay.
So it can be a little difficult.
It is. I imagine that's handy. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a packed day.
Yes. Then the next day, Friday, March 14th, we're waking up, we're having coffee and some dumplings nearby the hotel. And then this day we're starting at a museum, the Shanghai Museum of Art. I believe right now they have a Western art exhibit on, and they're kind of exploring how like Western artists like Monet and Picasso, Matisse, Van Gogh had impact on Chinese and Asian art. So it starts by showing you the Western art and then kind of progresses through time until you get to present day and kind of understand its impact on Asian art. So we're looking forward to that. Then we're kind of just hitting like the shopping spots again. As you'll notice, this is kind of a theme, is shopping on this trip. We want to go to High 550, which is kind of like an eco-friendly product mall of sorts, where all the vendors in there are selling like naturally made or like earth-friendly products. Because we're American, there's a Starbucks Reserve in Shanghai, one of the few like really big multi-story Starbucks stores. We'll go there, and then there's kind of like a luxury mall. I think it's called Plaza 66, where they have some like more like designer level things like Loewe and Goyard, and we want to just kind of go shop around those and decide if it's worth kind of splurging on a few things.
I keep thinking about the research that you likely did to narrow it down to these things. Because that's a lot of very specific things that, sounds like you'll be interested in, but I'm just curious how you come across them.
Yeah, I mean, Ime is kind of the expert on finding these things, and then we kind of collaborated on what's interesting to us and kind of narrowed it down. I'll say one thing that's very challenging about planning in Shanghai specifically is that none of the Western mapping services that you may use will show you the full details of where things are located in China, unless you're in the country. Google Maps doesn't exist in China, but other mapping services will allow you to view a full detailed map when you're in the country, but we don't have access to that in the US in English. There are some apps you can download that are in full Chinese that you can use, and sometimes you can search in English, but it's not very straightforward at all. So there are in some places where we know this is in this area, but we don't exactly know 100% detailed, exactly where it is.
Would this be a good time to share what your job is?
I work on a mapping product. I work on Apple Maps. So we have a little bit of an advantage in terms of thinking in that way. But
it seems like something you would definitely
difficult.
be focused on. What are my mapping options here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, but it is interesting that you cannot approximate the things exactly from here.
It's very hard. It's very difficult.
Okay, good to know. Is that the end of Friday, March 14th then?
No, but
okay,
later in the
keep
day,
going.
later in the day, we're going to a Muslim market, like a food market that occurs every Friday.
Did you say Muslim or Muslin?
Muslim with an M.
Okay.
So it's like Chinese Muslim people who are selling like halal food, kind of like a fusion of the Muslim culture and the Chinese culture. So it's kind of like Middle Eastern Chinese fusion food. So we're going to check that out. We're going to a temple. And then we have a dinner as well at a Shanghaiese restaurant, which I think focuses on seafood. And that's Friday.
All right. Another packed day with lots of research needed. Okay. Saturday, March 15th.
Saturday, March 15th, we check out of the hotel that we're staying at and store our luggage, because that evening we'll be making our way over to the hotel we're staying at for Disney. But during the day, we are starting with a coffee and breakfast tour in the French concession. So it's a guided tour that involves like artisanal coffee and lots of Chinese street foods like scallion pancakes, soup dumplings, tofu pudding, those kinds of things.
Okay.
And then we continue on kind of exploring that neighborhood, which is also, it's very like coffee focused. So lots of coffee shops and stores. There's a garden we want to check out. We're going to go to the east side on the subway and check out like a fake market where they sell like fake, leather goods and bags and that sort of thing, knockoff products. We'll also see the Shanghai Tower at that point. And then if there's time, possibly the Pudong Art Museum. While we're in this area, it's also kind of like a big shopping district where you see a lot of Western stores. So there's a Disney flagship store there, a very large Apple store, other stores of that type. So we might kind of pop into a few of those. And then that evening we have dinner at Din Tai Fung.
Okay. All right. And then since you checked out your hotel, I assume after dinner you go to your new hotel?
Yes. So after that, we will, I guess, go back to the hotel we checked out of, grab our bags, and taxi over to the Novotel Shanghai Clover, which is not like a Disney on property or, sponsored hotel. It's close by. And that's $75 a night, really affordable. And it's pretty close to the park. I believe we could take the Shanghai Metro we can walk to the station. It's about a 5-minute walk. And then you take one stop on the Metro for 7 minutes and you're at the station where Disneyland is. So it's pretty easy to get back and forth. And then if we take a taxi, it's only about 10 minutes of a drive.
How did you decide on that hotel versus one that was like on site?
Yeah, I mean, just really cost. The on-site hotels, which are the Shanghai Disneyland Hotel or the Toy Story Hotel, they're relatively expensive. And for me, they didn't offer like a big upside. So this is a case where we decided to save money on the hotel. And as you'll see later, we're spending that money on hotels at the other Disney parks that are a little bit more exciting.
Okay. So picking and choosing where to spend. Okay, so you're at the Novotel Hotel on Sunday, March 16th. I assume you're headed from there to the parks.
That's right. So yeah, now we're on Disney days. So this is our first day at Shanghai Disneyland. It's a Sunday. So there's 2 days at Shanghai Disneyland, Sunday and Monday. From what I can tell, Sunday will be the less crowded day of the 2 days. Sundays seem to be a pretty low day at Shanghai Disneyland, and for whatever reason, Mondays seem to be relatively busy. I think it could be because of ticket prices, perhaps.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the difference between Disney World and Disneyland. Like, I feel like it's the days of the week that are busy are a little bit different depending on like blockouts and things like that.
That kind of thing. So this first day, we're going to focus on attractions. And the second day, we're going to go a little bit slower and explore and do more shows. So we purchased a 2-day ticket for Shanghai Disneyland. These are, some of the more expensive tickets for Disney, but it's only $125 for both days total. So when you compare that to the US parks, it's much lower.
Much lower. You just got to get there.
You just got to get there. Yeah. And then we also have not purchased this yet, but 7 days before the day you're visiting, you can purchase early theme park entry for $25 a person, a la carte. So if you're staying on site, you get that, and it's still 1 hour there, but anyone can buy it. And from what I've read, it's not very popular of an offering. The crowds are relatively low, so we're definitely going to take advantage of that on both days.
That is so interesting that it can be bought.
Yeah, only $25.
I wonder, that feels like something they should do at Disneyland in California. There's only a few on site,
That's
hotels.
Yeah.
So that seems like a fun option that I would love to do staying across the street.
Yeah. So with the early access, the park opens at 7:30 a.m. For regular guests, it's at 8:30, and then the park closes at 8:30. So another theme you'll see here is that these parks close early. So 8:30 is the 9 o'clock is our latest day. 8:30 is when Shanghai closes each day, though. So
is that seasonal or is that normal? Do you know?
I don't know. I mean, it's definitely seems to be normal for this time of year, this type of hours, but it's hard to say because unlike Disney World and Disneyland, Shanghai does not release its hours very far in advance, like less than a month in advance is when you can see park hours. For example, for the days that we're visiting, the show schedules are not even published yet. So I'm basing most of this on what has been happening in the weeks leading up to this. It does seem to change for like reasons I can't really figure out.
I think nothing is as type A as Disney World.
Yeah.
And when you're used to planning there, everything else feels like overly relaxed or something.
Yeah. I mean, it is kind of nice, but it's also very strange that like the seasonal event started, like a spring kind of like Easter focused event started 2 days ago. And the website didn't say what events were occurring or the times until that day.
Oh my gosh. That's really hard for a planner.
So I'm still kind of readjusting a couple of things on these 2 days to take those into account, but we'll get into it. So we're arriving roughly at 6:45 for the 7:30 opening. Like I said, crowds seem to be pretty low based on what I've been able to find on people's guidance on Reddit or in Facebook groups. I will also say for Shanghai Disneyland, there's not a lot of touring information in English that tells you, do this. There's not a WDW Prep school for Shanghai Disneyland or anything like that.
Yeah, and I wonder if it would do very well given,
I don't know. Yeah.
The lax nature of the show times, the hours, the whatever.
Yeah. So from what I'm able to gather, locals in Shanghai take a very relaxed kind of approach. They show up later in the day, more towards 11 to noon, and the mornings are relatively slow. So we'll take advantage of that. So The park opens at 7:30. Our plan is to visit Zootopia, which is like the new land and attraction at Shanghai first. They don't advertise it as being part of early entry, but every single recap I've seen of early entry involves people going there. So I think it's kind of like a surprise about, it's not a guarantee, but people are going there during early entry. So our plan is to go there first and ride the Zootopia attraction, which is like a trackless ride once or twice. And then we'll try and head over to Soaring, which is kind of like the next most popular attraction in the park. And then if that all goes well, we'll go to Seven Dwarfs Mine Train, which actually has a single rider line in Shanghai. So if we need to take advantage of that, we will.
But speaking of single rider line and not waiting, I forget what their version of a FS system is.
Yeah, so that's a good question. So none of these parks have the Genie Plus, or what do we call that now, Lightning Lane single pass system. They all operate on the system called Disney Premier Access, which is a like pay per attraction kind of like game, or you can buy packs of, you know, they call it like an adventures pack where they put 4 or 5 attractions together for a set price. Those don't seem very appealing to me because they tend to do 1 or 2 big ones and then they bomb you with like lower tiered attractions for the rest. So our plan basically is to minimize using that system and try to get ahead of the crowds and then purchase a la carte attractions as we go. And the cost for them is pretty similar to purchasing Lightning Lane single pass in the US. Like it's about $25 for the top tier attractions like Zootopia or Soaring, and then a little bit less as you go down.
That seems like a lot given the ticket price.
Yeah. Yeah. There is, you know, they do have kind of like a all-in-one pass where you can pay like a flat rate, but it's too much. It's hundreds of dollars.
A premier pass?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So you're going to do a la carte as needed, but for the ones that get the busiest, it sounds like you're hitting them first.
Yes, that's the plan. Yeah, kind of do the biggest attractions in the morning, like I said, before 10 or 11 when the rest of the crowds come, and try and knock those out. I think we're going to purchase Tron to do that in the evening. And then we're going to purchase the DPA, Disney Premier Access, for Illuminate, which is their castle show, to get priority seating so we don't have to get to those shows, you know, very far in advance.
Okay. So we left off Seven Dwarfs Mine Train with the single rider line.
Yes. So at about that time, I think the park will be opening to regular guests. And I'm trying to plan this in as much order, like reasonable order as possible, because Shanghai is very spread out, even more so than, you know, Disney World parks. So we'll go to Fantasyland and do Peter Pan's Flight, which is a newer version compared to the one that we have in the US. Then we'll do Winnie the Pooh and Pooh's Honey Pot Spin, which is Alice's Teacups, but Winnie the Pooh themed. Then we'll kind of explore the rest of Fantasyland. If we're feeling like it, we will get a snack back on Mickey Avenue, which is the equivalent of Main Street. There's a couple of bakeries there that we're interested in. Il Paperino, which is a Donald-themed bakery, or there's a Remy one. So we'll go to those. If the times stick at 10:15, there should be Tai Chi with characters in the Gardens of Imagination, which is the area in front of the castle in Shanghai Disneyland.
Tai Chi with characters.
Yeah. So they'll be doing like Chinese, like Tai Chi. Yeah.
That's very fun.
So we would want to try and catch that if they're doing it on that day. After that, we will hit up Pirates of the Caribbean, which, as you know, was very different in Shanghai. But from what I understand, the capacity is so high that the wait time doesn't get super high. So we'll do that kind of the last thing of this morning chunk. So by then, I think it'll be around roughly 11 o'clock.
Okay, that's a lot. You're fitting in a lot before lunch.
Yeah, we're about to get to lunch. So after that, we'll do Roaring Rapids, which is kind of like the Kali River Rapids of Shanghai. I know they have a very large animatronic as part of that ride, so I want to see that. And then we'll do lunch at Duffy and Friends Celebration Hall, which is in the Adventure Isle area. And that's like a kind of like a fast food Chinese focused restaurant.
Okay. Fun. You're going to make people jealous with the Duffy stuff.
Yeah, and Shanghai has a lot of Duffy, but Hong Kong is the most Duffy. But both of these have Duffy focused events going on right now.
Okay.
After that, we'll do a castle walkthrough. So Disneyland has a castle walkthrough. Shanghai, the castle's on another scale, and they have a much more involved castle walkthrough that involves interactive elements. I don't know 100% about it, but
have you been to Disneyland Paris?
Yes.
And because I haven't, but I know that there's a much more to do with the castle there.
Right. You can see the dragon. When we went, the upstairs part of the castle was not open that day for whatever reason. So we didn't get to see that, but we'll definitely go check it out in Shanghai.
Okay.
Then we'll do Voyage to the Crystal Grotto, which is kind of behind the castle. It's like a slow moving boat ride that takes you by like vignettes from kind of like the classic Disney films. Then if everything stays on track, we'll kind of walk around Toy Story Land, which is very similar to the one that's in Paris, actually. So they don't have Slinky Dog Dash. They don't have Toy Story Mania. They have Woody's Roundup and Slinky Dog Spin, which are kind of like flat rides, more like alien swirling saucers than kind of the bigger rides. Then we will walk around to Tomorrowland. We're kind of making a loop around the park. If there's time, we'll do Buzz Lightyear Planet Rescue, which is like an updated version of the Buzz Lightyear attractions in the US. And then we'll make our way back to the center to Mickey Avenue and check out Cookie Ann's Bakery Cafe and maybe have a coffee break there.
Mickey Avenue.
Yeah. Then we're getting ready for parade time. So there's 2 parades this day, one at 12:15 and another at 3:45. So we'll catch the 3:45 parade.
And is that published or you're guessing based on history?
I'm guessing based on history. It seems pretty reliable that they have the parades at 12:15 and 3:45 each day. So I'm going based on that. But we'll find out in the next week or so if that's 100% accurate.
And do you have a strategy for like a viewing spot for that? Do you know where to go?
I know what the route is. It's pretty long. It goes from like Toy Story Land across the park over to Treasure Cove, which is like the Pirates themed land. So I don't have a picked out spot yet. I would like to be in the middle near the Gardens of Imagination, ideally, but I guess we'll see based on crowds.
Okay. What's after the parade?
After that, we want to catch the castle show, which they call Golden Fairy Tale Fanfare, which should happen between 4:15 and 4:30. And then we'll probably take a break in Disneytown, which is basically their downtown Disney or Disney Springs, connected right outside the park.
Okay. And what is in Disneytown that you are hoping to do?
I don't have a lot of specifics. There are a couple stores. Obviously, there's a World of Disney. There's a Pop Mart. There's a large Starbucks there of some sort. And just a few other places. There's a Donald themed restaurant there, which is actually where we'll go for dinner. So around 6:00, we'll go to Donald's Dine and Delights. They don't take reservations, but that's what we want to check out for dinner.
And that's in Disneytown.
That's in Disneytown. Yeah.
Okay. And just side note, because you've mentioned lots of different like shopping opportunities, do you take extra bags with you to bring back things?
That's a great question. Yes. So we have a duffel bag that collapses down like an REI travel duffel that collapses. So we'll take that. And I think all 3 of us are planning on buying a piece of luggage, possibly in Tokyo, to just put everything in. I think Brandon, he was considering putting his carry-on in his medium size away bag and packing around that, but we'll see. I think I'm going to need to take a medium and a carry-on away. Well, then we'll have the duffel and I'll bring one more back. So 2 check bags.
Definitely have to plan.
Yes.
If you're wanting to pick up all these different things, I have gotten stuck before where I'm like, where am I going to put this stuff? Okay. Is there something after your 6:00 dinner?
Yeah. So after that, we'll come back into the park. We'll check out Tomorrowland one more time. We'll have our Tron return time in the evening that night. And then I want to check out Jet Packs, which is kind of like their a modern equivalent of what is the ride at a Disney World where, it kind of spins in the middle of Tomorrowland.
Astro Orbiter?
Astro Orbiter. It's kind of like the modern equivalent of Astro Orbiter. And then we'll arrive for the evening show, which is called Illuminate. Like I said, we want to purchase a DPA for that. And if the schedule sticks, that should be at 8:30, which is also when the park closes.
Okay. And that is 8:30. Okay. And that is the end of the park time because the park is closed.
That's the end of the day. We will take the metro or a taxi back to the hotel, and that'll be it.
You're going to have 48,000 steps.
We're going to have a lot of steps. Yeah.
The next day is Monday, March 17th. And you said this is another day at Shanghai Disneyland, but a slower day for things like shows.
Yeah. So based on what I can see online on places like queue times or on thrill data, Mondays seem to be much more busy. So this day we'll kind of do the same morning run through where we'll rope drop Zootopia, maybe go to Soaring. We'll hit up Peter Pan's Flight and Pirates in the morning. Those are kind of like the ones we definitely want to be able to redo. And then we'll do more kind of like exploring and shows this day. So by 10 o'clock, we plan to have kind of like a snack break in Adventure Isle at Chipmunk Snacks. There's like a Nutella. It's hard to describe, but it's like a croissant that's been flattened and then it's filled with Nutella.
It sounds delicious.
Yeah. Then we will explore the Gardens of Imagination, which is in the middle of the park, where they have Chinese zodiac walls of different Disney characters. There's an Alice in Wonderland maze in Fantasyland themed to the new Alice, not the older classic one. So we want to see that. There's a show we want to check out at 12:15 if the times stick. Mickey's Storybook Express. Oh, sorry. That would be the parade if we want to see that again. The show's in the afternoon at 1:50. Mickey's Storybook Adventure. It's confusing because the parade is named Mickey's Storybook Express, and the show is named Mickey's Storybook Adventure.
Disney-related things have confusing names, I think. That's something that's consistent in all the parks.
Yeah. So if we want to do the parade again, that will probably be at 12:15. We will go to the show at 1:50. For the show, you have to pull a standby pass in the app to get admission, or I think you can purchase a DPA if you don't get admission. So we will attempt to get a standby pass first when we enter the park in the morning, and then if we don't, we'll consider if we want to pay for access.
So it's like a virtual queue for
it's like a lottery system. Yeah.
Is it just that popular? Is that why they have that system?
I suppose so. Yeah. I don't 100% know, but they have a similar system for this in Tokyo.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I hope you get one.
Yeah, me too. But there are a lot of times of the day, so I'm thinking it should be straightforward.
Well, I was going to say, is it worth it to try the day before, just in case?
I mean, yeah, we could always pull the standby pass and not use it. I mean, there's no reason not to. So yeah, we could do a test run the day prior and see if it works out.
Or go to the show just in case you don't get it. I don't know. I just don't know how difficult this is.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but there are like 8 or 10 showtimes of this a day. So I'm thinking we should be able to get in.
And as early as you all are, it feels you'll have a good chance.
Hopefully we'll beat the rush. Yeah, you can't get it until you've entered the park. So there's that.
Okay.
In between these two things, we're planning to kind of cobble together snacks as a lunch. Like I said, researching Shanghai Disneyland is pretty difficult. Researching Shanghai Disneyland food, especially reviews and people's opinions of it, is all over the place, and there's not a lot of information. So we kind of picked a few things that looked interesting to us that we could find through official menus and then social media kind of discussion of it. Mm-hmm. So there's kind of 3 items that we're interested in. The Tiger Tail barbecue sandwich. Tigger. It's Tiger Tail, but it's themed to Tigger. That's what it's called. Orange egg tarts at Troubadour Treats in Fantasyland. And then at the Lotso lunchbox in Toy Story Land, they have a lunchbox with spicy fried chicken and chips. So it's like fried chicken in potato chips. It's very unique.
It is. You got to try it, I guess.
Yeah. So we'll kind of hit those 3 spots in that order and then make our way to the Storybook Adventure show.
Okay. And then what's after the show?
Then we'll have a little bit of a break again earlier in the day this day. So probably around between 2:30 and 3, we'll take a break. Our plan is to go to an outlet mall called Bicester Village, which is adjacent to Disneyland. It's very close. It's basically in the same property. Of course, we're not 100% sure how to get there because the internet doesn't tell you for certain from outside of China. Mm-hmm. There will either be a Disney shuttle that will take us there from the place where the Disney buses are, or sometimes there will be a boat. I think the boat might only arrive on the weekends. So we'll be there on a Monday in this case. So we might have to take the bus from 1 to 1. If all that fails, we'll take a DD taxi, which should only cost a couple of dollars because it's about a 5-minute or less drive. Then we'll come back from that. At the shopping village, we're just going to browse around and look at various things you would find in an outlet mall. It's not that different from a traditional outlet mall, except the brands are a little bit higher end. Then we'll come back. We'll explore Mickey Avenue. All the buildings on Mickey Avenue are themed to different Disney characters. I want to check out the post office and a few other spots on Mickey Ave. Then, depending on how we're feeling, we might go see the Frozen sing-along, which from what I can see is a kind of plussed up version of the Frozen sing-along you would find in Hollywood Studios, but with just kind of like better production. However, everything's in Chinese from what I can tell. So the songs are in Chinese. The narration is in Chinese, but might be an interesting opportunity to check that out. Dinner that night will be around 6 o'clock at Mickey and Pal's Market Cafe, which is Shanghai's food, and it's on Mickey Avenue, kind of at the end of Mickey Avenue. And also seems to have a lot of kind of Easter eggs in the decor of the restaurant.
Is that a place? Is that quick service, or is that a place that requires a reservation?
It's a quick service restaurant.
Okay.
Yeah. Then the plan is to kind of make a lap to Zootopia at night, since we really will not have been back there except for in the morning. So just kind of explore it. They have some, kind of exclusive treats you can get there, like the giant donut, the popsicle, that kind of thing. And then if we decide to do Tron again, we'll make the loop, do Tron, and then come back for Illuminate, the evening show, to arrive like around 8:15 for the 8:30 show.
So you're seeing Illuminate both nights?
Yes.
Okay. And are you buying the reserved seating for it both times?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Another packed day. And then you're going to take the metro or the taxi back to your hotel.
Keep a metro or taxi back to the hotel, and that's Shanghai Disneyland.
Okay. That is a lot in a couple days. So we're now at Tuesday, March 18th.
Yes, Tuesday, March 18th, we will take a car back to the airport and fly.
A basic question. When you say car, because this like a couple times you said it, are you talking about like an Uber kind of car or taxi?
Probably a Didi, which is kind of like the Chinese equivalent of Uber.
Okay.
Yeah, Uber doesn't operate there, but Didi operates within, I think, the WeChat. China likes to have like super apps where the app does a lot of things, kind of like an everything app. So within that, there will be a Didi app, and we'll take a car to the airport. In some cases throughout the trip, especially in Japan, we might be using like scheduled cars through Klook because we need access to a bigger van because of all our luggage. But I think Didi will work in China for that. We can choose an XL just like on Uber.
Okay. So ride share to the airport, and then you're flying to where?
Then we're flying to Hong Kong. So we're flying Cathay Pacific to Hong Kong. We leave at 11:25 and we arrive at 2:25. So it's a 3-hour flight. We're in the same time zone.
All right. And exactly.
We will take a ride share. I'm not 100% sure what it's called in Hong Kong, to the Disney Explorers Lodge, which is a hotel on site at Hong Kong Disneyland. So we'll check in around 4 o'clock. It'll probably be about that time once we get through immigration and that sort of thing. So we'll get to the Explorers Lodge. This is kind of a slower day, a rest day. We'll kind of explore. It's kind of like a combination of Animal Kingdom Lodge and the Wilderness Lodge. The lobby is the same shape as kind of the Animal Kingdom Lodge, but it has a really interesting sort of like adventure vibe.
What made you decide to stay on site here, whereas you didn't want to in Shanghai?
Mainly the theme of this hotel, but also Hong Kong Disneyland is not very close, like distance wise, to the city. It's more towards the airport. So it kind of makes sense to arrive and go there and then go to the city after and stay in the city and travel too. Although the metro does have a Disney line that will take you there, it just seemed easier. And we were much more interested in this hotel than the hotel at Shanghai, where there were a lot of options to stay offsite nearby for very inexpensively.
Does it give you benefits?
Not really.
Okay.
We still have to pay for early access in this case.
Okay.
Yeah, there is this benefit. I'm forgetting the name of it, where if you book with your Disney account on the Hong Kong Disneyland website, they'll give you some extra merchandise gifts when you arrive. I believe it's like a luggage tag. And then if you buy your ticket online, you can get, it changes by day, but it'll usually be like a small stuffed like animal badge or like a Mickey badge or like another themed item you can get, included with your ticket or reservation.
Okay. But not early entry kind of thing.
Not early entry. No.
Okay. So you said this is a slower day.
Yes.
Do you have plans after you arrive though?
Nothing really for sure. So we'll arrive, we'll explore the resort. It's on the bay, so we'll kind of go. You can walk up to the 3 Hong Kong Disneyland hotels from each other. So there's the Hong Kong Disneyland Hotel and there's the Hollywood Hotel. So we'll probably go explore those if we have the energy to do so. And then we'll just have like quick service kind of food at the Explorers Lodge.
Okay. And then Wednesday, March 19th.
Wednesday, March 19th. So we're starting with a breakfast at 7:30 at the Dragon Wind buffet inside of the Explorers Lodge. We booked that with the room to get a little bit of a discount with it. So we'll do that. We're only staying at the hotel for one night. So we'll check out, we'll store our luggage, and then we will walk or bus over to Hong Kong Disneyland after that. I think it's probably about a 15 to 20 minute walk to the park from the hotel, or you can take a bus. But the regular hours for the park that day don't start until 10:30. So the park is only open from 10:30 to 8, and the early access starts at 9:30. So it's very late and a very short day compared to most Disney days that we think of, which is good in a way because it limits you in terms of how much time you're spending walking around.
So you are paying extra for the 9:30 entry.
Yes, exactly. So again, it's about $25 with the conversion to get in an hour early. And I believe the tickets in this case were roughly $75 to $80 a person on top of that. So when you add that all up, it's about $115 to get into the park.
For one day.
For one day.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll arrive around 9 o'clock. Again, it seems early entry is not super popular here since everyone has to pay for it. So we'll arrive at 9. The park opens at 9:30. The plan is to hit World of Frozen and do those in the first 30 minutes. They have Frozen Ever After there, which is essentially the same thing as at Epcot, except they don't have the projection faces. And then they have a little roller coaster themed to Oaken's Wandering Sleighs, which I think is like a 45-second attraction, something like that.
It's cute though.
Yeah,
I love that there's all these lands themed after different movies.
Yeah, so we'll go check that out. Then we'll kind of make our way back. We'll do Winnie the Pooh since it's near there. The plan is to make it within the hour to Duffy and Friends Playhouse towards the end. Because there is a Duffy event happening, the Duffy and Friends Playhouse, which is kind of like the meet and greet building for Duffy, is open during early entry, and it normally would not be. And then the waits can get pretty high to meet Duffy, or you can, of course, pay using the DPA system to skip the line. But the plan is to try and get there around like 10:15 and get in the line for whichever, I think usually two characters are meeting at a time, and they switch out throughout the day. So we'll meet one or two friends of Duffy that morning.
I'm so tripped up on the 10:30 being the official entry, because right now you're still before the official entry.
Yeah. Then once we get done with that, the plan is to go to Mystic Manor. As long as we hit that in the first 30 to 45 minutes, I think the waits will be pretty low. And then Big Grizzly Mountain, which is kind of a combination of Big Thunder and Everest. Then Jungle Cruise. After that, I think the plan is to grab a snack. They have squid jerky at Hong Kong Disneyland, which looks really interesting. One of the few like snack foods that I've seen people talk about there. And then we're going to take a extended break to go to a dim sum lunch at the Tokyo Disneyland Hotel. So Crystal Lotus restaurant there has Disney character themed dim sum. So you can get buns that are themed to the Duffy and Friends, Olu, and Mickey and Minnie. So we booked that, via email through the hotel. And we'll do that from 12 to 1:30-ish. Then we'll come back and watch like a Duffy show that happens on the Main Street USA Railroad steps. And then kind of just continue the loop around the park. It's a relatively small park and the wait times seem pretty low. So the goal is to go to Tomorrowland and check out Hyperspace Mountain. So it's always themed to Star Wars there. And then Ant-Man and Wasp Nano Battle, which is a replacement for the Buzz Lightyear style like shooting attraction. Then we'll come back to the hub and watch the Duffy and Friends The Joy of Sharing Castle show. And then the plan is to go to Fantasyland and knock out Small World and the Teacups. I don't think there are any Fantasyland dark rides beyond Winnie the Pooh. So it's very different.
That's very different.
Yeah. Then we're going to catch a show, Mickey and the Wondrous Book, at 4:30, which is also in Fantasyland. And that's about 30 minutes. After that, the plan is to do the Disneyland Railroad, which also has a Duffy overlay, which I think is just like banners and signs with Duffy on it throughout, the track.
Did you plan your trip around the Duffy events?
No, not really. It just seems like they tend to happen in spring. So we just got lucky. And then we have dinner that night at the Explorers Club. I believe it's at 5 o'clock from 5 to 6:30. It's like a scheduled window. The Explorers Club is in Mystic Point, and it's what they call a semi-buffet. So you are ordering your entree from a menu and then picking sides and desserts from a buffet. And the restaurant is themed it's kind of like Skipper's Canteen in a way, where it's kind of like that SEA Adventurers Club theme. So it looks pretty interesting.
We don't get an SEA reference too often anymore.
No, but it still exists there. And Mystic Manor is very like SEA. So if we have the chance, we'd like to do Mystic Manor one more time. And then the dinner, I should say, because it's a package, it comes with seating for Momentous, the evening show. So after dinner, Mystic Manor again, kind of explore, just walk around, and then a ride for Momentous, which will happen at 8 o'clock. So the park closes at 8, and Momentous also happens at 8.
Okay. And you said your dinner is what gives you that reserved seating.
Yes.
Okay. Got it.
And that's Hong Kong Disneyland. So after that, we will go back to the hotel, grab our bags. We will take a ride share or a car based on what the hotel recommends us to do. And we will go into Hong Kong, the city. So we are transferring to Hotel Stage in Kowloon. And then the plan is to check in That evening, we might do some laundry or drop off some laundry because this is roughly the midpoint. And we can't take enough clothes for every single day of this trip. So we're going to do laundry that evening or the next morning in Hong Kong.
And did you say Hotel Sage?
Stage.
Stage. Okay.
Yeah, like you're on stage.
Okay. So now you're in Hong Kong. Thursday, March 20th. You're going to still be in Hong Kong, maybe still doing laundry?
We're in Hong Kong. We're doing laundry, but we're also going to have 2 touristy days in Hong Kong. So the first day is focused on Hong Kong Island. The goal is to ride the double-decker ding tram, which is like the traditional tram, down King's Road. We want to check out shops there in that area. The plan for lunch is to get kind of like a either roast goose or char siu pork, just based on which of the two is easier to get. We have a couple restaurants picked out. Then we'll go to Victoria Peak and take a taxi to central Hong Kong, where we'll do like more food. You may want to check out a Chinese movable type exhibit. And then in the evening, we will take the ferry or the MTR, which is the kind of the subway, to the Kowloon area, which is closer to where we're staying, kind of back to where we're staying. And then we'll check out a night market and then get clay pot rice in as kind of like a snack. And then on top of that, we have another dinner at a restaurant called Yang Tung Keen, which is a Michelin star Cantonese restaurant. And that's the day.
Was the reservation here similar as the other Michelin restaurant that your friend was able to help?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
I think Hong Kong's a little bit easier because, they speak English and Chinese, but I believe he helped with this one, yeah.
Okay. All right. You're definitely packing it in. I love it.
So now we're on Friday, March 21st. This is the day we're spending in Kowloon. So we'll have a dim sum breakfast. We're going to go to a museum. It's called the M Plus Museum. The goal there is to see a Wow Pei exhibit on Chinese couture clothing design. It's like a temporary exhibit that's there. Then this day is pretty light. We're keeping it easy. We're going to just find some noodles for lunch, do shopping in an area called Mong Kok, where they have a few different things. They have they call a sneaker street, which is kind of like sneakers and casual clothes. They have a jade market. So Ime is interested in jade, like rocks and jewelry. And then they have kitchen supply. So we're going to go check out those 3 things specifically. And then come back and have dinner in another kind of street market called Oiman Sang, which is this area where all the vendors use these huge butane fueled woks. So big gusts of fire are cooking food and woks outside at night. It's very old school. So we want to go check that out and kind of end the day there.
All right. Saturday, March 22nd.
This is the transfer day. So we are making our way back to Tokyo. So we will take some sort of vehicle or rideshare to the airport. And we're flying ANA from Hong Kong to Narita Airport. And that's from 10 a.m. to 3:10. So it's about 4 hours, and we're going to lose an hour with the time zone swap. When we arrive, the plan is to take what's called the limousine bus to the Tokyo Disneyland Hotel. The limousine bus comes pretty often, once or twice an hour, I believe. And you don't have to make a reservation in advance. You just show up and take it, and then there's plenty of space for all your luggage. I think it'll take about an hour to transfer from the hotel to Tokyo Disneyland Hotel. So we're staying at Tokyo Disneyland Hotel for 1 night. This is a splurge. Initially, we were going to stay at kind of the Tokyo Disney Value Hotel, which is a little bit further away from the parks. But we don't go to Tokyo Disneyland very often. So we decided to stay at the Disneyland Hotel for a night. It is about $500 for 1 night. We're staying in one room in this case, the 3 of us, just to make it more affordable. So the goal is to check in, kind of explore the hotel. We'll check out Ikspiari, which is their kind of Disney Springs of Tokyo Disneyland, where they have a Disney store, so not a Disney park store. Another thing that's interesting about Tokyo specifically, because they're owned by a different company, Oriental Land Company, none of the merchandise is the same as at any of these parks. It's all original. So they have a corporate Disney store. They have the Bon Voyage store, which is more like Tokyo Disney parks themed merchandise. And then they have, just the various stores you would find in a mall in Japan.
I feel like a lot of the good merch that we see online comes from here.
Yeah, they have a lot of really interesting merch. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm trying not to get too attached to anything I see online because I know it sells out and turns over pretty quickly. But definitely some interesting stuff.
Okay. And after the shopping?
So after the shopping, we will grab some stuff for breakfast the next morning from one of the convenience stores or convenies that's in XPRE. We will grab dinner there. I don't have anything specific picked out. There's plenty of options, whether it's like Western food or like local stuff, like Japanese food. And then we'll kind of relax at the hotel.
Okay. And I'm guessing the next day, Sunday, March 23rd, you're going into the park.
Yes. So Sunday, March 23rd is the first day of our Tokyo Disneyland days, which are purchased through a vacation package. So the vacation package we purchased is 3 park days. So the way it works is you get, in this case, 1 day at Tokyo Disneyland and 2 days at Tokyo DisneySea. There's no park hopping in Tokyo Disneyland, so you have to either buy your separate days or buy one of these packages. So the reason we ended up buying a package is because it gives you unlimited access to the attractions in Fantasy Springs. So on 1 day, the middle day of these 3 days, we'll have our Fantasy Springs pass where we can go on any of the rides there using the Lightning Lane or the DPA lane without having to have a scheduled time or anything. We can do them as many times as we want.
Interesting. But on Sunday, it's Tokyo Disneyland that you are going into. That's the ticket for the day.
That's the ticket for the day. So the vacation package also comes with 3 scheduled return times on the Tokyo Disneyland day and on the last Tokyo DisneySea day. On the middle day, where you have the Fantasy Springs Pass, you get 2 return times for other attractions that you pick in advance. You also get a bunch of other random stuff. You get like a voucher to get a popcorn case and, 1 fill of popcorn. You get an original goods voucher, which is valid to exchange for a Mickey badge, a cushion to sit on during parades, hand towels, or a bangle. You get a little shoulder bag, and you also get a beverage ticket where you can get any beverage or specialty drink at any of the restaurants throughout the 3 days, and you can just go in and get a free drink of any sort. So it could be something basic, or it could be like one of their specialty drinks.
That is a lot of little things, isn't it?
A lot of little things, yeah.
But you said it includes the 3 return times on this day. Did you get to pick those attractions and times?
Yeah. So when you book it online, you book this 5 months in advance, and you have to be there, like, to get what you want, you have to be there the minute of. You have to be on time. So you book it 5 months in advance, and you pick all this stuff right off the bat. You can change it later, and I found that the times are pretty easy to adjust. I did make a couple of adjustments. And some attractions will make you pick an hour time slot to return, and others will just be any time, just based on how popular they are.
Okay.
So yeah, we booked all that. And this is part of the 2-night stay at Hotel Miracosta. So we have our 1 night at Tokyo Disneyland. We check out of there. Then we start the package, and it includes the room and all this other stuff. So
on this day, before you head to the parks, you're going to make sure your bags are stored?
They'll transfer the bags.
Okay.
So they'll transfer the bags for us. But we do have to go to the Hotel Miracosta that morning or possibly the night before and get like a paper packet that contains all this stuff. None of this stuff is in the app. It's all on paper. So they give you little paper tickets that you have to, punch out and you scan it into the app for your ticket to the park, but then like your drink voucher is a piece of paper voucher that you have to hold on to. So it's very old school. So we have to make sure we get that before we can enter the park. So we'll do that. We'll check in. Staying at the Disneyland hotel the night before gets us early access to Tokyo Disneyland. In this case, Japan has what they call Happy 15. So it's 15 minutes of early access. And it's mainly to get you to your first attraction. Like they don't start operating the rides early. It's to get in and get you somewhere.
Okay.
So,
and where are you going?
That's a great question. So we will arrive probably at 7:45 for an 8:45 opening. And then during the Happy 15, we'll go to Beauty and the Beast and we'll take care of that. During the Happy 15, we'll also basically book and pull all of the various things that you need to do at Tokyo Disneyland. So Tokyo Disneyland has the DPAs we've been talking about where you're paying for access to things. In this case, we're going to use them for the parades. There's 2 parades this day, a daytime parade and an evening electrical parade, and you can buy reserved seating for that. So we'll purchase that. And then we will pull a free priority pass, which is still named the 40th anniversary priority pass. Although I think the 40th anniversary was 2 years ago at this point. And that's kind of like a free return time, kind of like the old Disneyland Fast Pass system where there's a set of attractions where you can redeem every 2 hours and go to. So we're going to pull Monsters, Inc. on that one. After Beauty and the Beast, we'll do Fantasyland Dark Rides. So the goal is to do at least 2 of Pooh's Honey Hunt, Pinocchio, and Snow White within the first hour. So from 9 to 10. Then we'll go to It's a Small World, which right now is It's a Small World with Groot. From Marvel and Marvel characters within it, which is a very interesting mashup.
I thought the characters at Disneyland California were funny, but Groot?
Yeah, I believe this is an attempt to introduce Marvel in the Japanese parks. It doesn't have a big presence there. And I believe locals aren't very familiar with it. So this is kind of like a way to put Groot in and make it cute in Small World, I guess.
Great.
In Tokyo Disney, we want to get a lot of snacks. So we're going to make a snack stop probably in the 10 o'clock hour. In Fantasyland, at this place called Village Pastry, they have what's called a tipo torta, which I don't know how to describe. It's kind of like a churro, but it's like cakey on the outside with a filling. I believe. I've never had one, but that's what the internet leads me to believe. Then we'll go to Haunted Mansion, which is in Fantasyland, kind of like right next to Small World. And then we'll be at 11 o'clock by then. So at 11, we have, as part of our vacation package, another return time for Beauty and the Beast, or a return time at 11 a.m. I'm thinking our Monsters, Inc. priority pass will probably be due around this time. So we'll do that next. And then at 11:30, we have a return time for the Happy Ride with Baymax.
So cute.
Then we'll go to Toontown. The plan is to mobile order lunch in Toontown. And also check out the Gachapon in Toontown, which are like, random capsule toys that you get out of a machine, have various themes, which is very popular in Japan. And there's one in Toontown. So we'll do that. We'll hit up Big Thunder, Country Bear Jamboree. We'll take a break before 2 o'clock at the Sweetheart Cafe, which is where you get like the Mike's melon bread head and other kind of like baked goods that are pretty popular in Japan. And then after that, we'll see the first parade at 2:15.
I don't know how you keep all this stuff straight between all the different parks.
It feels like and like learning 3 different systems was pretty difficult.
Yeah, and there's like a lot of similar names. Yeah, different systems that are kind of similar, kind of not.
Yeah.
It's a lot to learn.
It is a lot. Yeah. And jumping between the 2 or the 3 is difficult sometimes. So I think I ended up doing, because I know Tokyo the most, I planned Tokyo first and kind of went backwards, and then Hong Kong and then Shanghai. Because Shanghai was definitely the hardest to plan. just because there's not a lot of information, but there's very few attractions there. So, kind of all falls into place.
Yeah, I caught myself wanting to ask you a question, but I'm like, nope, that was a different park. I'm having trouble and I'm taking notes. Okay, what's after the 2:15 parade?
After the 2:15 parade, we have some flex time to do, depending on if we got everything in the morning done. If not, we'll go and we'll catch up on some of those things if we can. If we did, we'll do the riverboat, the Mark Twain, have kind of like shopping break time. We'll go to the Tiki Room, which features Stitch in Tokyo, which is very interesting. There's another gacha machine in Adventureland. And then we have a booked reservation for a dinner show. At 4:40, we're seeing the Diamond Variety Muster dinner, which is in Western Land, or the equivalent of Frontierland, right? So it's a show that features, Mickey, Minnie, Clarabelle, Boris, Clara Cluck, Donald, and Daisy kind of doing like a Western review. And it includes a meal.
A dinner show. We need more of those.
Yeah, a dinner show. There's two in Disneyland and there's one in DisneySea. There's a kind of like a luau themed show that happens in Adventureland, but we don't have the time for that. Then we'll do, after that, either Jungle Cruise or Pirates based on the weight. We'll have the evening parade, which is the electrical parade. I believe it's at 6:45. Then after that, we'll have some flex time before the castle show, the evening show, which is called Reach for the Stars. I believe that'll be at 8:20. I'm not 100% certain on the time, but I think it's at 8:20 based on the latest schedule. And the park closes at 9.
All right. Okay. The next day is Monday, March 23rd. I assume you're going to go to the other park.
Yes. So that night we'll have checked into the Hotel Maricosta. We have a harbor view room as part of the package, so we should be able to see the park and get a view of what's going on inside of there. We also have access to a lounge, I believe. So we might go check that out that evening. The package also comes with breakfasts in the morning, which is at a scheduled time. So on this day, I could only get 6:40 in the morning, which is a little early. But we'll go to breakfast at the Bella Vista Lounge at 6:40. And then after that, we'll want to be at the park for rope drop at 7:45. So this is Disney. Our priority in the Happy 15 at 8:45 is Journey to the Center of the Earth. And within that first 15 minutes, we want to pull a priority pass for Aquatopia, and then an entry request for the show Big Band Beat, which is kind of like the lottery that we were talking about in Shanghai. If we don't get the lottery for Big Band Beat, we can then purchase seating for it through a DPA, and we'll do that. And then we'll also purchase the DPA for the Tokyo DisneySea evening show, which is called Believe Sea of Dreams.
I'm suspicious of those rides that have free and paid options.
Yeah.
Like they're only going to make 3 spots available for free. Oops, everybody has to buy it now.
Yeah, for the shows, I believe it's like the top level. I believe there's a standby level. Mm-hmm. Middle level is the entry request seating. And then the 4 is the paid seating.
The closest.
Yeah, the closest. Okay, so then we've done Journey to the Center of the Earth in that around 8:45 to 9. The goal is to kind of stay in that area and do 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and then see if we can do Aquatopia with our return time. Then this is the day we have our Fantasy Springs pass. So we want to kind of take advantage of that in the morning for a few hours. So the goal is to go to Fantasy Springs, explore, get the pass. We'll do Anna and Elsa's Frozen Adventure, Rapunzel's Lantern Festival, Peter Pan's Neverland Adventure, and then Tinkerbell's Busy Buggies, and kind of just be in that area for about 2 to 2.5 hours before we have lunch.
Okay, where's lunch?
We'll do lunch in Fantasy Springs. So I think there's 2 restaurants. We're going to go to Lookout Cookout, which is the Peter Pan themed restaurant, and also the Snuggly Duckling, and kind of go to both. We can mobile order at these 2 like earlier in the morning to kind of get our spot secured for those places, probably around noon.
Okay, and then what's after lunch?
So we'll come out of Fantasy Springs, and this is towards the back of the park. We'll be in an area called Lost River Delta. So back there, they have Indiana Jones, which is very similar to the one at Disneyland, and Raging Spirits, which is a small kind of like outdoor coaster. Both of those have single rider lines, so we can take advantage of that. In Tokyo, especially, the single rider lines tend to be pretty empty. So we'll do those back to back. They're right next to each other, hopefully single rider, and it won't be that time intensive. Then, as part of the vacation package, we have return tickets for Tower of Terror and Journey to the Center of the Earth again. So we want to go back and do those two. I'll note that we didn't get the chance to do Journey to the Center of the Earth last time because it was down for refurbishment when we went. So this is like the signature attraction of DisneySea. So we haven't been on that yet. So we're looking forward to do that, which is why I want to do it twice on this first day.
You got to make up for it.
We got to make up for it. And then Tower of Terror will also be in a special like mode. I think it's called something 13, where it will go up and down a little bit more than it typically would. But it's also not themed to Tower of Terror, or it's not themed to the TV show like it is in the US. It has its own unique theme.
And is that a temporary thing? Like
the 13 thing is temporary, but the theming itself is not. So it's kind of themed to this character who's part of the SEA who essentially looks like Joe Rohde. The art is based off of Joe Rohde. Mm-hmm. He's, like a billionaire or a very rich person who owns this hotel, and he gets into some trouble by taking artifacts from places and gets cursed.
That's fun.
So it's very unique. So we'll do that. Then we have a little bit of a break at the hotel. We might go check out the kind of like the club lounge during that time. And then the goal is to be back in the park around 3:30 and get a snack at Mama Biscotti's Bakery, which is kind of in the Mediterranean harbor area of the park at the very front where the hotel is. Mm-hmm. And around 3:30, they release a Mickey-shaped bread loaf, which is just kind of like a salt-flavored bread in the shape of Mickey ears.
The amount of detail is amazing. Got to be there as soon as that Mickey-shaped bread comes out.
Yeah, so then we'll kind of explore the Mediterranean harbor. We'll look at the Emporia, which is their, emporium, basically, of DisneySea, the big shop. And then we'll have Big Band Beat, the show that we were discussing earlier. We'll have either our entry request or a DPA. That'll be at 5:10 that evening. After that, we'll decide if we want to have dinner. We're keeping it pretty flexible because Tokyo is so heavy on snacks. We'll be probably snack focused for dinner. We have a couple of things shortlisted in the Mysterious Island area of the park. So possibly do that, get some alien mochi, and kind of just explore. And then we'll have at 7:00, Believe Sea of Dreams, which is the evening show. We'll have our DPA for that, so we'll probably want to arrive at 6:45.
Okay.
Then after that, the plan is to go back to the back of the park and check out Fantasy Springs at night. Kind of do one more pass through that, maybe re-ride things, and catch Sinbad's Storybook Voyage, which is like a slow kind of like boat ride, which is in the back of the park as well. And I'll note that DisneySea is very large. I believe it takes about 20 minutes to walk from the entry to the area where Fantasy Springs is. It's like 1.5 miles to get there.
That is a long way.
Yeah. And the park closes at 9.
Good thing you might have 75,000 steps.
Yeah. I'm just glad the park is not open till 11 because then I'd be tempted to go even further. But by this time, I'll be too tired.
You can't.
Yeah.
Okay. Tuesday, March 24th.
It's the last Disney day. So DisneySea again. We won't have the Fantasy Springs Pass on this day, so the focus is on finishing the rest of the attractions. This is also like a big Duffy day. So we have breakfast at the Bella Vista Lounge at 7, arrive for rope drop at 7:45, and then we will, with our Happy 15, we'll either go to Tower of Terror or Journey to the Center of the Earth based on which one we want to do again. Then the goal is to hightail it back to meet Duffy at what they call the Saludos Amigos greeting dock, which is in the back of the park. So that starts at 9:30. So by the time we do Tower of Terror or Journey, this will give us 15 minutes to make it back there and get in line, and hopefully avoid the crowds because the Duffy line can get pretty long. But this is basically Duffy in like a serape and a sombrero. So I think it'll be pretty fun to get that picture. However, I'm aware that Tokyo Disneyland, they have a 1 photo rule. So the 3 of us can get in and take 1 photo and they make sure it's right, but you can't like swap out who's in the pictures or take a lot of different pictures. You get your 1 photo and you go.
That's interesting, isn't it?
It's very interesting. Yeah, very different.
And it doesn't matter if it's with you. Will they use your phone to take a picture?
Yeah, they don't have their own PhotoPass photographer, so they use your phone.
And even then it's just 1.
Yes, just 1.
That's so funny. I guess that keeps things moving, doesn't it?
Yeah, but the lines can still get, multi-hours for this. So from what I've seen by looking at wait times in the app, if we're there immediately, the wait time when it starts will probably be about 15 to 20 minutes, and then it will get to about an hour, within 30 minutes of that. So the plan is to hit that first. We'll pull a priority pass, the free pass for Nemo and Friends Sea Rider. So hopefully by this time we'll have our return for that. Nemo and Friends Sea Rider is like a large theater, kind of like Star Wars, but on a bigger scale. So it's a big theater that moves. So we'll go do that in Port Discovery. Then we'll have a snack there. They have a couple of things we're interested in. It's a little like float that looks like Donald, and it's filled with shrimp, Donald's shrimp bun, or a sushi roll, which is not a sushi roll at all. It's like cooked shrimp and chicken covered with rice. It's very interesting, some of the names they have. So we'll grab those 2 things. We'll take the electric railway from Port Discovery to American Waterfront. So it's kind of like it's kind of like their equivalent of the railroad in DisneySea, but it just goes from these 2 lands, Port Discovery to the American Waterfront.
Okay.
Where we'll do our vacation package returned for Tower of Terror again. Then after Tower of Terror, we'll explore that area, the American Waterfront, which is kind of themed to, it's kind of like New York City, but in a port setting. And then we'll go to Cape Cod, which is the area where Duffy and friends live in Tokyo DisneySea. We have a 12:10 reservation for the Duffy and Friends Wonderful Friendship lunch show, which is like the story of Duffy and all of his friends in a show. So this is another kind of like reserved show that we're doing. It's 65 minutes. I believe the show is 20 minutes of that, and the rest is just like time to eat. So we have that. Then after that, we have a vacation package ticket for Journey to the Center of the Earth. We'll go to the Fortress Explorations, which is kind of like it's kind of like a planetarium. And there's like a game which is SEA themed in this area, which is in Japanese, but I've heard that it's cool to kind of experience regardless. So we'll check that out. Then at 2:30, we have our vacation package return time for Soaring, which is in the Mediterranean harbor. So we'll do that. And then we'll have a little bit of a break after that for the 3:00 hour. You might get some snacks. The sea salt Monaka is a popular snack in DisneySea, which is kind of like looks like a shell, and it's kind of like sea salt themed ice cream inside of this like shell wafer. There's a creme brulee churro, which we're interested in. And there's also a potato churro, which is like a savory churro. So we'll check that out. Explore the Mermaid Lagoon after that, which is an indoor area themed to The Little Mermaid, which has a lot of like flat rides in it. Used to have a show, but the show I don't think is running right now. but we're not really interested in those attractions, but it's cool to go in and check out regardless. Then we'll go back to the Arabian coast, which is in the back of the park, and we'll do Sinbad again, and then possibly Raging Spirits and Indiana Jones back in that area. Then we'll have dinner, probably between around 6 o'clock at Miguel's El Dorado Cantina, which is in Lost River Delta. And they have a Duffy themed menu right now. So it's called Duffy's Wonderful Kitchen, which is kind of the Duffy theme that's happening at DisneySea now. So everything is kind of like food themed. I believe the Duffy plushes, there's like a pancake on his head. I don't know why, but that's just what it is. So interestingly, this is like a Mexican restaurant, but the Duffy food is themed to Japanese curries. So we'll have Duffy themed Japanese curry at Miguel's El Dorado Cantina.
I feel like I'm writing down a whole lot of words that I never thought would go together, but here we are.
Then that night, we basically have some time until the evening show, which is Believe Sea of Dreams. That's at 7. We're going to buy DPA again for this one. And then after that, I'm just going to keep it. We have about an hour after the show just to kind of explore whatever it is we want to do to stay towards the front of the park. So it's easy to get out that evening because the park closes at 9 again. So we might fill that with shopping or just browsing the Mediterranean harbor. I will note that at Tokyo Disney, you have to buy the Duffy merchandise within Tokyo DisneySea. So we'll make sure that we have everything that we want because you can't buy it at Disneyland. You can't buy it at the Bon Voyage shop outside of the park. You have to buy it within DisneySea.
Interesting.
So that's Tokyo Disneyland.
All right. And probably your last park day, right?
That's the final park day of the trip. Yes. So that's the 25th.
But
that
you
night,
still have a couple days.
We still have a couple days. So we will transfer into Tokyo that evening.
Okay. And how are you doing that?
That I think is going to be a scheduled car from the Miracosta to town. So I think we're going to schedule that in advance on Klook or some other way. It won't be like a on-demand ride share.
You have to do that at night on Tuesday, March 24th. You have to go to the new hotel.
It's on Tuesday, the 25th, we're going to the new hotel. So we'll pick up our luggage at the Miracosta and then we'll take the van. I think it'll take probably about 45 minutes or an hour to get to our hotel, which is in the Gotanda area in Shinagawa. It's called the O5 Tokyo.
Okay. All right. And then now we're on Wednesday.
Yep. So we have 2 full days here in Tokyo and then the last day, which is a partial day. So the first day, Wednesday the 26th, is Western Tokyo Day. So we're going to neighborhoods like Shimo-Kitazawa, Harajuku, Shibuya. And the focus is food, coffee, vintage shopping, but also sakura. So if the timing's right, the cherry blossoms should be blooming around the week that we're there, give or take. So, it's a little bit of a gamble, but it's looking positive right now. And we're staying in an area that's near a lot of places to see cherry blossoms very well. So the plan is to have a Taiwanese breakfast that morning and then do the Meguro River Sakura walk as long as there are cherry blossoms. So these things are close to our hotel.
There are websites where they track the cherry blossoms.
Yeah, you can look at a forecast, basically, just like the weather. So I don't remember exactly, but I think not the peak bloom, but the early bloom. We're in the window for that within these couple days.
That's going to make great pictures.
It should make great pictures. It'll probably be pretty busy around this area. And actually, I should say that it'll probably be pretty busy at Tokyo Disney because this also overlaps with Japanese spring break.
Okay. Fun.
So, yeah, it'll make for excellent pictures as long as we get, good sakura bloom, which I'm hopeful that we are going to. We'll do the walk. We're going to go to this place called Bear Pond Espresso, which is famous for a specific espresso drink called the Dirty. I don't know how to explain it, but I did watch a few YouTube videos about it where it's like an espresso drink that ends up tasting like dark chocolate at the beginning and then kind of changes as you go through the drink. So we want to check that out. Tokyo has a big vintage shopping scene, especially in this neighborhood called Shimo-Kitazawa, especially for clothing. And oddly enough, there seems to be a lot of Disney vintage in these places as well, like old Epcot shirts and like weird old Disney World stuff, clothing especially. So I'm going to see what we can find and then grab lunch at a izakaya, like a seafood focused place. The afternoon will be filled with more shopping, Converse Japan, Goo, a record store. And then that night we have dinner, a reservation at Toriyaki Ohana, which is a kind of like an omakase, but for grilled chicken. So it's like charcoal grilled chicken. But yeah, you may plan that one and it sounds really good. So that'll be at 8 p.m. that night, and that'll basically cap off that day.
All right. If I'm not mistaken, you have one more full day.
One more full day. That's to Thursday, the 27th. This is Eastern Tokyo. So Ginza, Akihabara, and a couple other places. So we'll have breakfast that morning nearby. We're going to do some shopping along what they call Character Street, which is in Tokyo Station, to the train station. The train stations in Japan are enormous, and they tend to be also like malls. So there'll be tons of shops. So there's a Character Street where there's stores like Snoopy Store, Miffy, those kinds of things. We're going to go check that out. We want to go to a neighborhood called Akihabara, which has kind of like a Tokyo train merchandise store. So things that are themed to the Tokyo Metro or train stuff. There's a large gachapon store here. I believe there's one where you can just buy what you want off the shelf instead of having to roll the gacha. So if we get attached to something, we can just buy it instead of taking our chances. Or we can go, there's like a 2-story gacha place that's nearby here that we'll go and like they call rolling gacha, like just getting random things. There's also some artisan shops in the area underneath the tracks in the station that we want to check out. Then we're taking a taxi, specifically a taxi to another area of the town, Kodo, where we're doing a coffee tasting omakase at Coffee Mamea, which is a place we went to last time. It's a very popular place. There are multiple locations in Tokyo, and there's also, I believe, one in Hong Kong. But we're going to go and do an omakase like course tasting that afternoon at 1. I believe there's some like light food included as like pairing there.
Okay.
After that, we're doing shopping in the Ginza area, which is kind of like the big shopping district with all the like known brands. Want to go to the Uniqlo flagship, the Dover Street Market, Onitsuka Tiger. There are a couple of unique things you can do at these places. So at Onitsuka, you can customize your shoes. At Uniqlo, you can get like the famous dumpling bag and get like embroidery on it at the store. So as long as the timeline works out, we want to do that.
It's fun.
And then that night, we'll kind of see the cherry blossoms lit up in Tokyo Midtown, Roppongi, and kind of just do like an evening walk along the water there. For dinner that night, oddly enough, Tokyo has a big like Italian or pizza food, like pizza scene. So we want to go to these 2 pizza places and kind of do a 2-stop progressive pizza dinner. One of them is called Pizza Studio Tamaki, which is in Roppongi. This one is one they take reservations, but we haven't been able to get one yet because it's over the phone and you have to speak Japanese. They will not work with you if you speak English. So we might have a friend who's going to help us and join us, but we haven't been able to even make the connection because as an American in Japan, her Japanese was like not good enough to even make the reservation. They hung up on her.
Oh my gosh.
So we're trying. And if that doesn't work, we'll just do like a walk up. And then hopefully after that, we'll go to another place called Savoy. And then we're on the last day, Friday, March 28th.
That's your departure day.
Yeah, we'll see if we make it.
You easily make it to this day?
Yeah, make it to this day. This day we leave. So Brandon and I leave at 7:40 at night. So we're from Haneda Airport, and our plan is to leave like by 5, so maybe a little bit earlier than that to get there. So we have some daytime this day. So we're going to focus on the Shibuya neighborhood. We'll go to Yoyogi Park, and there is a like reservation based Sakura area called Shinjuku Goen. We don't have a reservation yet because I don't think they've opened up quite yet, but you can book this reservation and get into this area of the park where there are lots of sakura to see, but they just need to control the crowds. So we still need to get that reservation, but that's the plan. We're going to stop for some matcha, stop for some gachapon. There's a big Snoopy Town store in this area. And also this building called Nakano Broadway, where there's a bunch of like resale shops. Some of the shops in this building specifically used to focus on Tokyo Disney merchandise specifically, especially the old stuff. I've heard mixed opinions about whether it's still like good or not, but we'll go check it out. And if it's not great, we'll just move on. But that's it. Then we leave for Haneda, catch that flight at 7:40. We connect in LAX. It'll be 1:40 when we arrive that'll still be Friday, the 28th. And we'll be back in Austin at 11:59 p.m.
Weird. Yeah, you arrive home at midnight, basically.
Yeah, of the same day.
The same day.
It'll be a long, quote unquote, day.
Okay. All right. Okay. You're packed it in.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. It's a lot of research to have done, and it's going to be a lot to do, but it sounds incredible.
Yeah. I mean, we started planning this. We booked the flights in July, and then, we started booking hotels probably in the fall. Like I said, we booked Tokyo Disney 5 months out. I booked Hong Kong Disneyland hotel in August or September. And then we've just kind of been filling in the plan since then. Most of the Disney stuff, though, I didn't plan in detail until a week or two ago.
Yeah, it sounds like you can't really do much.
Yeah, you can't do that much. I mean, we had an outline of what the priorities were. Mm-hmm. Piecing it together is difficult. And like I said, there's still stuff at Shanghai that's definitely going to move based on the timing. Like I read yesterday, there's a new castle show that's themed the Duffy. So there will be some adjustments. And I know we've packed it in, but I think we've done Disney World and Disneyland and these places enough that I know what to be flexible about. So if we're running behind, you know what to shuffle in and out to kind of catch up to things.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I always say. The point of planning is to adjust as necessary. So although there's a lot of details to your plan, I'm sure things will shift because you've done the research and you'll know how to do that.
Yep.
So, okay. Well, I can't wait to talk to you. I'm going to block out half a day. So we have plenty of time to talk through it.
Yeah, this is going to be a long one, I think.
It is. We have a couple of these longer trips that I have to block up some more time. So we have no interruptions. But I appreciate you sharing this, and I hope you have a fantastic time.
Thanks, Shannon. See you later.
Welcome back from your trip, Jeff.
Hey, Shannon. How's it going?
It's pretty good. Today is Sunday, April 6th, so you've been back for a week-ish.
Yes, we arrived back last Friday night.
You probably needed that time to get back on the time zone in Texas and also exhaustion.
Yeah, I mean, the time zone thing was pretty difficult on the way back. It probably took me until, I don't know, Wednesday to really feel adjusted. It was much more difficult than I expected. On the way there, we were able to shift our schedule and we stayed up the whole night on the way out. But on the way back, it was hard.
It is. That seems like it would be hard. And it's just a long trip, too. So there's just a lot to recover from. But overall, how do you think your trip went?
It was really great. It was fun. I would say it was an adventure for sure. We did a lot. It wasn't like a relaxing vacation, but it was an adventurous vacation. And we did pretty much everything that we wanted to do. So it was very successful. We had great weather, except for what I'll tell you about. Overall, it was really fun.
I know you guys get to go on lots of fun trips. Are any of them relaxing, or they all go like this?
Like when we've gone to Hawaii, and those have been like relaxing trips, but most of our Disney trips or, exploration trips are pretty intense. Yeah.
Packing it all in.
Yes, very much so.
All right. Well, there's a lot to talk about. So let's dive in. You were starting on Monday, March 10th with flying out, and you were arriving on Tuesday, March 11th.
Yep. All that pretty much went to plan. We arrived, around 3 p.m. It was a pretty simple day. We checked into our hotel. It was very straightforward. We went to the Aeon Mall as we planned by about 6 p.m. that day. We did some gotcha shopping almost right away from the little machines there. And I would say that was a great opportunity to do it because it's not as popular as a spot as like central Tokyo. So there was more variety and more available there than later in the trip when we got to Tokyo. We did some shopping around the mall, got some gotcha cases from Daiso. We actually went to a couple of like resale shops there, Book Off and Village Vanguard, and we found some actually pretty good Tokyo Disney resale stuff, which is hard to find in the more touristy areas. So it was really fun. It wasn't a very high stress day, slow pace. We had a great sushi dinner kind of in downtown Narita that night, which was like excellent quality for very low prices. We had a little McDonald's pie for dessert, and then we had a long night of sleep. So it was a good adjustment day.
And in my notes, it said you were going to be spending time adjusting to the time zone. And you said previously that you had stayed up all night. So were you trying to live on Tokyo time for a little bit so that this day would get you there faster?
Yes, essentially. So we left on Monday. I would say starting on the Thursday prior, we started to stay awake later at night, try and make it to midnight, and then try and make it to 2 a.m., and then try and make it to 4 a.m., to the point where on Sunday, we slept until, I don't know, like 11 a.m. that day. And then we stayed awake the entire night. We went to the airport around 5. So we stayed awake that entire night. We like cleaned the house. So it would be like perfectly clean when we got back. And then we went to sleep on our flights and slept the first half of the flight, which would be the overnight times for Tokyo and Asia. And I think that really worked because, yes, I would say the first couple of days, like this Tuesday and Wednesday, we were pretty tired by 7 or 8 p.m. But after that, it was very smooth sailing.
7 or 8 p.m. is my normal getting tired time. So,
I mean, same. Yeah. So it was
like, that sounds pretty good to me.
It worked really well. I mean, I wish we would have had something like that on the way back, but you can't really do that when you're going all day, but it helped a lot on the way there.
Okay. So that was your arrival day, and it sounds like it kind of went according to plan. And the next day was Wednesday, March 12th, and you were going to spend time exploring Old Town Narita.
Yep, we did exactly that. The hotel actually had a really handy shuttle that took you to the Old Town Narita area. So we used that. We grabbed some breakfast. We did like little snack breakfast. I had a daifuku pie at McDonald's, they have a lot of unique pies at McDonald's in Japan. So I was trying to try them. So I had a strawberry daifuku pie, and we got some other snacks. Then we walked down the street and went to the Narita-san Park, which has a large temple, Shinshoji Temple, and a bunch of others. We saw those. We saw plum blossom trees in this area. The cherry blossoms weren't blooming yet, but there were some plum blossoms, which are pretty cool, more like purplish pink colors. Then we basically just got
plum
coffee.
Colored, you might say?
Yeah, exactly.
That sounds pretty.
Yeah, it was very pretty. It wasn't super busy. The weather was cold, but it was nice. And then we basically had coffee and, walked along the Omotesando, which is kind of like the food and shopping street there, and got snacks. And then I think, like I said, we were planning to have unagi for lunch, which is eel. We did that, no problem. Went to this kind of old school place where, it's traditional Japanese, where you go into the dining room, you take off your shoes, you sit on like a floor height table. But it was really great, and of course, really inexpensive to eat there.
Okay. Sounds lovely. And then the next day was Thursday, March 13th. You were leaving Narita to go to Shanghai.
Yes, yeah. So, we did a few other things that night, but nothing too crazy. Then on Thursday, we went to the airport. That all went as planned. We arrived in Shanghai, and then I said in the pre-trip that I was unsure how we were kind of getting around a lot of places, especially in Shanghai. But we ended up using Didi, which is kind of like the Chinese version of Uber, to get around most places, including from the airport to the hotel. And it was like very inexpensive. Some of these rides were $2 for, like a 20 to 30 minute ride. And we quickly found out that everything basically takes place within the WeChat app. So I referred to the super app. So WeChat was like the app that we used the most. And then within that, you use the DD app to book all your cars. We also use that for transit payment and looking up places to go as well. So we got checked into the hotel. That went all very smoothly. Then we went to the Milfund building, which was like the big old slaughterhouse building, which is kind of a mixed use development. We had Starbucks there, which was a little bit of a challenge to order at that Starbucks and pay, but we figured it out. We looked around. There were some shops there and some artisan places. There was actually one shop that was selling like resale luxury goods, and we didn't buy anything there, but I thought it was funny that they had like a Lena Bell, Duffy and Friends, like big plush in the window just for no reason. We saw a lot of Lena Bell plush on people, like badges and stuff, walking around the city. She is by far the most popular of the Duffy and Friends, especially in Shanghai. She's everywhere. Just like on the street, you're just walking by and people have a little Lena Bell badge on their bag.
I need to learn more about this.
Yeah, you can go really deep in the lore, but super, super popular. So then that night we had the Peking duck dinner, which is basically on the Bund area, the kind of like iconic views of the buildings on the water. So that restaurant actually had a view of that, which is really cool. And it was definitely an experience. It was really great. And then after that, we walked the Bund, which was right there by the restaurant, as I said. Took pictures of everything, got nice views of all the buildings lit up at night. And then we walked over to the shopping area and went to some of the big kind of like flagship stores like Huawei. There's a big Apple store. There was a Pop Mart there. And we were kind of thinking they were going to be in China and Asia, which is like the home of Pop Mart and the like Labubu craze. So maybe they'll just have Labubus and it'll be really easy to get these things. And that there's like Disney variations of these. No, there were no Labubus anywhere in sight except for fake ones at the markets and stuff. But the Pop Mart store it was absolutely crazy. There were so many people in there, but they did not have any Labubus. I think I mentioned we were considering doing a river cruise, but it was pretty cold. It was in like the 50s or 40s at night, and it was pretty windy. So we decided against that and just got our views by walking on the water. It was also a little wet. It had rained a little bit that day. But that was pretty much the day. We went back to the hotel and relaxed. I will say, in Shanghai in general, and especially this day, you do not see a lot of Western tourists. It's very different from a lot of the other places we went. It seemed like most of the tourists visiting were from China and speaking Chinese in most places. Like we were some of the only Western tourists that we saw in Shanghai throughout these couple of days.
Did that make it extra challenging to communicate or navigate or anything?
Well, Ime was with us, speaks Chinese. So,
right.
So no, I do think it would have been much more challenging if we did not have her with us and we were just, on our own having to translate things. It would have been more challenging. But in places like these restaurants we went to, people did, there was somebody there who spoke English and who could help you, but not everyone working there was speaking English for sure. I think we could have gotten by, it just would have been another level of effort. Okay. So should we move on to Friday, March 14th?
Yep. Friday, March 14th. Well, you were going to start with coffee and dumplings during the hotel.
Yes. So we did get dumplings in the morning. We got coffee from a Chinese place called Luckin, which is kind of like a local sort of take on Starbucks. We quickly found out that you have to order via an app. You cannot order in person there. Of course, we ordered in WeChat. The good thing about WeChat is even though most of the mini apps are in Chinese, it has a translate function. You can translate what's on the screen. So that helped a lot. So we ordered that. We got Yang's dumplings. We also got Shanghai egg pancakes, which are just like made from a stall, like off the street, which were really good. You can kind of customize what's in it. So we did those couple of things. We walked around. The plan was to go to the Shanghai Museum this morning, but we walked over there and quickly found out that you have to have a free reservation to get in, and they were all sold out. So we could not do that. We ended up kind of like walking to the next area, which was the shopping part of the day. We walked through some parks, which were really clean, really great, like very lush and green. Shanghai's a very kind of like modern city with a lot of new development, and it really felt very like new and fresh. So then we moved on to shopping. We went to kind of the usual spots, Apple Hong Kong Plaza. We did check another Pop Mart. We went to this like Chinese fast fashion brand, which I don't remember the name of, but it just kind of had an absurd interior. We ended up having a snack at a Chinese Popeyes.
I assume it's different than Popeyes in the United States.
The menu's actually pretty similar, but the setup is very different. Like you get seated and then you order from a QR code, and it's kind of like a little bit nicer looking than the typical American Popeyes.
That's probably true of a lot of the McDonald's that you've visited too, right?
Yeah, I mean, McDonald's was hit or miss, but the Popeyes was kind of like a little bit fancier than what you would find in the US. And they had a few different things on the menu, but we just had a snack and a drink, and then we moved on. We took the Shanghai Metro, and then we went to the Starbucks Roastery, which is one of the biggest Starbucks roasteries. It was really cool. We had a couple of drinks that were like unique to that location. The one I had was an Americano that had lemon wedge, sea salt, soda water, and then preserved plum syrup with a lemon peel. It was kind of like almost like a savory Americano. It was pretty good. And then, we got some merch. They were doing like personalization there in the store. You could get something engraved, which seemed to be a trend in a lot of places that we went to, where, you engrave or customize something at these stores.
Shanghai specifically is what you're saying?
Even in Tokyo, there was a lot of, go to the Gap and put these custom patches on your jacket and come back later. A lot of like personalization stuff.
Yeah, and not to be overly American about this, but I'm thinking about the China Pavilion at Epcot has the personalization as well. And
That's
I don't know, I don't know if that's part of culture. Is that coincidental?
I don't know, but a lot of places seem to like to do this thing. So we got like a Shanghai, I don't even know what to say, engraved, like a little symbol engraved on it. You could pick from a bunch of things. And we just, waited 20 minutes and they did it right there. So that was really fun. It's also interesting to see a Starbucks that has a large like tea emphasis, since tea is very popular in China. They have a whole like Teavana tea bar on the second floor with a very long menu of, hot teas and iced teas with lots of like specialty drinks. So that was fun. Then we went to the Jing'an Temple, which is like a Chinese temple. That was very nice. Across from that was another, of course, Apple store. So we went to see that. Then we went to a mall, the IAPM mall, which is a giant mall. There's giant malls everywhere, it seems like, in Shanghai.
It seems like malls are like alive and well there, where they feel like they're dwindling here.
Yes, malls are very alive and well in all three of the places we went. I mean, from luxury stores to kind of like the mid-range stuff, it's like there's malls everywhere with tons of people in them. So it's very different from, our kind of like mall culture in the US right now. Then after that, I think we took a little bit of a break and we had kind of dinner as planned, the Shanghainese food at Renheguan, which was like a seafood focused restaurant. So I don't know if I mentioned this before, but Shanghai traditional food is like sweeter. So you're having dumplings that have kind of like a sweet flavor to them, and fish that are kind of like a little bit more sweet than you would normally get in other places. So it's really unique. But we had so much different stuff. I can't even list it all here, but it was all really good and felt like a very kind of like traditional restaurant. And that was Friday.
That was Friday. Next day was Saturday, March 15th. You were checking out from your hotel and moving to a new spot I'm looking through my notes. Was this when you moved to a Disney space?
Yes, we moved near Disney. So we stored our luggage at the hotel. We used the metro to travel to a coffee and breakfast tour that we did. It took a couple hours, but it was really great. So we basically went to a combination of like stalls and then like a restaurant near the French concession area of Shanghai. So we had things like scallion pancakes, this like deep fried fish that's like flash fried. So they literally, slaughter and cut the fish right in front of you, and then they flash fry it really quickly. And it's like crispy, but it's not coated in anything. It was really good and unique. A fermented rice coffee. We had soup dumplings, wonton soup, scallion oil, noodles. The list goes on, ending with a wine-infused Americano, which is also pretty unique and kind of similar to what I had at Starbucks the day before that, this like savory coffee flavored Americano. It was pretty cold and rainy this day, especially towards the midday. So we were going to go to Yew Garden, but it wasn't really a good day to be spending in a garden. So we ended up kind of getting some snacks in the area around there, which is kind of like a more touristy area. So we got some like mochi and some candies and things like that. So we decided to prioritize the Pudong Art Museum over going to the garden. And that was a good idea since it was so cold and wet. So we did the Pudong Art Museum, which was a pretty large museum. We saw a few different exhibits. And then that was also near the Shanghai Tower, which is kind of the iconic like tower with the red ball on it. So we saw good views of that. And then we went to the Shanghai Disney Flagship store, which is right there. That was super, super busy, but that was fun as well. We got a couple of things, but not too much because we're trying to save it for the parks. We went to an Apple Pudong store, which is also connected to a mall. And then we got some other like matcha snacks at that mall. The mall also had a Din Tai Fung, so we had dinner there. And, we like to go to Din Tai Fung in the US, particularly in California, since there's not really any in Texas. It was interesting to see the menu changes because we thought it would be similar, but they had a pretty big difference. So they had a lot more like crab-focused items. Their like iconic green beans were a little bit different. They had pork in them, and they had totally different desserts. We got these like peach buns. So it was really cool to see just a different twist on Din Tai Fung. Then we headed back to the hotel. We picked up our bags, ordered like a DD extra large, and we went over to the hotel we were staying at for Disneyland, which was the Shanghai Clover. That was a longer ride. I think it was maybe like 30-ish minutes to get over there. And then we checked in and rested before the first big Disney day.
And in all the like stores and malls and things that you're going in, are you shopping or just window shopping?
We're mostly window shopping. Like I bought a few things at the Disney store, but we didn't really buy a lot of other things. We were trying to determine like the best place to buy things on this trip because of the exchange rates. And Shanghai was not the best place to buy non-Disney stuff because the exchange rate was not as good as places like Tokyo. So we were saving most of our shopping for Tokyo where we can get things at a lower price. So we really only bought more like touristy gifts, like the stuff at Starbucks or the stuff at the Disney store that's unique to China. I got a Big Hero 6 plush that had some unique like cherry blossoms on it. But tried not to do a lot of shopping here since it was relatively equal price to what you would pay in the US.
Okay, so now we're at Sunday, March 16th, and now you're at the Novotel Hotel near Disney and headed to Shanghai Disneyland.
Yep. So Shanghai Disney, we realized that morning that the hotel had a really good shuttle. So we didn't need to take DD or the train to get to the park. They had a shuttle that had a nice schedule, unlike a Disney resort, that told you exactly what time to expect the bus, the next morning, and you could reserve a spot on it to make sure that you got on a certain bus. So we reserved spots on the 6:20 shuttle from the hotel to make it for a 7:30 opening. So we got on that shuttle at 6:20. I got on the shuttle, I opened up the Disney app, and I realized that the park hours were adjusted to give us an extra hour at the end of the night, which, is like a good thing and, also okay.
I was afraid you're going to say earlier.
No, I mean, we couldn't do any earlier than 7:30, but so the park was staying open till 9:30 instead of 8:30, which gave us an extra hour. So we arrived at the park at 6:30. It was only like a 5-minute drive. We made it to the security line at 6:40. It does take a while. Like as you're going to find out, Shanghai Disneyland is just, the scale is enormous. So walking from where the bus drops you off to the entry, is a good like 15 to 20-minute walk.
Wow.
So we entered the park at 7:16. They let us in for a 7:30 like opening. At that point, got on the app. We purchased the DPAs, the priority access for Illuminate, which is the evening show for Tron that evening. And then they had a lottery for special shopping events, which were 2 different Duffy shops, which had 2 different things in them. So we won one of them. So we had a time slot for that. So we walked back to Zootopia. We got back there around 7:25. We ended up doing that 2 times in a row, finishing by 8. The Zootopia attraction is really fun. It's kind of, like a mix of Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway and the Ratatouille ride at Epcot or Disneyland Paris. But the scale is really big. It does like some gags that those rides don't do that are really fun, that make you feel like you're kind of like moving with the screen. But it was really cool. And the animatronics in the queue are very large and big. So we did that twice. Then the plan was to go to Soarin' and try to do Seven Dwarfs Mine Train. We hit a little snag at Soarin', so we did get over there, but we arrived at 8:15 and we saw the wait time on the screen go from 10 minutes to 20 minutes to 60 minutes to 105 minutes.
That's quite a jump.
This is happening within 10 minutes. Mm-hmm. The time is changing. And we noticed this a little bit more at Shanghai Disneyland, is the time in the app would be a little bit delayed, like behind what was shown at the attraction. So it would typically be lower in the app and higher when you arrive there. This didn't really hurt us except for this time. So we ended up waiting like 35 to 40 minutes for Soarin', which actually it's fine because this is the longest wait of the entire trip, was this morning. So we did Soarin', which the queue is like completely different from any US Soaring'. It's kind of like you're in like a temple, like a Mayan temple sort of experience, like you're somewhere in South America or something like that. But the actual video is very similar, except that you end in Shanghai.
So it's soaring around the world,
yes,
but with an ending specific to the Shanghai park.
Yes, exactly. And you end in the city. You don't see anything related to the park.
Oh, okay.
So a little bit different.
A little bit different. Also interesting to me, the different dynamics and different parks, that Soarin' this early in the day would have such a long line.
Yeah, it's like the most popular attraction in the park. More popular than Zootopia, more popular than Tron. It's where people go. Well, besides character meet and greets, it is the most popular attraction in the park. It had a long wait all day. This is the only time we did it, just because we've done Soaring'. Also, it's Soaring with a G.
Oh, it's not the apostrophe.
Soaring Over the Horizon is the full attraction name.
So interesting how they do that.
And the pre-show kind of has I don't know, she's like a cultural like priestess sort of character telling you about what's going to happen. It's very different from like you're going on a flight. You know?
What about the language barrier? How's that work?
Yeah, all the pre-shows, pretty much everything spoken at Shanghai, with a few exceptions, was in Cantonese or Chinese, but all the signage is bilingual Chinese English. So it's really easy to navigate yourself and figure out like what's going on at places. But the attraction stuff is by far mostly in Chinese. There are a few things in shows where like some of the songs were in English and some of the songs were completely in Chinese at various shows, but it's not that hard to just get around and figure out what's going on, especially if you're familiar with all these things. So after that, we jumped over to Peter Pan's flight. We made it there around 9:15. The wait there was only 10 minutes. And Peter Pan's flight is kind of like a modern version of the traditional Peter Pan's flight. So bigger scenes, longer scenes, bigger animatronics, but it's the same kind of like general layout of what you would see at a Disneyland or Disney World. Then we did Pooh's Honey Pot Spin, which is kind of like a replacement for the teacups, but it's honey pots. Waited about 10 minutes for that. And then we did one of the big ones, which was the Pirates of the Caribbean ride, which is, I mean, the scale is just enormous. It's hard to really describe this attraction other than it's completely different from Pirates at any other park. So it's, it's screen based, but there's also animatronics in it. And the scale is just enormous. Think about, you're going through an attraction with soaring size screens with different scenes around you, and the boat is moving in different directions kind of to point you at what's happening. You're not just going, in a straight line. And then there's physical sets that are reacting to what's happening on the screens.
I've definitely watched videos of this attraction, and I can tell that it is very different, but I think the video probably doesn't do it justice.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I had avoided like full spoilers, but you kind of just being on Disney social media end up seeing snippets of it. But there's so much that you don't see, that you don't see and feel when you're in those things, that just the scale is just really big. One thing that kind of surprised me is the pace of what's happening in the videos and around you is very fast, but your movement is not very fast on the boat. It's kind of like a slow moving attraction, but that gives you a lot of time to kind of see what's going on. You don't feel like you're rushed like you do in a lot of modern Disney attractions where you're just like moving through a 3-minute attraction very quickly and you're kind of just like trying to figure out what's going on. The pace is very, even paced and slow moving, where you can kind of really see what's happening in all the scenes. There's a very effective scene where, you're in the boat and you're in water, and the screen like acts like the water is moving up, and it feels, because you're so engulfed in the screen, it feels like so real, but you're not moving up at all. You're just staying, even level. So that was really fun. We finished that by about 10:35, and then we decided to get some snacks. So we got blueberry lemon popcorn in the Pirates area, which was okay. And then we went to the Cookie Ann Bakery and got some coffee, matcha. We got a Mickey donut and this like square of layered croissant bread with a Mickey on top of it. Spent a little bit of time there. We went to a Duffy store right next door to that. And then we grabbed lunch at the Duffy and Friends Celebration Hall by about 11:45. The food at Shanghai, it exceeded my expectations because people really dog on it online pretty bad. We had all quick service meals at Shanghai with the exception of one, and it was all pretty good. So here we had black truffle beef with a Duffy shaped egg and sausage rice. We had barbecue roasted crispy pork with rice cakes, and then we had wok fried bok choy and eggplant on the side. So all like pretty fresh ingredients for a quick service meal. And it was pretty good. I think we all kind of enjoyed this and we were impressed with the meal. I will say that like it looks a lot better than a lot of the like Western food that is available at the park, like a burger situation. So we really like that. And seeing like a full Duffy restaurant at that scale is just like something you'd never see in the US parks and doesn't get talked about online. So it was really cool.
No, that's why I need to learn more about Duffy. It's just not as big of a deal here.
No, for sure. There's a store attached to that. So we looked through that a little bit. And then we went to the special store we got into for the Duffy lottery. And we got a few Duffy badges and some merch that isn't available in the regular shops. It's not that different from the other shops. It just seems like certain items in the available ranges were only available in those shops. And my theory is that it's to reduce the amount of like resellers who are going in there and able to get access to high quantities of merch. Because we did kind of see people at the exit of this shop, after you went out, who were kind of like exchanging goods with other people. So I'm guessing that they were there was some reselling happening, but I think they do this just to limit the amount of access resellers have to like new releases.
I need to do that here.
Yeah, exactly. The weather this day was pretty bad, like worse than expected. So it was really cold, windy, and like a little bit drizzly. I remember at one point looking at my phone and like the feels like temperature was 29 Fahrenheit. So
had you brought clothes for that?
Yes and no. Like we had our like puffer jacket, but we weren't fully prepared for this. So we ended up buying some like Duffy themed outerwear that was pretty popular. They had these cape things with the hood, and Brandon got a Stella Louvre vest. So we ended up buying those things, but the weather also kind of adjusted the plans a little bit, quite a bit actually, from what we planned. This day was supposed to be like heavy on attractions and low on shows, but it kind of got jumbled a little bit. So the Tai Chi we were planning to catch outside in the gardens was canceled because of this. They did like a little photo op, so we caught that, but it was starting to drizzle, so they canceled that. So we caught that, and then we decided to go through the castle walkthrough to get inside. So the castle, the castle's enormous, and the walkthrough is much more elaborate than what you would see at the castle walkthrough at Disneyland or even in Disneyland Paris. It kind of has like scene moments where you go into a room, you see something on a screen or a set of screens, and there's like effects that happen and they move you to the next room. So there was like a little bit of a queue to get in, about 10 minutes. But that was really cool. You do walk pretty high up in the castle and then you work your way down. So there's some good views and like gardens up there at different levels that are pretty unique to this park. Then we caught what was called the Color Fest Street Party, which is kind of like a cavalcade that stops and does 2 or 3 shows in the park. We caught that in Tomorrowland at 2. So it has 3 floats, and each of them had a color theme and then a certain set of characters that were on it. So it would be like a Duffy and Friends character and then some Mickey and Friends mixed in. And they would kind of come out, do a dance greeting, and then go back and move on to the next. So we caught that for about 20 minutes. Then we went to Buzz Lightyear in Tomorrowland. That was a walk-on. We were done by 2:30. Then we walked over to Toy Story Land, which is kind of in the back connected to Tomorrowland. We wanted to do attractions here on the original plan, but these attractions were over an hour for these like little spinner things at this point. So we ended up getting some like gachapon from the store. They had some like blind boxes that we bought there. And then Brandon and Ime bought this passport that's available at Shanghai Disneyland, that you can get like a passport stamp from these different machines in all the various lands. And the goal is, fill your passport by the end of your trip. So we got that, and we're locating all the machines. And there was one in Toy Story Land that we got. Each one has like a unique character-based stamp. So we did that. Then we did Voyage to the Crystal Grotto in Fantasyland back near the castle, which is sort of like the Storybook Land canal boats, but you're not seeing like miniature scenes. They're like larger scale scenes with like fountains and lights that move basically through all the like major, kind of like the Disney Renaissance movies, like Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, and then some of the more modern stuff like Tangled. Then it was time for the parade. So we grabbed a spot at 3:30 for the 3:45. It was not as busy as we expected, I think, because of the weather this day, to see the parade.
But there was still some longer waits on the ride.
Yes, the attraction waits were very long, but the crowding outdoors was not very intense. So we were able to get a parade spot with no major issues like 15 minutes prior. So we kind of prioritized in the middle of the day this parade and then kind of like shopping instead of going intense on attractions. So we caught the parade, which was really fun, really different. It has a really great Mulan section that's really big. So we did that. We decided to skip the castle show, which was next in our plans just because of the weather. It was cold and windy. So we ended up going to the Il Paparino, like Donald ice cream shop, which was kind of like right next to where we were standing. And we got some Donald ice cream and a sundae and like a plastic gondola souvenir that you could take home. Then we did shopping on Mickey Avenue. and then went out to Disney Town, which was the plan. So we looked at a couple of shops in Disney Town. We had dinner at Donald's Dine and Delight, which is more of an American themed restaurant with a couple of Italian items. So Brenna had a burger, I had a salad with prosciutto, and Ime had lasagna. The food was okay here. It was fine. There was no wait. It was a table service restaurant, but we got right in. We did some shopping at World of Disney, which had a very similar selection to all the other stores in the park. Basically the same stuff you would see there, just bigger scale. And then we were back in the park by about 7:20. So we took a couple of hours between dinner and World of Disney, kind of like shopping in Disney Town. Then we headed towards Tron. We had purchased the DPA earlier in the day for 7:30. So we finished that at 7:50. I mean, Tron is basically identical to the Magic Kingdom, except
they're the OGs.
They are the OGs since 2016. However, there's no lockers in the attraction. You either have to pay for a locker and know where they are prior, or they have this system, which we were very confused by what was going on. I knew there weren't like lockers in the queue, but I didn't know, okay, what do we do with our stuff? Because we hadn't thought about the lockers outside. But when you get down to board, they have these carts. And they basically put all your stuff on this cart at loading, and they push it through the wall to the unloading section, and then your stuff is on the cart when you get off. So that's what you do, right? You just take all your stuff off, put it on the cart, and then wheel the cart to the other side. So we did that. Then we went to the Jet Packs, which is kind of like the Astro Orbiter. That took about 10 to 15 minutes. It goes really fast, and it was extremely cold up there spinning around at night, but the views are really fun. And the Tomorrowland there is very cohesive with the aesthetic between Tron and the jetpacks. You know how Tron changes colors throughout the night? It goes from like reds to blues. Like the whole land is synced on those colors in Shanghai. So everything from the jetpacks to the building where there's a restaurant and Buzz Lightyear, it's all changing simultaneously.
That's incredible. I can just imagine that would be beautiful, especially at night.
Yeah, and there's like a water feature down there, and everything is synced together. So at night, it's really cool to be in, and feels really like modern and cohesive, unlike the way Tron is kind of just placed behind Space Mountain at Magic Kingdom.
It feels like it's cut and paste.
yeah, very much. Like, where can we fit this? So it feels really cool. We were cold, so we grabbed hot coffee at the Cookie and Bakery again, and got our seating for the Illuminate fireworks at that point. I'll also say, in my original plan, I was like, we're going to go to Cookie and Bakery or Remy's Bakery. They're the same thing now. So another indication of like how difficult it is to trust online resources for Shanghai is at some point Remy's Bakery became Cookie Ann's Bakery. But there are so many sources out there that still don't really reflect this information that you kind of have to just play it by ear or know, I guess. I don't know. Sometimes when you're referencing these sources.
So you were coming across both names in your research. So you just thought they were two separate things, but really it's just the name change.
The name changed, the theme changed. Yeah. So it was fine. It's the same thing. It's just a different name. So we arrived for Illuminate at 9 for the 9:15 show. I will say, in all of the reserved seating situations at all three parks, you get to sit on the ground and you stay seated, which is a little bit different from, the US when you like purchase a dining package or you do the dessert party at the Magic Kingdom, you stand, right? But in all these cases, you're mostly at the front, like right by the castle, and you're seated the entire time. You're sitting on the ground. So we arrived, no problem finding a seat with 15 minutes. Also, it seems like, unlike the US, people don't feel the need to arrive, even when they've paid like an hour early to get the best seat. It's like, you can show up 15 minutes before and you're fine, no problems. So we sat on the ground. That finished at 35. The Illuminate show was very different from a show like Happily Ever After or the US shows. And I feel like the focus overall for Shanghai Disneyland is different. There's a lot less focus on princesses and a lot more focus on adventure or kind of like newer IPs. I mean, Zootopia, obviously. Zootopia is by
Mhm.
far and away the most popular thing. But this show also had a long Marvel section. And just like the music is there were like techno remixes of all the songs. And it was like a clip show, like a music video of different things. And the audience that they're targeting seems a lot more mature than the targets for a lot of the programming at US parks. Even in the parade, there was not a big focus on princesses or like falling in love or that kind of thing. So it's a lot different than the content that you're seeing at like the Magic Kingdom, for example.
I kind of love that though.
Yeah, it's really like refreshing. It's a very different take on Disney. And my thinking is, the Chinese consumer is not that familiar, not that exposed like since childhood to a lot of the Disney, like the older films. So they're coming up with like new content and it's not so much about nostalgia like it is in the US. It's more about what's currently happening with Disney content.
I'm personally a fan of the newer IP because I like this. I think the storylines are more interesting. And so I think that seems like a big draw.
Yeah.
That makes me want to go more.
Yeah, for sure. You see a lot of Moana, you see a lot of Frozen in these shows and the parades. It's kind of similar to what you see in more of the US stuff recently, but the princess segments are very small. I don't think there even was like a princess segment in the Illuminate show at all. So very different. So
very,
that's
very different. I feel like we could have a whole side conversation of why that might be. Maybe they don't see themselves even represented in the princess characters or whatever.
Absolutely. So my take on Shanghai Day 1 is the park is enormous. And I knew that, but when the weather is off and the crowds are different than you plan for, it really kind of can throw you off a little bit in terms of getting as many things done. But I really enjoyed this day because we got to see basically all the different areas of the park and just get a feel for it. And it's so different from the Magic Kingdom and Disneyland. It feels like a very modern take on a Magic Kingdom type park. The spaces are all enormous. Everything feels like brand new, like it just opened. Everything is like immaculately clean. It works. It's painted. Like it just feels very brand new and sparkly compared to sometimes the things that you encounter at Disney World. So it's very refreshing.
Do you remember when Shanghai was being built and there was a lot of discourse online about how dirty it was going to be?
Yeah, I mean, the stereotype is, okay, it's like crazy, it's messy, the people are wild. And from what I understand, like maybe that was the case, when it first opened and people were kind of adjusting to, how to behave and act at Disney Park. But we didn't experience any of that stuff. I'll talk about, we kind of did experience like crowds the second day in terms of like crunching and feeling like it's busy. But the behavior of the guests was fine. No issues there. The cast members are very nice. Everything felt like super crisp and clean. And it's really different. It's a very different take. And it's kind of like a refreshing take on a Disney park. You need to bring your walking shoes, but it's a refreshing take.
Did you have a step count by chance?
Actually, I do have my step counts, yeah. So this day was one of our biggest step days. This day was 27,800 for me.
That's a lot.
Yeah. Not our longest one, though.
Like when you consider the length of your trip and that you're going to have multiple days like that.
Yeah, exactly. This is our first park day and it was 27,000 steps. And remember, this was supposed to be our like active day at Shanghai, but the next day became our more active day. And on day 2, I actually logged 33,541 steps.
Okay, let's see how you got there. It was Monday, March 17th. Your original plan was a slower day at Shanghai, but as you said, your plans had to change.
Yeah, so because of the weather, this kind of became a more active day. And we decided, let's purchase all the DPAs we need to just knock out the priorities so that we're not surprised by anything that happens. So this day we purchased DPAs for the Storybook Adventure show, which we had planned for. We purchased a DPA for Tron again, because Ime especially wanted to do it at night. She really loved it. She'd never been to the Magic Kingdom Tron. This is her first experience. We were hoping to use the Seven Dwarfs Mine Train single rider queue, but it was busy the first day, so we decided to purchase that because Ime had never done it. And then later on in the day, we decided to purchase a DPA for Roaring Rapids, which is kind of like the Kali River Rapids water attraction.
In that weather?
Well, the first day it was too cold, so we cut it. The second day it was more like 60s to 70s.
Okay.
It was sunny. The weather was much, much better. So I'll get to it. I'll get to Roaring Rapids, but there's a little story there. So, this day we ended up doing 12 attractions and 6 kind of like shows. So we ended up doing quite a bit. So very similar morning schedule, 6:20 shuttle. We're at security at 6:40. We're in the park at 7:16. We did rope drop Zootopia again. So we made it there at 7:25. Changed the plan quite a bit this day. And I was just like, let's just go with the flow and use the plan, but swap things in and out based on the crowd dynamics. So we decided to, after Zootopia, do Toy Story Land very quickly, since those are pretty small and short attractions, and it's close to Zootopia. So we went to Toy Story Land after that. We did Woody's Roundup, which is kind of like alien swirling saucers. We did Rex's Racers, which is kind of like one of those old school like pirate ship rides where it just swings back and forth on a track. We did Slinky Dog Spin, which is like a mini Slinky Dog coaster that just goes in a circle like for a few minutes. It's nothing that intense. And we were done with all those by 8:09. So that was basically like the first, 30 to 45 minutes of the park. We took a bathroom break. I will say Toy Story Land is a little bit bigger than Hollywood Studios, and the details there's a lot more details than what you see in Hollywood Studios. There's a lot more like nooks with like themed areas that you can take pictures in, and just like they've gone to the next level compared to what we see in Hollywood Studios.
And if anybody listening doesn't know, the reason the Asian parks tend to have this is that they get to do it themselves. It's not Disney doing it.
Yeah.
Because I think it's hard to visit other places and be like, why can't they do that here? But it's just because they allocate the budget and they work with the Imaginary to make it happen. But it's different here.
Yes, it's very different. And it was really cool. I'm not that big of a fan of Toy Story Land at Hollywood Studios just because it always feels swarmed with people.
And hot.
And it's extremely hot. There's nowhere to hide there. It's hard. But it felt a little bit more comfortable. There's a shop there. They have the toy barn. It just feels more cozy and more like fun than the stress of Toy Story Land at Hollywood Studios. So then we headed over to Fantasyland. We did Peter Pan's Flight. We were there by 8:20. We actually decided to do this twice. This was kind of a priority attraction for us. We got some stamps in the passport. Then we did the Winnie the Pooh dark ride, which we had cut from the day before for time. This was fine. It was a 5-minute wait. It's kind of like a plussed up version of the Magic Kingdom ride. It's not a trackless ride. It's on a track. Generally the same layout and some very similar scenes, but more detail. Winnie the Pooh is flying in the air on a track. It's just like a little bit fancier than the Magic Kingdom version. Then we did our Seven Dwarfs DPA. When you purchase a DPA at this park, you don't have to pick a time. It's just, you just buy it and you can just go whenever.
It's like Premier Pass.
It's like a one-off Premier Pass.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was really nice. So we weren't time bound to this, but we did use our Seven Dwarfs Mine Train like then because we were trying to prevent zigzagging a lot this day, even though we ended up with a ton of steps. It's identical, obviously, to the one in Magic Kingdom because this is the original Seven Dwarfs Mine Train. The only difference is the ending. So at the ending at Magic Kingdom, you see the scene with the animatronics that came from the old Snow White ride. Magic Kingdom, they don't have that. Instead, it's kind of like a scene with a miniature Seven Dwarfs house and some like trees, and then, an animatronic of one of the dwarfs pops up out of a tree, and that's it. It's very different ending, but other than that, it's identical. Even the queue feels identical. At this point, we headed to the front of the park for a little show on Mickey Avenue called Zhao Zhang Hao, which translates to Good Morning, kind of like their morning show. It's just kind of in the square, not on a stage. That was the only kind of downside is they're not raised up, so you're standing level with everyone else, and it's kind of hard to see things. But if you put your phone up above people's heads, you can figure out what's going on. So this is just like Mickey and friends, and then Duffy and friends in two different groups coming out. I don't know. They're doing a little song, and they were all dressed in their like spring or Easter outfits. So it was fun to see, like low stakes, just a 5 or 10 minute kind of show. Then we went and looked at the Zodiac wall. So there's this like Chinese Zodiac wall with all the different Chinese zodiacs and a Disney character to kind of match them. So for example, I was born in the year of the rat, so mine is like a Remy. And then this year's year of the snake, so they have Ka from Jungle Book in the mosaic. So we saw that. And then near the castle, there's also an Alice in Wonderland maze. So we walked through that. It's themed to the new movie, the Tim Burton version of Alice in Wonderland. Mm-hmm. So we walked through that. It's not really a maze. It's more of just a walkthrough. Then we grabbed some snacks. We went into Adventure Isle, which is the area where Soaring is, and the Duffy restaurant. And we went to Chipmunk Snacks and got what they call a crispy Nutella croissant, it was just these two pressed croissants with kind of like Nutella and like marshmallow kind of in between them. It was good, but it was kind of dry. Very croissant heavy and not very Nutella heavy. We grabbed coconut popcorn, which was probably our favorite popcorn flavor of Shanghai, which was a recommendation from our friend Miranda. It was really good. Ime got another snack, which was corn with a pork floss and crispy rice exterior, which she liked. And then we explored the Pirates area. So the Pirates has a whole like land in Shanghai Disneyland, not just the attraction, and it's not in like an adventure land. So we looked at that. They have an outdoor pirate ship on water. We explored that.
Does that mean you got a pirate stamp in the book?
There was a pirate stamp in the book. There also was a Chip and Dale stamp. That was Chip and Dale kind of live in the Adventure Aisle section. So they have this snacks place, they have a store, and they have a meet and greet all kind of right there. So we did the Chip and Dale stuff, and then we did the pirate stuff after that, got the stamp. We did Pirates, the attraction, again this day. We waited about 10 minutes for that. Because the capacity is so high, the wait times don't get too wild on Pirates, except for like peak afternoon. Then we headed back to Mickey Avenue, and we popped into the Duffy shop. We did some shopping. We saw Duffy and Shelly May coming out for their meet and greet. So I was able to get a few pictures of just them without any people. Meeting pretty much any character except for Mickey at Shanghai Disneyland is a multi-hour investment.
You said that's the most popular thing.
Yes. So the wait time at this point to meet Duffy and Shelly May together was 3 hours. And the wait time to meet Lena Bell was 5 hours. And there's no skip the line pass. You can't pay for anything at this park to avoid that. You just have to wait. And they definitely wait.
That is surprising.
Yes.
Why would they want people in line for that long versus shopping or eating or something?
That's a great question. But the lines they are always that long. I did see the Mickey line at 20 minutes at some point throughout the day. So that's a big contrast to the Duffy and Friends characters.
Yeah, that's wild. That feels, I don't know if they're open during early entry, but it feels, we're going to rope drop the characters.
Yeah, I don't think they are here, but when we get to Hong Kong, they're open. The Duffy and Friends characters were open there during early entry. So we didn't plan to meet them, but it was nice to kind of see them around. So what did we do then? We had a break at Cookie Ann's Bakery. We seemed to gravitate back there a lot on these 2 days. Brandon and Ime grabbed a savory crepe. I got some coffee. And then it was time for the parade. We did the earlier parade this day, and we camped out near Mickey Avenue. So the parade, I think it started at 12:15 and it made it to that part of the park around 12:30. This was one of the only times where I experienced the crowds being like aggressive. So I was holding a spot while Brandon and Ime were finishing eating, and I was being encroached on pretty aggressively. And it was very difficult to maintain space even when Brandon and Ime made it over there. There were many more people outside because the weather was so much better and the sun was out. But this was the only point where I was like, okay, this is the difference in crowds, is they want to get all the space possible. So I did feel very kind of encroached on, but it was okay. It wasn't that different from, like going to watch the parade on Main Street in the Magic Kingdom. After this, we did catch the Tai Chi show this day, kind of by chance at 1 p.m. So we saw the full show. That was really cute. It's not like super serious. It's like a fun show where Chip and Dale are learning Tai Chi. They're kind of having fun with each other, and then Donald interrupts and takes over, and it becomes Donald's Tai Chi show, and they kind of like fight. And at the end, they do an actual Tai Chi routine. But it was just really fun to see characters doing something so unique to China and Shanghai. So we spent a few minutes doing that. Then it was time for the castle show at 1:30. So it was good to stay pretty central for this and just do parade, Tai Chi, and castle show kind of all in the Gardens of Imagination area. So we grabbed a spot for that. I went to get another snack. We were going to like cobble together snacks for lunch this day. So I grabbed the egg tarts from the Troubadour Treats in Fantasyland, which was a good 10-minute plus walk one way to go get these and then come back to the castle, just given how big things are. So we got, I think, the orange egg tarts and green tea matcha egg tarts. They were really good. We had better egg tarts in the city, after this in Hong Kong, but these were really great for theme park egg tarts, I would say. We watched the castle show at 1:30. It's super elaborate. The stage on the castle can lower and rise, so they can bring in different sets and scenes. So like for each different kind of like movie vignette they went through, they had like set pieces. The dancers all changed costumes. It was pretty big, and they had probably like 30 people on the stage at all time dancing or doing like different routines. The shows, like I said, everything's kind of on a bigger scale, so that's the attractions, but also the shows at Shanghai Disneyland are just kind of like next level scale and kind of like larger than life than you would expect. Very impressive. Then the plan was to go to the Mickey's Adventure Theater show after this, because that was also right on the main area. And that show was at 2 p.m. was what we booked the DPA for. Well, they give you an arrival window for these shows, and I think it was until 1:40. And like a lot of things in the US, the arrival window is like a suggestion and not a requirement, and you can kind of get in after that. That was not the case for this show. So we got there and they told us, you're too late, essentially, to get in on the DPA. Luckily, they spoke to Ime in Chinese and we kind of worked it out. And the reason for that is there's not like a DPA section. They just let the DPA purchasers in first, and they can sit anywhere. And then they fill the theater with standby. So they had already filled the theater for the 2:00 show. But they did say, just come back for the 3:00 show and we'll honor your entry. So we ended up at this point doing Roaring Rapids. So we purchased the DPA like right then and there to do Roaring Rapids. So Brandon and I did that. Ime sat out because of the potential of getting wet. And we went over to do that in this like hour of free time. Roaring Rapids, bring a poncho, I'd say. So I actually packed a poncho like that I had from the US parks for the trip, and I had it in my bag that day. So I had one, but we kept seeing people come off the ride and they weren't wet. So Brandon was like, okay, it can't be that wet. Maybe they have the water turned down. Like, it's fine. So we go into the queue and quickly realize that every single person in the queue has a poncho.
That's why they weren't wet?
That's why they weren't wet.
Oh.
And they actually sell ponchos, like kind of like generic ponchos in the queue, but it was cash only. And we didn't have any cash. So Brandon couldn't buy one. So he was like, it's fine. We'll risk it. We'll chance it. And we did. The ride is obviously next level. You go, it's kind of like Kali River, but you go in a building that's like dark and has some effects like fire and stuff. And then you see a very large animatronic of kind of I don't know if it's a dinosaur or what it's supposed to be, but it feels like what they intended the Yeti to be, right? You see a very larger than life, big scale animatronic that makes a swipe at you, essentially. Like the Yeti was supposed to when it moved for a bit. And that's pretty much why I wanted to go on the attraction, is to see that. So we saw that. It was great. And then after that scene, the water came in and got Brandon, who's the only person in this raft not wearing a poncho. It got him pretty wet, but what are you going to do? So that was Roaring Rapids. After that, we went back to the theater show, basically. We arrived there at 2:40 and we went in at 2:45. It's a huge theater. The show, like I said, next level. The sets are moving in and out and changing constantly. This song features Happily Ever After, and I think this is the origination of Happily Ever After. So it started in this show. It's kind of like the theme, right? Is like they're telling these stories about living happily ever after. And then it was used in Happily Ever After fireworks show for Magic Kingdom. So this is not like the same version. It's slightly different. It's like a mix of Chinese and English. And there's live singing in this show. So I think the highlight of the show is this scene where there's 3 set pieces with Moana and Mulan and a Tangled set, and they come on together and they sing different songs from their movies, and then it all kind of comes together. Like they like to, merge the songs into one.
And it's all live?
They're all singing live.
I love that.
All singing live to a track. There's a big Zootopia section, obviously. So there's someone singing Try Everything live. And it was very impressive. The dancing, not so much, but the live singing and just like the scale of everything. The theater is huge. There's probably thousands of people in this theater. It's very big compared to the theaters at Disneyland or Disney World. So the show is about 30 minutes. It was really good. Highly recommend the show. We left that. We went to what's called the Marvel Universe building, which is kind of this small, just Marvel spot near the castle. It's kind of like the Star Wars launch bay of Marvels, right? Where there's like meet and greets and a little interactive thing. We just need to go in there to get a stamp for the passport. We didn't really explore much of that. Then we had to go to the castle to get a stamp. We got some more popcorn in Fantasyland, honey butter. That was okay. And then we went to the Frozen show. So originally in the plan, we had bookmarked this afternoon to go to this outlet mall that was nearby. But because we didn't get to everything that first day, and because we decided that like shopping wasn't very advantageous in Shanghai, we cut that and decided just to stay and catch up on things, and then prioritize doing both of these shows rather than having to cut one. So we went to the Frozen Along, which is in the back of Fantasyland, in its own theater. And again, the theater is, the little theater that the Frozen Sing-Along is at in Hollywood Studios. This is like a quarter of the size of this theater. It's 2 levels. It's got to be like quadruple the size.
That is crazy. Have you done the Frozen Sing-Along at California Adventure? Because that theater is really small. So I just feel like the scale is so hard to imagine.
Yeah, the scale is much, much larger. I mean, when I just saw the number of people that were lined up waiting for this, I'm like, wow, this is crazy compared to Hollywood Studios. And the show, again, is like completely plussed up. The stage is really large. It's kind of the same format where there's 2 storytellers. It's completely in Chinese, including all of the singing. The singing is not live, but all the characters are speaking in Chinese. The storytellers are speaking in Chinese. There are dancers, so there's live dancing. They have props. There are projections that extend past the screen onto the side walls of the theater. During the Olaf summer section, they throw out large beach balls in the audience and send them around. Everything is just 10 times plus from what you would expect in the US. The Anna and Elsa are speaking fully fluent Mandarin. It was a really cool experience just to see the contrast, even though everything's in Chinese. It was really fun. So I'm glad we ended up doing that. After this, we just took some pictures in front of the castle. We had our Disneytown break. So we went there's a large Starbucks in Disneytown, like a 2-floor Starbucks. And then if you've seen the floating Donald blow up that's in the water at Shanghai Disneyland, it's this little Donald floaty. Looks like a bath duck kind of situation. We took pictures of that and just kind of looked around Disneytown a little bit more. There's a big Duffy shop there, which is, like I said, kind of more of the same, but just interesting to see. We ended up going back into the park around 6:15, and we had dinner at the Mickey and Pals Market Cafe, which is off of Mickey Avenue. This is, again, Chinese-oriented food. So it's a quick service restaurant, and we had 3 different things, and we kind of shared them. We had what was called mala tang spicy noodle soup with shrimp and beef, which had a Mickey egg-shaped head in it, which was always fun. We had soup dumplings, which were not the best soup dumplings. Chicken and noodles with bok choy and a spicy beef soup. It was pretty good. I don't think it was as good as the Duffy restaurant the day prior, but we enjoyed it. This restaurant was packed, extremely crowded, and hard to find a table. It's an enormous restaurant with all these different themed rooms, but it was very difficult. We had to walk around with these trays of heavy food for 5 or 10 minutes to find an open table.
Do they have mobile order for their quick service restaurants?
They do, but it's not in the app. You have to go to the restaurant and scan a QR code, and it's on a website. So it makes it harder to do it in advance unless you go there prior, or if you go regularly and know, you probably can save it. But there's not a way to access it easily through the app. So in these cases, we just ordered in person.
That reminds me of the third-party restaurants in the parks.
Yes.
Sometimes have that as opposed to the Disneyland or Disney World apps.
Yeah.
But that's not very convenient for you when it's so busy.
No. So we didn't have, it didn't take long to order and get the food. It was just finding a table. And then a few times throughout, we spent 30 to 45 minutes there. There was at least once when a cast member came into the room we were and basically made an announcement that we think was if you're not eating, you need to leave because there's not enough tables. And then, it started to clear out.
Yeah.
So we ate. Then we went back to Pirates again. So we did it twice this day. It was a walk-on. So that was around 7:15. Then we wanted to see Zootopia at night. So we walked back to Zootopia. Zootopia at night is the place to be, I think, because it was just jam-packed with people. It was, everyone's taking their Instagram or Red Note, whatever the social media app of the day is, taking their pictures in Zootopia at night. We got the Hawthorne flavored popsicle, which is basically a mixed berry popsicle. We got the stamp at Zootopia, and then we used our Tron DPA. And Tron was probably almost a 20-minute walk to get from Zootopia to the entrance to Tron. So that gives you a scale of the distance of this park, because it takes a long time to traverse it. So we finished Tron around 8:30. And then we went to Illuminate, kind of after exploring Tomorrowland a little bit more. We went to Illuminate at 8:45. This night, we did not do an Illuminate DPA, because we did it that first night and we were towards the front. We liked that view, but we were let's get a further back view. So, kind of thinking back to your recommendations about where to view Happily Ever After. End of the hub, front of Main Street, end of Main Street view, Mickey Avenue in this case. That's kind of where we camped out to view it. So you have a full view of the castle, and you can see both the projections and the fireworks. So the first night we got a really good projection view, very crisp and clear front up, but some of the fireworks are hidden behind the castle. So we went a little bit further back. We arrived at 8:45 for a 9:15. There was a bunch of crunching in the crowd as we got closer to the showtime, but it was okay in general. Like I said, Illuminate has a very different function, kind of like focus. One thing I didn't say on the other day is there's not a ton of fireworks compared to Happily Ever After or the US shows. It's very heavily projection based with a few fireworks. And that seemed to be a theme for all of the evening shows that we saw across the three parks is heavy projections, medium to low fireworks.
That kind of reminds me, do you remember when there was both Happily Ever After fireworks and Once Upon a Time stage show at Magic Kingdom?
Yeah, like projections.
It was projections with a couple of fireworks, but I can't imagine that being the main feature. That is very different.
Yeah, it's more like that, where it's like there's a few highlighted sections with fireworks, but there's not like a giant grand finale of fireworks. And that was our Shanghai Disneyland day. So we walked to the bus left at 10:04, and that was it.
Yeah, and this is the day you had more than 30,000 steps, you said, right?
Yeah, we had 33,000.
And I do think that speaks to the scale that you have mentioned several times, because at Disneyland, I always end up with a lot of steps, but there's a lot of walking to your hotel in between the parks. In this case, you're like just in the park.
Pretty much just in the park. You know, we went to Disneytown, but Disneytown is like the exit. There's two exits to the park, and there's one that goes directly into Disneytown. So it's like you're not walking a long distance to get there. You're walking a long distance to the bus stop or the parking area, like that 15 or 20 minute walk, but it's not. The park is just, the scale is enormous. You know, Mickey Avenue or the replacement for Main Street is very small and shallow, but then everything else is, I don't know, the Fantasyland is probably triple the size of the Fantasyland of the other parks.
Absolutely wild to imagine. So general summary of what I am taking away is huge scale, modern, just by nature of it being a newer park, but also newer IP. And yeah, that's the vibe I'm getting from this park.
Very much so. It feels very fresh, like different perspective, new perspective. You know, I know it's customized to the Chinese consumer, and you can definitely feel that, but it's kind of refreshing to see something that's familiar, but also different enough that you don't have that like muscle memory of, okay, I know exactly where everything should be.
Yeah. Like in the US parks, I always say it looks like you're in the same place, but the furniture's been moved around.
Right.
But it sounds like it's very different.
Yeah, you're in a completely different, in someone else's house that's double the size, and they have
someone with more money.
New, modern, fancy furniture, and you know, it's completely different.
Okay, so
it's fresh.
Before we move on to the next park, what were your like top 2 or 3 favorite things from Shanghai?
Yeah, I would say Pirates, obviously. Pirates Zootopia was much more fun than I thought. I'm not like a Zootopia movie fan. I appreciate it, but I'm not like super into it. And the entertainment here was also next level and surprising to me how good it was.
And as far as, because the next part of your trip is flying to a different city. So for the Shanghai part of your trip, would you do anything different in retrospect?
I don't know. Like for the city part, I wouldn't say Shanghai City is like my favorite of the three. It doesn't seem super like tourist oriented, but we also didn't do a ton of touristy things. We mainly focused on food, and the food was really great and really cheap. And I would definitely do that again. Like Shanghai Disneyland, Shanghai, the city, is also very large and can be difficult to traverse, but it's fun to see something that's so different. And just Disneyland, I was surprised at how clean everything was in Shanghai, and like very shiny and very new and very fresh. You know, it defied a lot of stereotypes of what you think about when you're traveling to China.
I know. And it upsets me that those stereotypes exist.
Yeah. So I really enjoyed it. It's a very different place to visit, both the city and the park. And that was kind of refreshing and an interesting place to start the trip, to see the contrast of this to the next two parks.
And the next of your parks was Hong Kong. So we're at Tuesday, March 18th, and we're going to the airport to fly to Hong Kong.
Yes. So this is a travel day. This is a pretty light day. Like I said, our travel days were kind of our rest days, and this was very much a rest day. So we left for the airport, took the shuttle again, left the hotel at 9. We were there by 9:40. We arrived in Hong Kong at 2:30, and we were at the hotel. We took an Uber in Hong Kong and arrived at 3:45. So we stayed at the Explorers Lodge on Disney property. We had a room with a view of the water, the bay. So the room was really nice and big. The resort was super, super nice. Like I said, it's Animal Kingdom Lodge and the Wilderness Lodge mixed together, and it definitely feels like that. It feels like you're in the Animal Kingdom Lodge and in the lobby. We arrived in the afternoon and the hotel was like completely empty. There weren't a lot of people around. We got to meet Mickey outdoors, and that was really fun. The photos they took of us were like, I don't know, like professional photographer photos on our iPhone. They were really good. And then we got to kind of explore the resort a little bit. We had a snack from the quick service, then we took a break. And later in the day, we walked over to the Hollywood Hotel, which is like a 5 or 10 minute walk from the hotel, just to check that out. We did some shopping over there in the gift shop, and then we took the shuttle to the Disneyland Hotel, which is a little bit further, but also close. We had dinner at the Explorers Lodge in the Chart Room Cafe, which is really the only quick service amongst the 3 hotels that are there. So it was nice to stay at the resort that had the quick service. And then when we checked in, the person who helped us check in was telling us about the various activities that were available at the hotel. And one of them was a Duffy and Friends balloon making class. So we impulse signed up for this class, which was at 8:30 in the evening. And so we went to that at 8:30, and we were the only ones who signed up.
It was a private class.
It was a private balloon making class with the 2 instructors. And this was like a really fun, low stakes, thing that we did, where we ended up making like balloon heads of Duffy and Stella Lou. And that was our night.
You know what? When in Rome.
When in Rome. That's exactly what we said. It's, like what, you never get the opportunity to do something like this. And, the people who were running it were like, it's mostly kids. So it was a little bit more fun and easier to teach you how to do it. You did a really good job, obviously, because we're 3 millennials and Gen X's doing this. But we had a good time, and, it felt like a low stress, low step day,
Okay, I can't wait to see how the next day went. Wednesday, March 19th, you're going to start with the breakfast buffet.
Yes, so we started with breakfast at the hotel at the Dragon Wind. I think we had a reservation at 7:30, but they told us we could basically go anytime we wanted. So we went around 8. We spent about 30 minutes there. We met Goofy. You meet one character when you enter. So we met Goofy. We sat down, we ate. The buffet was okay. It wasn't our favorite Disney meal of the trip, but it was fine for, a relatively cheap hotel buffet. We left there and took the bus to the park around 8:50. It's a 5-minute drive. We were in line for early entry at 8:59, and the gates opened right at 9:30. So no like super early opening. And keep in mind, 9:30 is the 1 hour early entry time. The park didn't officially open until 10:30.
And you paid for that.
And we paid $25-ish a person US for that entry. So we took a few pictures of the castle. We walked back to Frozen Ever After. We were back there around 9:45. Frozen Ever After is virtually a carbon copy of the Epcot attraction, just kind of plussed up. No projection faces. They have actual like moving faces. Each scene kind of has more theming, just more details, but the layout is the same.
Which is interesting because the one in Epcot was using the same track as Maelstrom.
Yes, it was. I mean, they used that track because they had to, but they've basically duplicated it in Hong Kong, pretty much. So we did that. We went to Oaken Sleighs right next door to that. We made it there around 9:58. That is like a 2-minute little coaster. It's kind of like, it feels like a shorter version of the Mine Train, Seven Dwarfs Mine Train. The only kind of scene is at the beginning. There's a couple of animatronics of Sven and Olaf just kind of moving, and then you go in a circle and that's it. It's fun, but it's low stakes, right? We went back and did Frozen Ever After again. We waited about 5 minutes. We were done with that around 10:20. So this kind of did add up to 40 to 45 minutes of time. Duffy and Friends were open during early entry because of the special event that's happening right now there, like the Duffy event. So we headed that way. The Duffy and Friends works differently everywhere, but at this park, 3 Duffy and Friends meet every day and it changes randomly. My inclination is that Duffy's always there and then the other 2 switch out just depending on the day. I was really hoping for Gelatoni. We did not get Gelatoni. So this day it was Duffy, Lena Bell, who's, the star, and Cookie Ann. So Duffy is the least popular.
And is Lena Ann as popular here as she was in Shanghai?
Yes, but not as popular. Like, one thing that seems different here is they let you have an almost unlimited time with the characters. So the line is pretty short in terms of the number of people in it, but it takes a long time to get through it. So by the time we got there, the line for Lena and Cookie was like beyond what we wanted to wait. They don't tell you a time estimate. You just have to kind of gauge. But the Duffy line was short. So we went and we met Duffy in his springtime outfit, which was fun. We walked around the Duffy Playhouse, which has like different it's kind of like one of those Instagram rooms, where there's different kind of like that's that are themed to Duffy things. But the lighting was absolutely horrible.
So not good for Instagram.
It was like the lighting was like pink. So even if you're wearing white, you look like you're all in pink. It was kind of strange in those rooms. So the pictures were not great, but we walked around and it's cool to see. Then the hours of attractions here are weird. So the plan was to go to Mystic Manor after the 10:30 park opening, but Mystic opened till 11. So we went to the Jungle Cruise and we were done with that by about 11:05. Then we went to Mystic Manor after that. Jungle Cruise, similar to the other parks, in great condition though. Everything works, everything looks great. There's like this, the one thing that's different is at the end, there's this big like fire scene where all this water lights on fire around your boat, like you're in peril, and then it just kind of goes away and that's the end.
How does the humor work?
So in Hong Kong, you get to pick your language. So you're picking Chinese cruise or an English cruise. So we went on the English one and the jokes were virtually the same as the jokes they tell in the US. Basically the same script.
And the choice of language, is that on a lot of attractions or was this on this attraction?
Just on this one. There's literally like a sign that's like different cues. So the English lane was shorter than the Chinese lane.
Okay. I'm glad I asked then because I just thought, I don't know how that humor translates in different languages. It feels kind of specific.
Yes, very. I mean, we've done it in the past at Tokyo, and that's all in Japanese. And obviously it's much different. It has a very different feel than the US, and a lot more, oh God, I don't know the word, but it's a lot more like fast paced than the US feels in Tokyo. So after Jungle Cruise, we did Mystic Manor. Mystic Manor is kind of like the replacement for the Haunted Mansion, but it's cute, not spooky, because like culturally, they're not really into like spooky ghost sort of things. So it's like the story of Lord Mystic and his little monkey, which I'm forgetting the name of right now. And Lord Mystic brings home this item that is, I don't know, cursed. This little music box or this box, and the monkey opens it. And that brings to life all the instruments, musical instruments and other items throughout the manor. So
His name is
going through
Albert.
scenes. Albert, yes.
Like my last name.
There you go.
I just Googled it while you were talking.
His name is Albert. That's right. Albert the monkey. He's super cute, and there's lots of animatronics, and you go through these different rooms, and the rooms basically all the items that Lord Mystic, who's a member of the SEA, all the items come to life off the walls, and the instruments start playing music, and all these various things like paintings come to life. There are a few kind of like nods to the Haunted Mansion, like some of the artwork is kind of like Haunted Mansion-esque, but it's very original. I don't think this attraction could like ever get made today with the IP mandate, just because it's so different from an IP ride, but it's super cute and, you know, it's fun. We did that. We did Grizzly Mountain Run.
Big Grizzly Mountain?
Big Grizzly Mountain. I get that confused with the one at DCA, but it's similar in theming to the Rapids ride at DCA, where they have the little bear mountain shape that DCA has, but it's a roller coaster that's kind of like a mix of Big Thunder and Everest. So you're going through, you're seeing scenes of these bears, and then you go backwards. And that's pretty much it. Again, it's like a very fresh take on an attraction. I believe Mystic Manor and this attraction were basically added to the park together at some point, and you can definitely tell it feels like a newer, fresher area. By this point, we're approaching 11:30, and we had dim sum at the Disneyland Hotel, so we walked over from the park to the Disneyland Hotel, probably about a 10-minute walk, pretty easy. And we had our Disney-themed dim sum meal. So this was all kinds of different kind of like Chinese buns that are themed to different characters. So we had, for example, Duffy and Shelly May filled red bean buns, an Olu Mel pineapple seafood bun, Winnie the Pooh, Piglet, Tigger, Mickey taro cakes, all kinds of different things that we had pre-ordered. And we basically just had our pre-ordered meal and spent about an hour there.
And are they called those characters in name, or they visually are made to look like those characters as well?
They visually are made to look like those characters. So it's two little Duffy and Shelly heads with the ears, with the faces. I mean, full detail. I think the Olu one and the Duffy and Shelly ones are probably the most like accurate to the characters. It is full on. I mean, you're eating these characters' heads basically. Kind of weird.
But I bet the pictures are cute.
The pictures are super cute, and we thought the food was really good as well. This exceeded expectations. This was a really good restaurant. I would highly recommend it. Getting reservations for restaurants at Hong Kong Disneyland is easy compared to Tokyo or anywhere else. So if you have the time, even though we only had one day, I think it was worth doing this. We took the bus back to the park in time to make the Duffy kind of like train station show at the front. That was at 1:30. That was a really cute show where like Duffy and friends literally just arrive on the train, on the railroad. They come off and they do a little show about basically Shelly May is welcoming them all back from a trip, I guess. This one was mostly in Chinese. So most of the shows in Hong Kong are dual language, Chinese, English. So they'll do like a line or two in Chinese and they'll do a line or two in English. They're not translating for you. It's just kind of like dual language mix and you kind of fill in the gaps. That was fun. It was cute. It was extremely sunny this day. It was getting a little hot, but it was fun to see this little show. Pretty low stakes. We had a little bit of a break after this, so we shopped in the Emporium, took pictures on Main Street. They have a Starbucks on Main Street in this park, so they have the Lena Bell themed Starbucks cup. I got that, and we got some coffee. And then we made it to the Duffy Castle show around 3:00. This is basically like the castle show you would normally see with the Mickey and Friends, but they've been replaced by Duffy and Friends.
Duffy and Friends Joy of Sharing, I think is what you said it was called.
Yes, the Joy of Sharing. This was fun. Like I said, it was hot and extremely bright. We were in the sun. We were sweating for this one. It just felt like we were in Orlando.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. I don't like a sunny castle show.
Yeah, it felt like we were watching the castle show in Orlando, which I don't think I've ever watched it in full, but it felt like that. But it was fun. Again, they're like, telling the story about how the Duffy and Friends characters are like helping each other to solve a problem, basically, and how like friendship solves problems. It's a very simple story, but it's fun to see all the characters in one place because it's so rare to see that. After that, we got back into attractions. And I will say that attractions here have very low wait times compared to both Shanghai and Tokyo. So we went on Hyperspace Mountain. It took about 5 minutes to wait. This is extremely similar to the Hyperspace Mountain overlay in Disneyland, but it felt like there were more projections and more screens. We did Ant-Man and the Wasp Nano Battle, which is the replacement for the Buzz Shooter. Again, it felt very similar, but like an updated modern version where the guns work much more accurately and you can see what you're doing. We went to the Iron Man experience, which I honestly didn't do a ton of research on what this was, but essentially it's like a Star Tours equivalent, right? This is probably Star Tours at some point is my guess. It's very similar, including like the way you like leave from like a station and something goes wrong. And it just felt like we were on Iron Man version of Star Tours. Then we decided to pay for the DPA to meet Lena Bell because because of the hype, it's available. You can pay for a DPA, which is about $20 a person in this case. And you can skip the line of any of the 3 characters from Duffy and Friends characters who are meeting that day. And when I say skip the line, you literally go to the front because there was no one else there doing this at the time we were. So they just take you right into the room where that character is meeting. You meet them and you go. So
and are you saying quick. You can do 1 of 3 or 3 of 3?
You can do 1 of 3 for that price. So if you wanted to meet all 3 of them and not wait in line, you're paying the $20 equivalent for each one. So that can add up. But we had met Duffy earlier in early entry. We wanted to see Lena Bell. I'm not like a Cookie Ann stan. So I was fine with not seeing Cookie. But we met Lena Bell, had a good interaction. Again, they're like very generous with the time here and taking as many photos as you want. They don't rush you at all. So we did that. We grabbed a bubble waffle, which was Mickey bubbles on it on Main Street. And then we took the train, the railroad from Main Street to Fantasyland because it has a Duffy overlay for the event, which when I say overlay, I just mean like decor. Like they put some banners and stuff on the window. And in the stations, they have little like vignettes with Duffy and Friends like interacting with trains and stuff like that, which I have an interest in trains and transit. So that was fun. Then in Fantasyland, we filled up they have these little things that are like bins, plastic bins you can fill up with miniature characters, like very small, like little mini figures in different poses. And they have all kinds of different themes from Toy Story to classic Disney characters to Marvel. And one of these is a Duffy stand. So you get 5 minutes to put as many of the various different characters in this little plastic cup and put the top on, and you pay a set fee for it. So we did that, got our little bin of Duffy. And then we did Small World, walked around World of Frozen. I will say Small World it felt very similar to the other Small Worlds. The Asia scenes are a little bit extended, but other than that, it felt similar to Disneyland. We took castle pictures. Because of the Duffy event, again, they had these setups to take pictures of your Duffy and Friends plush at various parts around the park. So in front of the castle, they had one. In front of Grizzly Gulch, they had the little mine train car. You put your Duffies in there. You take the picture of them in front of the attraction.
That is so cute.
At Jungle Cruise. So Brandon had gone and gotten the plush from the hotel. We took our break earlier and we took pictures of them at the various photo spots across the park.
It feels very photo friendly, this place.
I would say that the vast majority of people in the park were taking photos and not doing attractions.
Interesting.
It was like a very vibe heavy park experience. So like the hub and Main Street full of people taking pictures and posing and with their Duffy friends dressed in themed outfits, not dressed like them, but dressed in like the color schemes.
Bounding.
They're bounding, yeah, but like high fashion bounding.
Uh-huh.
Much more a level up from the US parks in terms of dressing.
That's so interesting.
But yeah, you could basically walk on to almost any attraction throughout the entire day. But if you wanted to take a picture in front of the castle or any of these spots, you kind of have to wait a little bit to get like a good spot. Just because that's what people are doing.
Does it seem like they have a big influencer culture then?
I'm sure they do, yeah. That's my guess. I don't know for sure, but that's what people were there to do, not really to go on attractions. And they keep in mind they do have an annual pass system here, so it's possible that a lot of these people were pass holders and the stakes are low for attractions.
So does that mean Shanghai doesn't?
They do, yeah.
They do, okay.
But Tokyo does not have passes.
Okay.
So yeah, that's very interesting, which made getting on these attractions and also doing all these like scheduled meals like pretty easy to do. Like we weren't really having to shuffle our plans a lot this day.
But it also it makes sense why the only DPA or whatever that you purchased was for the character.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it feels like people were more in line for that than they were a ride.
Yes, absolutely. So we finished our pictures. We had dinner at the Explorers Club, which was like a set meal where you're dining there and you also get priority seating for the Momentous show. This is not our favorite meal. We thought this was a little overhyped in terms of the reviews. The theming of the restaurant is very cool, but the food was not our favorite. I had a burger. Brandon and Ime both had like a sea bass. And then you kind of get to go and get you pick your main from a menu and you get appetizers and desserts from a buffet situation. They do serve you this Alfred themed from Mystic Manor, Alfred themed banana toffee ice cream in a little cup at the end. That was pretty good. We liked that. But the food overall did not meet our expectations for the price of this restaurant. This was a pretty pricey meal. Then we took pictures near Mystic Manor with the vehicle and the Duffy. We went on the attraction. We walked through the Toy Story land here, but we didn't do any of the attractions since they're basically copies of what's at Shanghai. There's not really anything unique. And then we went to Momentous around 7:30 for an 8 p.m. show. Again, we were sitting in the reserved area. Very easy to get a great spot.
Which you got because of your dinner reservation.
Which we got because of our dinner reservation. So they gave us, I think they put a wristband on us, and that was how we entered that area. So after that, we were done with, this park closed early. So we left the park at 8:43 after we stopped in the Emporium for a little bit. Shopping at the end of the day was wild, very busy. Probably should not have done that. And I should know better than to go to the park after the fireworks or go to the store after the fireworks. But we did that, and then we took the shuttle bus back to the Explorers Lodge, picked up some final souvenirs in the shop, and then we grabbed an Uber back into the city. So we arrived at our hotel in Hong Kong around 10:30 that night.
And how many steps did you have this day?
23,000.
It felt like you did a lot, but your steps were way lower than they were in your previous park days.
Yeah, for sure. So it was nice to have an easy park day. I really think this is the only park of the three we went to where you could show up with little to no plan and have a good day just because the stakes are low. Obviously, if you want these dining reservations, you need to plan for that. But everything else, you don't really need to do a lot of pre-planning for.
Okay. So I know that the next part of your trip is going to be Hong Kong outside of the park. But before we do, did you think that your plans were sufficient for the park here?
Yeah, I mean, everything was extremely smooth. It felt very relaxed, like we weren't rushing. Yeah, we did a decent amount of steps, but it felt like we went through things in a good, smooth order. It felt relaxed, low stakes. The park is very nice, very clean. Excuse me. It did feel small, but maybe not as small as some other parks we're about to get to, but it felt small and contained. And it felt like you were at Disneyland, but
that is the feeling.
Different.
That is the feeling I'm getting a little bit. So did you think one day was enough?
Yes, I think one day is enough. I think if you really want to get more vibey stuff here, you could do it with one day and not have these dining reservations. So you would get a couple hours back and you would be fine. You could stay even in the city and commute out here and have a good day. If you pay for early access, especially, you could do everything multiple times, most likely, and really get a chance to explore some things a little deeper than we did.
Okay, so the next day was Thursday, March 20th, and you had some time in Hong Kong.
Yes. So we had a couple of days in Hong Kong, and then we transferred back to Tokyo. So this first day was focused on Hong Kong Island. We woke up, we took the MTR, which is the subway in Hong Kong, quite a bit. And we went to get wontons for breakfast, which was the best $3 breakfast of wonton noodle soup that I've ever had. This was so good and so cheap, and just Hong Kong really impresses with its food and scenery. So this was a great way to start the day. We grabbed coffee. I wanted to get a stamp of her name written in Chinese, which is kind of like a traditional thing. You can get a customized stamp. So we went and got that set up. You kind of order it. They make it by hand, and then you come back later in the day to pick it up. So we got that set up. We did take an Uber to the top of Victoria Peak, which was kind of a maybe on our plan, but the weather was so clear. We're like, let's do this and kind of shuffle things around a little bit. So we went up to Victoria Peak. We went to what's called Peaks Peak, which you can only get to by driving or walking. And by surprise, the view up there, you could see Hong Kong Disneyland across the water. So that was really fun. I didn't like research that or know that, but it was fun to see that view of the water and Hong Kong Disneyland and the island that it's on. When we walked back down to the main touristy area of the peak, which you access via a tram or a funicular, which is pretty, and there's a nice viewpoint there, but it's extremely touristy. It's like a mall, basically, where there's like a Bubba Gump shrimp factory and like all these super touristy American things.
That is very touristy. So when you were in Shanghai, it felt like you were saying not a lot of Western travelers. So were there more in Hong Kong?
Yes, for sure. Even at Hong Kong Disneyland, there were more like Australian tourists, what seemed like British tourists based on the accents. And of course, Hong Kong is like dual language. So there's a lot of English, right? So I think it's much more welcoming to a Western tourist than somewhere like Shanghai is, where you can get by pretty much on English.
Assume that you were British or Australian? And
no one said anything either way, really, but
I imagine that's probably a lot more common.
Yeah, I would say, jumping back to Shanghai for a second, like the only kind of like non-Asian tourists we saw were mostly like Russian tourists.
Wouldn't have guessed
Disneyland, speaking Russian or Eastern European languages. Anyway, back to Victoria Peak. We looked around there. We took the tram or funicular down, which was kind of a cool experience to go like backwards on a funicular that's like going down a mountain.
So you took an Uber to get there. Could you have taken the funicular to go up?
We could have taken the funicular to go up to this like more touristy area. And if you want to walk to Peaks Peak, you could do that. It'd be an extremely steep walk. So what we did is we took the Uber to Peaks Peak, and then we walked down to the area where the funicular is, and then took that down the hill. So what was nice about Peaks Peak is there were virtually no people there versus the main part of the peak where it's just slammed with tourists. So we did that. We checked out the monocle store. We rode the like classic, what they call ding double-decker trams in the city. It was cool to go up on the second level of this really thin tram that basically rides in the middle of the traffic lanes. And then we went to what was called Toy Street. We were looking for a toy shop basically that sold Tomikas, or like little small like vehicles. Think about a fancy Hot Wheels vehicle, but made in Asia with tons of detail. So we were looking for that shop. We found it. They didn't have exactly what I wanted, but we did get kind of like the classic Hong Kong red taxi.
For people watching the video, he just held it up to the camera.
Which actually, it's so detailed that you have to put the stickers on yourself. And I had to get tweezers to put the stickers on. They're so small. They're very tiny. So we did that. We looked around the area. That area kind of has like an outdoor shopping market. We didn't buy anything besides the cars, but we looked around. We were planning to go to this roast goose place. We ended up there and it was like fully under construction and closed. So we had to kind of shuffle things around a little bit. So we popped into a nearby Apple store, Causeway Bay, and then we found a replacement roasted goose and char siu pork place called Keys that we went to for a later lunch. We stopped to get egg tarts in the city, which were similar to the egg tarts that we had in Shanghai, but I think they were a lot better than those. They were much smaller though, but they were really good. And then we went back to pick up May's custom stamp before going to the PMQ movable type exhibit, which was kind of like in this like print art contemporary place. So it was talking about using basically how the printing press was made for Chinese languages and characters and all the different variations that were made. And a lot of this was innovated in Hong Kong. So you were seeing examples of the original printing press characters and kind of the evolution in their sophistication, essentially. By this time, it was about 6 o'clock. So we headed back we had crossed the water, essentially, on that taxi ride at the beginning of the day. So we headed back on what's called the Star Ferry, and this was heading around sunset time. So we had a really good view of both sides of the water approaching sunset on the ferry, and it was really nice to get pictures. And then we got off around 6:30 and were able to get pictures on the waterfront of the new city side of Hong Kong. Then we took a break at the hotel, and later that night we had snacks at the Temple Street Market, which was about 5 minutes from our hotel, like a night market that had both food and, I didn't realize this, but it had a ton of shopping. And I know in the pre-trip I've talked about us possibly going to a fake or knockoff market in Shanghai, and we didn't get to that. But we found that very quickly at this night market. They had knockoff stuff, including knockoff Duffy, knockoff Disney, like a knockoff Labubus, which I didn't buy any Lafufus, but they had a lot more stuff than I expected. So we bought a couple of things, bought like a wallet and a bag, but we bought some like knockoff Duffy luggage tags. But it was fun to see all the variations of how good and how bad some of the knockoff Duffy stuff was. And then we finished that night with what's called Cantonese dessert soups, this like Michelin listed kind of like quick service dessert place where you get these cold soup bowls of like red bean. We got red bean, mango, and black sesame, 3 different bowls. And that's like their approach to dessert there. That was really fun and really unique. And this was all kind of within walking distance of our hotel.
Nice. Okay. So the next day was Friday, March 21st, and you were going to spend the day in Kowloon. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yep. That's what we did. Exactly where we went kind of changed this day, but the general structure of it stayed the same. So we had a British Hong Kong breakfast at the Bolton Cafe. British Hong Kong breakfast is like a traditional British breakfast, but with some twists. So I wasn't feeling great this morning, so I got like a noodle soup. This was just kind of like a plain broth with noodles, and it had ham on top of it and some eggs. And then we ended up at another Apple store, Apple Canton Road, before going to the M Plus Museum, which was one of our favorite museums. We went to a couple museums on the trip. This was my favorite. It was enormous. We could have spent all day there. But our focuses were, I mentioned going to the Wow Pei exhibit, which was the fashion designer. So she's famous for making, especially in the US, a Met Gala dress for Rihanna one year. So we saw basically that dress and a bunch of other stuff. It was very impressive. But they also had an exhibit on Picasso and then his influence on Asian artists. So you would see like a Picasso and then some inspirations of it, which was really fun. And then they had tons of other galleries of like kind of everyday Asian or Hong Kong influenced items that have kind of like an art spin or are kind of like classics. And it was cool to see some of that stuff that we recognized in the galleries. Very modern museum with lots of things to see. We spent a couple of hours there and we saw so many things. I can't list them all, but it was really cool. I highly recommend that museum. Then we went we kind of split up. Yimei took a break, and Brandon and I wanted to go shopping in the Mongkok neighborhood. So we went to kitchen supply stores. Brandon was looking for some like plates and bowls. So we found some stuff there. They had some really cool kind of like vintage inspired items, or you could just basically get like industrial kitchen supplies. The range was very wide, and the prices were basically like wholesale prices that you were paying at these places. So we got a few things, small things. We grabbed some coffee. And I don't think I mentioned this in the pre-trip, but one of the things I was interested in doing was getting a clock from this company called Twemco, which makes flip clocks, like kind of traditional flip clocks. And it's right here. It's really, if you're watching the video,
I see it.
It's here. But you could essentially go to the factory in Hong Kong, just like in this industrial building. If you know where to go, you go into this like freight elevator, press 5, go down the hall, find the right entry. And it's a family-run business. You go in there, they have all the clocks on display. You can purchase something off the shelf, or you can customize it. So I customized my clock. My clock has a traditional dial for the time, and then the flips are the date, the day of the week, and the month. So I customized the English day of the week and the month to have English and Chinese. So it's English by default. They take it to the back and then they add the Chinese characters to it in about 10 minutes. They box it up and you pay them in cash, and you save 30% off what you would pay if you bought this clock online, in the US.
There's a lot of little details to your trip. How do you even learn about things like this?
Mostly YouTube or TikTok, honestly. So for Hong Kong and some of Tokyo, we were watching these YouTubers named Sam and Victor, who are like Canadians who live in Hong Kong and travel, especially to Tokyo, quite a bit. And they have a ton of videos. The amount is endless, but they live in Hong Kong, so they go to some of these like deeper dive places. And I could tell that this place was kind of becoming more popular because I was seeing, as we were leaving, I'm like just watching the stream of 2 or 3 Western tourists at a time walk into this building and go in the elevator. And I'm like, where else in this industrial factory building could they be going? But the Twemco office.
It feels like it could be a meetup for the people that watch those YouTube channels.
Yeah, exactly. But it was a really cool experience. I'm glad I did it. It was like a little bit of a splurge. I mean, I don't know, the clock was like $100 and something, $120 ish, but online it would be almost 200 or, so it was a cool, very unique thing to get. And it was nice to see the factory, and they're literally just making the clocks all around you when you're in there. So it was fun. Then we took a break at the hotel and we watched the Severance finale. This was the day that it came out.
Intense one.
Yeah. So we took a couple hours just to relax and just watch that, since that was a priority and we didn't want to get spoiled on the internet.
Exactly. Sometimes you have to.
Yes, exactly. Then that night we went to dim sum for dinner, and eBay was really smart in choosing a place that did not have an English menu. So there were like no tourists there. Everything and everyone was speaking Chinese, and it was really great food, really great service. I would go back there in a heartbeat.
I would bet that it was also less expensive.
Yes, it was very inexpensive. One interesting just kind of tidbit about eating in Hong Kong is the restaurants don't have napkins. They do not give you a napkin. People bring their own napkins. So I noticed, we noticed it at this point, and then I went out to get something from like a convenience store later after this. And I noticed that they were selling little packets of kind of like the travel tissues you see in the US, but they're just a little thing of like reusable of napkins. And then I saw people with those at their tables. So we didn't have those, but it would have been nice to have those.
That is so interesting.
Yes, something I had no idea about, but just seemed to be a cultural difference from Shanghai and Tokyo. That night, we went back to the night market for dessert. We got bubble waffles. Because of all the Duffy badges and the clock and the various things that we had purchased so far, We got another piece of luggage from the night market. We didn't need anything super fancy, so we got, like a knockoff piece of luggage for, I don't know, we haggled it down to $50, I think, for this giant piece of luggage, which we really needed for the rest of the trip. So we got that, and we went back and kind of repacked everything to get us through Tokyo and put the stuff we didn't need in this big bag. We had to shuffle around quite a few times because of the length of our trip. And I should also say, I think I forgot to mention, we did laundry after our check-in day at 10:30 that night. When we arrived in Hong Kong, we did laundry that night. And then we hang dried stuff in our hotel room for the next day. And we needed to do that. But we intentionally made sure that we knew where a laundromat was close to our hotel in Hong Kong.
That was on your pre-trip.
Yes, it was.
You kept to it. But it was so late that I wasn't sure if you had time.
We did it. We went at 11, and then we sat in a McDonald's across the street from it and had a snack while our laundry ran. So we did it. So that was Hong Kong.
That was Hong Kong. Okay, so any thoughts before we go back to Japan?
Yeah.
Do you think you had enough time there? Would you have liked more? Like,
I think
in hindsight,
we would have all liked more time in Hong Kong.
Mm-hmm.
Like initially, in the very first version of the plan, we were only doing one day at Shanghai Disneyland, and we had an additional day in Hong Kong, which I would have loved to have an additional day in Hong Kong. But if we only had one day at Shanghai Disneyland, that would not have been enough at all. So given the length of our trip, I'm like taking this balance of seeing the highlights of Hong Kong and seeing all of Shanghai Disneyland, because this was a Disney-focused trip. But Hong Kong was great. I would go back there in a heartbeat. Like the food, the scenery, the people are super friendly. It's easy to navigate for a Western tourist. The amount of things to do is just kind of unlimited. So I would go back there. I would definitely go back there.
The next day was Saturday, March 22nd, and you were flying to Narita.
Yep. So we took an Uber taxi over to the airport. We were there about 8 o'clock for our 10 o'clock flight, I believe. So we had dumpling noodle soup and Starbucks in the terminal. We had an ANA flight. It was smooth. It was not a busy flight. It was very empty.
And with the different flights that you're taking, did one of the airlines stick out? And this is kind of a leading question because I think Asian airlines tend to be pretty great.
Yeah. So we flew ANA from Tokyo to Shanghai. We booked this as like a open jaw with two different destinations. So, and then ANA from Hong Kong back, and then Cathay was in the middle between Shanghai and Hong Kong. Obviously, these airlines, the level of service is much higher. You're getting a meal on all these like few hour flights, which in the US you would never get that. The food was pretty decent. There's like a snack on everyone. They were serving ice cream. Just felt much more comfortable. The seats like reclined very far back, and the legroom was very generous compared to a US carrier. Like I would fly any of these airlines within Asia. Ime did fly. I did code share to the US and back, and she did not love it quite as much because booking through United, she did not have a reserved seat, so she ended up with not great seats. But within Asia, flying these was very comfortable. So I mostly used the time to sleep and just relax because it was a very comfortable flight.
Because you consider these your down days, even though travel days can be tiring in themselves.
Yeah, but we didn't have a lot planned. So the flight was smooth. We arrived on time. I've been seeing all the horror stories on TikTok about Japanese immigration, and both times we had zero problems. So we filled out all of our paperwork on the website, and you get a QR code so you can skip filling out papers. And we were also towards the front of economy on all these flights, so we were able to get off pretty quickly and make it to immigration like towards the front of the pack, which meant we didn't spend. The people on TikTok are like, you're going to spend 2 hours in immigration in Tokyo, in Narita. It took us like 10 minutes to get through in both cases. So we were out of the airport by 3:20, which was perfect because we were taking the limousine bus, which is just a bus you pay for on the spot when you arrive. You don't schedule it. And it was leaving at 3:45. So by some miracle, we made it through immigration at 3:20 to the bus at 3:45, and it actually left at 3:50. So we were like, boom, like hitting all the times.
Good time. And you said this is a limousine bus.
It's just a nice like coach bus, right? But that's what they call it. You know, where you tell them where you're going to get off, and they customize the route based on that. So we took it to the Disneyland Hotel. We arrived there at 4:45. So it took about almost an hour to get from Narita to the hotel. And I believe it made a stop somewhere else first, but I don't remember exactly where it stopped. So we got our room, which we had paid for a theme park view, and we ended up with the middle. Like, our view was straight on to Cinderella Castle. You could not have asked for a better view. And I didn't request anything special. I know you can't really do that at Tokyo Disneyland. You take what you get and you're happy with it. But we got like the perfect room. So we got unpacked, settled for a little bit. Then we took the monorail, which you buy a ticket for because the monorail is considered public transit in Tokyo Disney. And to have a transit system in Japan, you have to have a ticket. You have to interact with the ticket system. So you can either use your Suica card, which is the card you use for Tokyo Transit, or you can buy customized tickets, which are collectible, of course, because this is Disney, where each station has 3 or 4 different unique tickets that are themed based on the season. So, of course, we bought the tickets and ended up kind of collecting them throughout the trip. We were buying like day passes. And we went over to the Miracosta because the Miracosta was where our vacation package was the next night. And all of that paperwork contains the tickets to get into the park the next day. So we picked all that up. We went to the Bon Voyage shop, which is kind of like their World of Disney. Did some shopping there. We went to the mall called Ikspiari, got dinner and some snacks from the convenience store there. And then we went back to the room to watch the fireworks because we had a great view of the castle. And the window opens a little bit, but not fully. So we could hear things, but we ended up playing the audio from YouTube on our phone and syncing it up to what was happening in the park so we could see what was going on, which is fun. So we ate our food in the dark and watched the show out the window at 8:20. And that was it for the day. We went to the hotel shop and then we went to sleep.
All right. You had a couple of park days ahead, or a few of them. So we're at Sunday, March 23rd.
Yes, Sunday, March 23rd was our Disneyland day. So staying at the Disneyland Hotel gets us the 15-minute happy entry. So we had our little tickets. Everything is paper-based, oddly, in Tokyo. So they literally give you like a plastic folder with your paper tickets to the park, which you can scan into the app. So we all scanned in so we could book things. But then your 15-minute entry is a paper ticket, and all of your attraction entries that are pre-booked are paper tickets that they then punch a hole in when you enter the attraction.
It's so interesting. And the other 2 parks that you've already been to were digital.
Everything was digital. Everything was in the app. Yeah.
Okay. So Tokyo is unique in this.
Yeah. I think this Japanese culture is still very like paper-based in a lot of cases. So it's not that surprising to me, but you end up with a ton of paper going to Tokyo Disney.
I think it's surprising to me because it's a newer park. And so it just feels like it would have been built with digitization.
The funny thing is when you open the app, all your plans are there. So all the attractions you pre-booked are in there in your like My Plans section. You can see the times, but you can't get a QR code or anything to enter the attraction. But they know what you've planned. That's even more interesting. So in order to make it digital, they would have had to just have scanners at the attractions which
because of the paper.
Because of the like paid system.
I see.
DPA, if you're buying this stuff as a regular guest. However, I guess Tokyo is different than Shanghai in that you can't buy your way onto any attraction, only certain attractions. So perhaps not every attraction has a scanner at it, whereas on the vacation plan, you can get these paper tickets to almost anything. So it's this weird
Very
system
confusing.
that's not connected. It can be extremely confusing. However, the excellent thing about staying at these hotels, the Disneyland Hotel and the Miracosta, is you are steps from the park. Like, you think staying at the Contemporary is nice to get to the Magic Kingdom? Well, you still got to walk or take the monorail, walk 15 minutes or take the monorail. It took us 5 minutes from door to being seated at the front of Tokyo Disneyland. You cannot beat that. Like, we paid a premium to stay there, but it was so easy to get up and go to the park. So they did tell us at the hotel the night before that the park would be opening 15 minutes earlier than the posted time, which apparently is a thing that happens regularly, but they only tell you if you're a guest of the hotel if that's going to happen or not. They don't tell the general public this. So you have to just know.
A lot of mystery.
There's so much mystery. So that means Happy 15 was starting at 8:30, and then the attractions start, depending on the day, either 15 or 30 minutes after that time. So at this day, they were starting at 45. So before we left the room, we set up our bags to be transferred to the Miracosta. You can scan a QR code on the TV, which brings you to a website, which allows you to say, I have 10 bags in my room and I'm checking into the Miracosta. And you can leave your bags in the room and just walk out, check out from the TV, and then your bags will go to the Miracosta. You don't have to interact with anybody.
That's really nice. I know we went on, this is totally a side note. You and I were on the same Alaskan cruise a couple years ago. Did you stay at the hotel that was right at the port there?
No, but I know they do a similar thing, right?
Yeah, that's what it reminds me of. You just leave your bags in the room and they come and get them.
Yeah, so same thing here. So we just left everything there and went. So we were at the gate at 7:40. The gates opened right at 8:30. We walked in. We purchased our premiere access for Harmony and Color, which is the daytime parade. That was the first priority. At Shanghai, you can purchase as many DPAs basically right in a row as you want. But at Tokyo Disneyland, I didn't realize this till the day of. It kind of works like the US parks do or did. I'm not sure if they work this way now, but you purchase one and then you have to wait the hour and a half or 2 hours to then purchase your next one.
Disneyland still works that way.
Yes. So it's like that. So we did our purchase for Harmony and Color. We did our free 40th anniversary priorities pass for Monsters Inc. and got 9 o'clock. And we also placed our mobile order for lunch at this time. And then we went to Beauty and the Beast. We made it through that. There was a little bit of a line, but we made it to the pre-show at 8:51. So they started at 45. Then we ended up using our monsters almost right away. So we were over there by 9:20. I booked Winnie the Pooh for later in the afternoon at 3:50, since it seemed like the park was busier than expected and the times were pushing out further. I was like, let's just go in basically priority of attraction. So I booked that for the afternoon instead of doing that standby. And we went to Small World with Groot after that. It took us about 15 minutes to get through the line. Groot and Small World, I mean, it was much more fun than I expected. I'm not a Marvel person. So it's not just Groot, but it's like mini Marvel characters, like Groot with mini Marvel characters throughout different scenes of the attraction. And it's super cute. It's super fun. Like, why? I'm not sure, but like, why not?
After our pre-trip, I started looking at photos of this because it's funny to me. But it is cute.
Yeah, it was cute. It was fun. You know, Small World is low stakes anyway, so I enjoyed that. We had a snack break since we were back in Fantasyland, so we got those tipo tortas that I mentioned, which were basically, we'd never had them before, but they're kind of like cake sticks with a filling. So we had one of each, chocolate and orange, and then a sweet potato one. I think the sweet potato one was a lot better than the chocolate one. And we also got our first popcorn. So they're kind of known for their crazy popcorn flavors at Tokyo Disney. So we got corn pottage. So corn pottage is like a snack that's served in vending machines across Japan, which is served warm. It's like a warm cup of creamed corn, essentially. And that's kind of what the popcorn tastes like. I don't know. It's hard to explain other than it tastes like, it's popcorn that tastes like creamed corn.
Wait, did you say they serve warm creamed corn from vending machines?
Yes, there are some vending machines that'll have warm and cold things. So you can get like a hot tea or like a hot corn in a can.
Okay. I mean, if I was there, I would try it.
Yeah. Then we did Pinocchio. We did our Beauty and the Beast scheduled return time at 11. And then we did, enough time had passed that I was able to book another priority pass. This was kind of our last one for the day, but getting 3 booked was, I think, an accomplishment, since from what I read, most people can only book 1 or 2. So we booked Big Thunder for 8:35 that evening. And then we went on to do the Happy Ride with Baymax, which is like an alien swirling saucers themed to Baymax. So we were mostly staying in Fantasyland and Tomorrowland this morning, which are very small and connected to each other in this park. Similar to how they're laid out in Magic Kingdom, but smaller. Then we went to see Tony Solaroni in a restaurant in Tomorrowland. So Tony, I don't know if I mentioned this in the pre-trip, but Tony Solaroni is a cousin to Sunny Eclipse. And he's at this pizza restaurant that's in Tomorrowland. And it's animatronic with video screens and this like elaborate pizza making machine. And this restaurant is 2 stories, so you can go up to the 2nd floor and get a good view of him with this like 90s video of people making pizzas.
So did you eat there or just go see the animatronic?
We just went to see the animatronic.
I was going to say, because then you have to compare it to Cosmic Rays and tell me which one you like better.
Yeah, no, we didn't eat there. We just went to see the animatronic. I did get a pressed penny of Tony Solaroni as a souvenir. But then we actually had placed our mobile order for Yui, Dewey, and Louie's, which is a quick service restaurant in Toontown. So we got a shrimp burger, I think a teriyaki chicken burger on a Chinese bun, an egg and shrimp spring roll. And then we used our unlimited drink pass for the first time to get this like crazy Vanellope cheesecake drink. I don't know. We didn't really enjoy the drink, but the food was fine.
Did you say vanilla pea cheesecake?
Yes. So last month they had a Vanellope themed event.
Oh, Vanellope.
Yes.
I know Vanellope, but I was hearing vanilla and pea, and I was like, I don't know how these go together.
Yes, Vanellope from Wreck-It Ralph, right?
Yes.
They had this Vanellope themed event at the park. And this was one of the snacks I think that was still around based on this event. It was fine, but not our favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Toontown was really fun. There were a lot of characters out. And the way character meets kind of work at Tokyo Disneyland is similar to what you'd see at Disneyland in LA, where they're kind of roaming. And then people don't line up for them. You just kind of stand around them. And then the character picks people out of the group to say hi to or take a selfie with, or the character attendant will help you with the picture. So we saw Donald, we saw Clarabelle, and we saw the 3 little pigs out milling about in Toontown and kind of got pictures with each of them. We went to the Toontown store and checked out the gacha machines there. We ended up with a Country Bear Jamboree gacha and like a whale from Pinocchio gacha, which were really fun. Those were the 2 that I wanted, so happy with that. And then it was about 1:00, so we went to the Country Bear Jamboree in not Frontierland, in Westernland. That's what they call it. And this is the Country Bear Jamboree that you know and maybe love, depending on who you are. It has not been updated, but you wouldn't know it because the animatronics are like perfectly performing. There's no clicking of the eyes from the old Magic Kingdom version. You don't have any of that. It's very smooth, and it's kind of a combination of English and Japanese. So they speak in Japanese. Some of the songs are in Japanese, but then some are in English. You know, All the Guys Who Turn Me On, Turn Me Down is in English, and a couple of the other ones.
Of all the lines to read in English.
Yeah. So it's like seeing the old version, but slightly longer than the one that used to exist. Then it kind of spits you out into the Country Bear store, which is literally called the Western Wear store. And when I say Western Wear, I mean you can actually buy Western wear there. Like, you can buy a cowboy hat, you can buy denim Lee jeans. You can buy a vest, a denim jacket, like the real stuff.
Did you stock up, Jeff?
I did not stock up on that. We did buy a few Country Bear themed things there, but they don't have as much as they used to. When we were there in 2019, you could buy the like badges, the keychain size plush. They didn't have any Country Bear themed plush, but they did have lots of Mickey themed Western wear. And just, so I bought like a shirt that's kind of like Mickey New Mexico themed and some other Mickey cowboy stuff. It's very unique. And it's, you know how the Disneyland and Magic Kingdom shops used to kind of have actual things from the areas of the US or the world that they represented. This one still has that. So you can get actual things that were like made in New Mexico or in the US. And it seemed very authentic compared to every other shop we went into. That was fun. So then we went to parade seating. This is Harmony in Color, the daytime. Parade seating works even differently here than the show seating at the other parks. So for show seating in all of the Tokyo things, you get a numbered seat. So when you go to the seating section, and the app tells you what your numbers are, and there are numbers on the ground that tell you exactly where you're going to sit. So I'm pretty sure it just goes in the order of the purchase, basically the front row, back. So we were in the front, tells you the number. So you could literally show up. I think they tell you to show up at least 5 minutes before the show starts. You can sit right down in your seat and you're not competing with anybody to get a certain seat in the seating area.
That's nice to know before you get there.
Yeah. So you don't have to get there super early. We got there about 10 minutes before the show. The parade was great. You see Rapunzel like swinging by her hair on a float. There's a good Baymax Big Hero 6 section, and then kind of the typical stuff you would normally see in a Disney parade. We went to Splash Mountain after this because we had one of our return times as part of the package for Splash Mountain. This is the old classic Splash Mountain. No changes to it. Immaculate condition, whether you love or hate the ride and its theming, like the way everything is just working and very shiny is extremely impressive.
I think it's interesting because the like Country Bear Jamboree and Splash Mountain in the United States was old. So the fact that it was rehab is okay, well, let's bring a new storyline and new, better technology. But in Tokyo, everything is new with the older versions. So.
Yeah, I mean, everything in Tokyo feels like there's a lot of like classic feels in the way things look, but it could be the first day everything opened. Like everything is working perfectly and everything is shiny and new and there's no dust, no dirt, no trash anywhere. It's like everything is pristinely perfect. And Splash Mountain is no exception to that. I mean, I can remember toward the end of Splash Mountain in the US how many things just didn't work and like that would never be the standard in Tokyo. After that, we ran into Miko from Pocahontas outside of Splash Mountain. We took some castle pictures and then we had a break at the Sweetheart Cafe, which is a coffee and pastry place. So we used our drink tickets to get coffee. We had Mike's Melon Bread, which is like the iconic Mike from Monsters, Inc. bread that literally tastes like a melon. Most melon bread in Japan is colored like a melon, but it doesn't taste like a melon. It just tastes like bread, except for when you're at Tokyo Disneyland and it tastes like you're eating like a melon, and then it has a little melon filling on the inside. And so we had some other Mickey-shaped kind of desserts. After that, it was time to do our Winnie the Pooh return time. So we went to do that. And the Winnie the Pooh attraction here is a trackless ride, so very different from the others. When we went in 2019, this was like one of the first trackless rides I think we had ever been on. So it was super impressive. It's still really fun now, but it wasn't for me as cool and unique anymore, given all the trackless rides that we've been on now. But I would still highly recommend doing it.
Do you have a favorite of the trackless rides?
That's a hard question. I mean, I would probably say Zootopia. Yeah.
Good to know.
Or Rise of the Resistance.
Zootopia happens to be my favorite. So I feel
really?
yes, I love it. It won an Oscar there. I think it was the year it came out, or at least it was nominated.
That's true.
So I love the idea that there's a whole land around it.
Yeah, the land should be bigger, but the attraction is very cool.
And it's a good trackless ride, apparently.
Yes. So we did poo. Then it was time for our dinner show at 4:40. It's a little early, but it's what we could get. The Diamond Variety Muster Hour in Westernland, kind of at the Diamond Horseshoe. This was like absurdly fun on so many levels because it didn't take itself seriously at all. And the entertainment was so good. So you don't go to this for the food. The food was like not the best, but it's like the food was like a sausage on a chicken wing bone, which is something that they sell at the park there. Like a salad with roast beef, smoked salmon, and shrimp, and just this weird combination of things. But the show is there's two hosts that are singing live, and then the other hosts are Claire Bell and Horace, then with Mickey Minnie, Donald Daisy, Clara Cluck, and they're doing kind of like a cabaret act of sorts. So the characters are all dancing. Mickey does a tap dance routine. Minnie kind of does like a flapper dance routine. It's like a 30-minute show. Donald, I don't remember the circumstances that came to this, but he gets a pot dropped on his head and then his voice changes to kind of be like he can sing kind of like a Harry Connick Jr. voice. And then he like sings in that voice throughout the show until the end when they like undo it. Clara Cluck comes in and sings two numbers just like balking like a chicken. No actual words in any language.
You called it absurdly fun, and I feel like anything that's called that, I would sign up for. How fun.
I mean, it was really good. And then like in the end, the grand finale is like all the characters start like playing percussion instruments live. So they're like horns and bells, and they're all kind of doing this at the same time. And then the hosts are singing live in English and they are speaking in Japanese. It was really fun. Like I would do this again in a heartbeat, even if it does take an hour out of your one day at Tokyo Disneyland. It's really fun. I would highly recommend it. And it's not that expensive relatively. You just have to be able to get the reservation, which is the hard part. So we finished that. I mean, also keep in mind, they're doing like standard, like American, like folk songs. So it's like Old MacDonald is being performed on stage, like nothing too serious.
Just chaos.
Yeah, it's literal just like fun chaos. It was really fun. After that, we kind of circled our way back to the hub. We did Pirates, which was 10 minutes, it's basically the Magic Kingdom pirate layout, except that the auction scene is still the same as it used to be.
They don't worry about updates, do they?
Even like this went through an almost year-long refurb like a year ago, and it came back with the auction scene as is. There are men chasing women still in the chase scene after that. A couple of them have switched.
And that hasn't been around a long time here.
Yeah, it's been like a decade already, but they like to keep things the same here at Tokyo Disneyland, and they definitely do. We checked out Gotcha, and then we went to the Dreamlights Parade seating. Again, reserved seating, no problem with that. The Dreamlights Parade is super impressive. It's, you've probably seen the Main Street Electrical Parade, which feels like it's every time it comes out, it's like on its last leg, like gonna fall apart any second. They've thrown all those floats out and rebuilt them with like modern LEDs. So it's super detailed. It's a very long parade, probably like 30 minutes plus to get through the whole thing. But really fun, really nice to see. And the finale is Small World themed. So the float is like, it's a Small World theme. They're playing that song, and it's kind of just like the Mickey characters are on that float. We were done with that by 7:20. We hopped on Haunted Mansion, which is in Fantasyland. It's like directly next to Small World and Fantasyland. It's a very odd placement. It's almost a carbon copy of the Magic Kingdoms version, except that the attic scene has not been updated. So it's like the old attic with the old bride. There's no chopping off of heads kind of scenery as you're going through there. But again, everything feels like it's working, it's fresh, it's clean. We had our Big Thunder return time after that, which was very cool at night. And then we made it for the evening show, which was at 8:20. We got there at 8:05. Had no problem getting a spot. We didn't pay for or reserve anything. There was plenty of space.
And that's called Reach for the Stars.
Yes. A lot of people online call it like a Disney Plus clip show. So
Oh,
it's
really?
like, again, it's like newer IPs projected. It's very heavy on the new stuff. This is a relatively new show. I think it started like about 6 months ago or less than a year. It was okay. It wasn't our favorite. I think our favorite evening shows were in Hong Kong and Shanghai by far.
Okay.
And that was it. We caught the monorail at 9:15, checked into the Miracosta. We had to go to a concierge level to check in, which we didn't know. We kind of forgotten that we booked this like concierge level room and that you had to go to a separate floor to check in for that. Our bags were ready for us and waiting, so we got settled. We did get this note when we checked in on paper that was like, we had a view of the DisneySea Miracosta Harbor, so the water and the Prometheus Mountain. So like great view straight on. We got this letter that was like, there may be noise between 10 p.m. and midnight due to rehearsals in the park. And it was very vague. And we were like, oh, what could that be? It turns out around 11:15, they started rehearsing the like evening spectacular for DisneySea. So it had performed during the day at, I don't know, 8:30 or something, but they did a full-on rehearsal of it, full out at 11:15. I think just no fireworks and like lower volume. So like around 11:15, we noticed there was commotion and we basically watched that entire show from our room, just like by chance, which was really cool and really fun to see something like that.
The perk of having the perfect view.
Yeah. So that was that day, Monday, March 24th.
24th? Oh, yeah, I had written down the date as the 23rd. That is not correct. Go ahead.
So this was our first Tokyo DisneySea day, and also the day we had the Fantasy Springs Magic Pass, which allowed you to just go on those rides as many times as you want. So I think I said this was the last month of that pass. And also and then on April 1st of this year, just a week or so ago, all of the Fantasy Springs rides switched from needing a pass of this sort, a DPA or a standby pass, to just be traditional standby, anyone can get in the line. But that wasn't the case when we were there.
Okay. And I think you were starting to say with a breakfast that came with your package, right?
Yes. So we had breakfast in the Bella Vista Lounge. And they let us kind of show up late to this. So we showed up around 7. They didn't have any problems with this. We didn't know much about the lounge or what was going to be served there, but the breakfast spread was pretty good. It's kind of like the hotel was European themed, so they kind of had this European themed breakfast of sorts. And the view was straight on to the Mediterranean harbor and DisneySea, like panoramic windows looking out.
And is this the club lounge or concierge lounge, or is it a restaurant?
It's a restaurant that anyone can get a reservation for. So
Okay.
It's separate from the club lounge, which was like up on level 5. This is like on level 2 off the lobby. But there's this restaurant for breakfast, and there's another restaurant called Oceana, which has another breakfast buffet, which you can also book either individual or through a package. This is like the slightly nicer buffet, I guess.
Okay.
So we enjoyed the breakfast and the view. At 7:35, we went down. I think I went down first to get in line for the park, and it was a lot busier than I think we expected. But it was fine. We entered around 8:30 exactly. We did our DPA for Believe Sea of Dreams, which is that evening show, paid for that. Grabbed a Indiana Jones priority pass, the free return time. Set up our mobile orders, and then had to wait to do the Big Band Beat DPA purchase until the 1.5 or 2 hour reset. So we ended up rope dropping Journey to the Center of the Earth. So like I said, they let us in at 30 and the attraction started at 8:45. So we were towards the front of the pack. We were right on at 8:46 and we were off by 58, I have here on my notes. Journey to the Center of the Earth is another like cool, unique attraction that I don't think Disney would ever make these days because it's not themed to any IP. It's unique to DisneySea. It uses the test track vehicle kind of mechanism But you're basically just going into the mountain to the center of the earth. And of course, something goes wrong, like any Disney attraction. And you just kind of speed out and you come out of the mountain. You kind of get views of DisneySea and the mysterious island area. There's a giant kind of monster animatronic that you see when you're underground, and there's fire effects, and it's very elaborate. It's really cool, but I think some people online hype this up to be a little bit more than it was, because it's not, beyond seeing the animatronic, there's not a lot to the attraction, but I would still obviously recommend doing it. Then we did 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, which is not like any of the other 20,000 Leagues attractions. It's, you go in this vehicle that has 3 people looking out your own individual window, and then you go underwater, fake underwater, and you have this little light viewfinder, like that you can point at different things that are in the scenery, and you're seeing like mermaids and these weird alien creatures that are underground, and then something goes wrong and you see a big monster, and then you come out from the water. But it's still like it's basically like an atmospheric ride where you're just kind of exploring things. There's not like a big storyline to it, but it's definitely worth doing, and the wait times are usually low. Then we headed over to Aquatopia, which was something that I was originally going to get the priority pass for, but looking more at the wait times, it seemed like if we did it quick enough in the morning, we wouldn't need to, and that was the case. Aquatopia is a trackless vehicle ride on the water surface. So 2 people in this vehicle, and they're randomized. So you go over this area that's water, and you're just moving in different directions, like going towards waterfalls or water effects and then backing away from them. And I believe during the summer, there are water effects that can get you wet, but because it was winter/spring, those weren't on, which is good. So we did that. We walked over to Lost River Delta, which is the area where Indiana Jones is. And then we met monkeys from Jungle Book, I think, were out roaming, and Panchito and Jose from Three Caballeros were out roaming. So we got pictures with all of them. We arrived for our Indiana Jones return time and finished that in about 10 to 15 minutes. The Indy ride, like the scenery, it's in like a Mayan temple. So I imagine this might kind of be similar to what we're going to get at Animal Kingdom. Like you're entering into a big Mayan temple, and it's kind of like South America themed. It's extremely similar to the one in Disneyland, except that you're rescuing a crystal skull rather than whatever it is you're doing in Disneyland. So the scenes are slightly different, but very similar in feel.
But I'm waiting for you to say, except for everything is newer and works better.
I mean, yes, everything worked better. I think one thing that you're seeing throughout all of these days is things in these parks don't go down very much in any of the 3, right? The uptime it's really impressive. It's not like going to Disney World where your day is sometimes plagued by things going down constantly. Like, I think I'll get to it, but we only had one really downtime thing that impacted our plans. The rest of the time, I can't tell you how many times on Indiana Jones and Disneyland the car has stopped. That did not happen at all any of the times we rode it here or in any other attraction. So, it's very different. I mean, you don't have really people that are, loading from ECVs or other things like the US park. So I think that speeds up the load and unload in a lot of these places. But the downtime doesn't really exist here.
I'm jealous of that.
Yeah. So next up, I booked Raging Spirits as the next DPA return time for 1:15. So that would be basically after we did our Fantasy Springs time. I also was able to purchase the Big Band Beat DPA for 5:10, which was the time we wanted. And then we headed into Fantasy Springs to use our pass. Fantasy Springs, I mean, it lives up to the hype, I think, that everyone gives it. The scenery is amazing. I mean, it was busy, but it wasn't that crazy. Like you could get pictures of everything and kind of see things and move around with no problems. We used our pass first. We kind of decided to go kind of in the order the attractions were in the land and what people kind of say from the smallest to the biggest. So we did the Rapunzel attraction first. That's a very short one. It's probably 5 minutes or less attraction. It's really focused on the lantern scene. And that's the big payoff. And I think it works really well. So really enjoyed that, but it is short. Then we did Frozen. So I guess we didn't really go in terms of intensity because Frozen is considered to be kind of, oh wait, no, we went to Busy Buggies. So Fairy Tinkerbell's Busy Buggies is the full name of this attraction. And this is kind of like the biggest parallel I can draw to this attraction is the old ride through that used to be in a Bug's Land in DCA. I forget the name of it, but it's kind of like that where you're going through these, like, you're shrunk down to the size of Fairy Tinkerbell, and you're going through these vignettes. Right? And the storyline is something about, I guess the fairies are delivering things, and there's a mouse named Cheese who is like the single animatronic in the ride, and it's his day off. So you're seeing Cheese at the end enjoying his day off. And that's pretty much it. So you're seeing like different vignettes of different fairy lands, and then you see Cheese and you get off. It's fun, but it's, not the most impressive. We did some pictures around the Pan section, and then we did Peter Pan's Neverland Adventure. So this one, I went in with low expectations on because people say, it's a screen-based ride. It's, we've had enough screen-based rides, but it was really fun. And I think like this, we saw the Peter Pan's flight at Shanghai, which is kind of like a modern interpretation of the classic Peter Pan's flight. I think this is, if you throw out all the restrictions of the old ride system of flying in the ship of Peter Pan's flight, this is like a Peter Pan modern attraction from the ground up, right? So it's a similar story. You're spending a little bit more time with the lost kids than you do in the other attraction, and it is mostly screen-based, but there are a few kind of like set pieces or animatronics that are happening. So it's mostly there's set pieces that are giving you dimension, and then there's a screen where most of the action is taking place on. But you're in this vehicle that is directing your attention at a certain point and can make you feel like you're swimming or flying or all kinds of different things. So it's 3D and it's very immersive. So I think I expected Frozen to be our favorite and my favorite of the Fantasy Springs attraction, but I think this was our favorite for sure.
That is a surprise if the people online were saying something different.
Yeah. So then we did Frozen. This one pretty quickly, like the wait time was very low. It is much longer than Frozen Ever After and goes into many more scenes that you don't get in Frozen Ever After. There's a cool twist on the like wanna build a snowman scene where you're actually in the scene and it's 3-dimensional rather than just on a screen or just played. And then, the scene where Elsa's powers become evident to everyone is, people have maybe seen this one spoiled online, but the effects are very impressive in that scene. And also in some of the other scenes where Anna kind of comes back from being frozen by Elsa's power. It's like the animatronics are next level impressive on this attraction. But I think the storyline is so similar to the traditional Frozen story, whereas the Peter Pan attraction just seems like newer and fresher. That's, I think, the difference between the two. But it's really
I'm impressed that they have such good animatronics, but also or very little downtime, because I feel like it's the animatronics that often cause that. And so tell us your secrets. How does it work?
Well, it's funny that you say that because Frozen was the one attraction where we did experience downtime on. So we go through Fantasy Springs and, we did these 3 and then the plan was to go through all of them again. So we did Rapunzel again. We did Peter Pan again. Then we took a shopping break and a lunch break. And then we were going to continue with Busy Buggies and Frozen, but Frozen went down at this point, and it stayed down for 2 to 3 hours of the day. So a pretty big chunk. But like you're saying, it makes sense because this has the most sophisticated and most number of animatronics, probably in DisneySea. So I'm not surprised that this is the one that had an extended period of downtime, but still very impressive. Like, I did want to do it multiple times to see all the details. And I think one thing to point out about this one, and I didn't talk much about the Beauty and the Beast attraction in Disneyland, is that I think I said this somewhere else, but unlike a lot of the US attractions, you're not moving super fast through the ride. So you can really kind of like experience what's going on. Whereas if you think about, I don't know, some of the newer ones in the US, like a Navi River Journey, or which doesn't have that much to look at, but you're moving so quickly through everything that you have to go on it multiple times to really get it and understand what's going on and see all the details. Whereas on Frozen and on Beauty and the Beast, especially, you're spending a lot of time in each scene. They're not rushing you between scenes. So you're really able to see all the detail and take it in versus a lot of other attractions. And I think it seems to me like the Oriental Land Company that owns Tokyo Disneyland, like they value a longer in-depth experience rather than the quick, let's churn as many people through as fast as possible experience.
I love that.
Yes. So, like I said, we stopped for lunch. This is the day we were doing 2 mobile orders. So we went to the Snuggly Duckling. Not the biggest fan of that restaurant. Honestly, the Fantasy Springs food disappointed overall. At that restaurant, we had a burger, a salad in a cup, a specialty drink, which was not the best. And then they have a Dutch baby there, which we're fans of these Dutch baby desserts. But that Dutch baby was not our favorite. Then we went to Lookout Cookout, which is the Peter Pan themed restaurant. We had butter curry chicken and lemon tea chicken in these little, they're kind of like snacks. It's like a basket that has fried chicken, a popover, a seaweed fritter, banana chips, and shrimp chips. It's a very odd mix of things. We didn't love it, but it's okay. They did have a great drink here. It was like a kiwi called the Kiwi Pixie Dust Soda that we really did, which was a recommendation from other friends who had been there, and it did live up to the hype. So basically, we looked around the springs. Like I said, we did Busy Buggies and Peter Pan again. Frozen was down. By that time, it was like 1:30, so we were able to go back to Raging Spirits. We had our return time there. It's a very small roller coaster, kind of Indiana Jones theme that goes upside down, and it's over in a minute or two. It's fun. There's like a waterfall that has fire on it. So it's pretty unique to DisneySea, but it's not that intricate. After that, we ran into Chip and Dale and Max in Lost River Delta, got some pictures. We had apple tea soda with our passes, and then we went back and did our vacation package return times for Journey to the Center of the Earth again, and then our Tower of Terror return time. And on the last trip, we only got to do Tower of Terror one time, and this trip we got to do it multiples, and I think we really liked this ride quite a bit. Obviously, it's familiar, but the theming is so different. You know, there's this character who owns the hotel and collects things and then gets cursed by this statue named Shiriki Utundo, and it's just fun and cute, and it's very different from the other attractions that are themed like the tower. So we did that. We got our gachapon. We saw even more characters. We saw so many characters at these parks. We saw Scrooge and Clarice outside of Tower. Brandon got a Peter Pan popcorn bucket. And then we were about 3:30 and we were going to take our break. I had mentioned in the pre-trip that we wanted to get this thing called Mickey long bread, which was like a kind of like a French bread that was Mickey shaped. We went to the bakery and they told us that it was done for the spring season. And I'm like, well, it's only March.
And wasn't the weather cold? It wasn't even spring feeling.
Yeah, I mean,
weather?
It was like 70 degrees, maybe.
Oh, that's spring.
It was warmer, but they said it was done for the season. So we just went back and had our break. And then we went to the club lounge and got some coffee. nothing that intense.
I'm fascinated by the idea of Mickey-shaped bread being seasonal. That feels like a thing that could be year-round.
Yeah, there's nothing like theme to it that is spring or winter or anything. It's just Mickey shaped, but they didn't have it, and that was okay. So we had our break and we went back for Big Band Beat. The show was at 5:10 and we left the room at 4:45, went over there. Again, we had like very specific reserved seating where it's like you're going to sit in these 3 seats. Seating was fine. The show was really good. So Big Band Beat pre-COVID had a fully live band for the whole show, performing all of the songs, live singing with like Western, like American, basically singers singing in English. But none of that came back post-COVID. So this version is called Big Band Beat, a special treat. So there's no live band. It's all like a pre-recorded track. There's no live singing. It's basically a dancing focused show. And the dancing is still pretty impressive. It's probably a step up from Shanghai's, but there's a lot of people in the show. It's really good. You get to see Mickey and Mickey and friends kind of dancing and performing in different acts. And the theater is big and immaculate and impressive. And at the end, so Mickey does tap dancing in this again, live tapping. And then the big like finale is that Mickey plays the drums live. And that still does happen. It's a really cute show. It's long. It's 35 minutes. There's tons of scenes. And it seems to be very popular right now because it's ending in September. So I think it's been there for like over a decade, but it's coming to an end in September and they haven't announced what's replacing it. So we did that. And then we shopped at McDuck's, which is kind of like the biggest Duffy shop in DisneySea. We spent about 30 minutes doing that. They're kind of towards the end, or they were towards the end of the seasonal Duffy like food themed event. So a lot of the seasonal merch was sold out. They only had certain things. So we had to kind of pick and choose what we bought, but we still ended up getting quite a bit of Duffy merch. And then we did our snack dinner of different snacks. So we got from Bayside Takeout the sushi roll, what they call the sushi roll, which I figured out was basically an onigiri, which is, kind of like a rice ball with filling, but it's like a stick form. We got the Donald shrimp Donald. It looks like a raft basically, and then the sleeve it comes in has Donald in the raft on it. So you take a picture of it together, Donald's in this shrimp bun wrap. And then we also got soy sauce popcorn, which is one of the unique flavors we wanted to get.
How was it?
We thought the soy sauce popcorn could use more flavor. Like it wasn't soy saucy enough, but we thought the Donald bun was really good. And then the sushi roll was fine, but we enjoyed that. It was dark around this time, so we went back. After this, we walked towards the front to go to our spot for Believe, Sea of Dreams, our reserve spot. The show was pretty early. It actually got moved up in the schedule. So it was at 7, and we got there around 6:50. We got our spot. We watched the show, which remember we had seen kind of from the window. The window view, I think, was a better view
Than your reserve seat?
Than the reserve seat in the park, because you're sitting on a flat surface. And then at the front, we're like probably 10 rows back, which is fine, but there's a railing at the front, right? And this is mostly occurring on the water, right? And then coming up from that. But because it's so flat, you have this like weird angle view of it. And we didn't love the show quite as much as I think we thought we would. This park used to have a version of Fantasmic, which I think was a lot better than Believe, Sea of Dreams, which is, it's kind of like character vignettes. So it's like a Rapunzel section, a Moana section, kind of like all the IPs you would normally see in these evening shows. They have their own kind of like unit. And then Peter Pan and Wendy and Co. are on a pirate ship, and they're kind of like the anchor throughout the story. It's okay, but it wasn't our favorite, and there's not a lot of pyro or anything in this show. So that was the show, and then we went back to Fantasy Springs to kind of do one more round through everything. It's about a 15-minute walk to get from where we were back to Fantasy Springs. So we did that, and now Frozen was back up. So we were able to do, again, we did Frozen twice. We did Peter Pan. We got pictures of all the springs by the hotel and at the front, like at night. And then we did a little shopping and went back to the room. Number of steps, 25,000. Actually, I forgot to mention that Tokyo Disneyland was our lowest step day, only 18,500. So
For you, I'm sure for you guys that was very easy. You're quite active.
yeah, I mean, Tokyo Disneyland felt like a breeze in terms of steps, and everybody says DisneySea is like so big, too big, but I don't know, maybe it was the order in which we did things and the fact that we had a break this day, but it didn't feel, I mean, yes, we walked 25,000 steps, but it didn't feel as bad as, Shanghai walking almost 30. There's a big difference between the two.
Yeah. The next day was Tuesday, March 25th. And you were going to Tokyo DisneySea, starting with, I think, breakfast at the lounge.
Yes. So again, breakfast at the lounge. We did our bag check-in via the TV QR code. We made it down to the lounge around 7:15, slightly later. This day, we brought our Duffy and Gelatoni as we wanted to take pictures in the park with them. So we brought them to breakfast and we put them on a chair, and they brought out a place setting for Duffy and like a kid's place setting for Duffy and Gelatoni at the table.
That's adorable. I love that so much.
We got some postcards. There's a custom stamp you can get at the Miracosta Hotel and at DisneySea if you mail something from there. So we got the stamp, and I dropped off postcards and that kind of stuff, and then made it down to the line at 7:45. We were in again at 8:30. However, it seemed like they didn't start attractions this day until 9, not at 8:45. So we walked a little slower going in because we didn't have as high stakes this day. So we met Goofy and Donald. All the characters kind of meet in the plaza at the front of DisneySea as you walk in. So you can go see them or you can run to an attraction. So we saw Goofy and Donald, and then we walked towards Tower of Terror. During that walk, we got our 40th anniversary for Indy, and we decided that we wanted to do Peter Pan one more time. So we bought that on DPA, and then we got a standby pass, the free one for Frozen, just kind of as like if it's here, let's take it, see what happens situation. So we did that. We got to Tower of Terror by 8:37, but like I said, it didn't start. They didn't let us in the building until 8:56. So we stood there for a little bit. I was a little bit nervous this was going to throw off the morning, but everything worked out just fine. So we did that. We were done by 9:15. Our plan this morning was to go see Duffy in the Lost River Delta because he kind of has a serape themed outfit. Again, I thought there was going to be a crazy line for this, but I think that the locals are over Duffy and they want the new characters. They want Lena Bell. They want Cookie. They've seen Duffy. So like we were, I don't know, third or fourth group in line to meet Duffy when we got there at 9:25 for a 9:30 start. And unlike the other places, Tokyo has a one photo policy. So we decided we were going to take individual photos with Duffy in case we couldn't get a second. So they let us take individuals, but we could not take a group photo. And they'll show you your individual photo and ask if it's okay before they send you on. But you cannot change your pose. You cannot take a picture of Duffy by himself. Like you're getting
a group photo.
So we left and there was no one in the line. So we had to walk completely out, but then we walked back in and then we got a group photo. It took 5 minutes and it was fine. They were like, you're back. So we got our group photo and our individual photos with Duffy. We were done by 9:48. Our Frozen return time was at 9:20, so we decided to go back there and kind of stay in the back part of the park. We made it there quickly enough that the standby line was only 10 minutes once you get past the pass scan. So that was nice and quick. We got an apple tea soda in the Frozen restaurant using our pass. The Frozen restaurant, which we didn't go in the day before, was really cool. It's themed to the castle. I think, the castle in Frozen in Arendelle. And there's a lot of different rooms with like really detailed paintings. And some of those paintings are kind of riffs on actual like classic paintings. So there's a classic. So some of those paintings are riffs on classic French paintings specifically. One of them is, and I didn't know the artist's name at the time, but it's like a woman on a swing in a white dress in like a forest. And it's a famous French artist named Fragonard. And there's like a Frozenized theme of a painting that's basically a riff on that's in that restaurant. And we all were like, that's so familiar, but also slightly different. But we were kind of noticing that some of the paintings just seem to be kind of like takes on classics.
So how did you figure out the original? Did you just sit and Google girl on swing?
Yes, exactly. Did exactly that.
Because I think that's kind of fun.
Yeah. So we did that. And I did notice that most of those paintings are also later on in the day, or no, that day we also did the ride. I noticed that all of those paintings are also in the ride when you go through the castle. So they're kind of using them in both places. We then did Indiana Jones, grabbed a return time for Nemo and Friends Sea Rider, which is something we did not do the day before. We grabbed another free sugary drink at the Yucatan Base Camp Drill. We had this drink called the Mystic Crystal drink, which is a peach and mango like sparkling soda that had basically kind of like Pop Rocks in it, but they weren't Pop Rocks. I don't know what exactly they were, but they were kind of like a Japanese take on Pop Rocks. That one was good. And we had the alien mochi, which are the 3 flavored mochi that look like the green alien men from Toy Story. We then jumped back. This is all kind of in the back of the park, close to Fantasy Springs. So we went to our Peter Pan return time, which was at 11. That was nice and quick. And then we walked over to Nemo and Friends. So Nemo is probably like a good 15 to 20 minute walk from the Fantasy Springs area. So we did that. Nemo and Friends Sea Rider. If you're being like shrunk down to the size of Nemo and Friends in this vehicle, and then you're exploring the ocean, it's kind of like a big moving theater, kind of like a large Star Tours. It's fun. It's low stakes. I wouldn't wait a long time for it, but I would do it.
I'm going to start using the term low stakes.
Yeah. As if there are high stakes Disney rides, which I guess there are. At that point, it was time to get ready for our Duffy lunch show in Cape Cod. So we arrived at noon for our 12:10 show. This is another kind of like dinner show of sorts, where you're seeing all of the Duffy and Friends characters on the stage indoors. The food is not great. You're eating like a baked ziti essentially, but it's fun and it's all completely in Japanese. So Brandon was like live translating using a translate app to try and catch a few things. And it seems like the story might be Duffy and Friends are helping Cookie Ann make a cake, and she's lost an ingredient, and they're like coming together to help her out.
Uh-huh.
I think that's the story.
Good job trying to keep up with that.
So you got 20-ish minutes of that. It's fun. It's cute. It's nice to be indoors and seated for a show. You know, it's not quite as absurd as the Western show that we saw, but it's still fun.
I was waiting for that. I was waiting for you to say it was absurdly fun.
Yeah, but we enjoyed it. Then we looked around Cape Cod, took pics, and we took the electric railway from the Discovery Island area over to the American waterfront and looked around the Mediterranean canals. We did some merch shopping, took some pictures in the piazza. So we have a dog, or one of our dogs. We have beagles. One of them is named Topolino, which is the Italian name for Mickey Mouse. So we call him Topo because of the Topo the drink as well. But
did you have that dog before or after Topolino's restaurant at Riviera?
After. I think that's where we learned about the name Topolino, and we were trying to think of names for our dog. And anyway, one of the piazzas, there's a sign that says Piazza Topolino. So we took some pictures of that to commemorate being at Piazza Topolino. We had some ice cream and coffee jelly that we got from Mama Biscotti's, and then we headed to Soarin'. So Soarin' was one of the few things where we had a pre-booked return time as part of the package. So it was at 2:30. We got there at 2:53. This is another Soaring with a G.
Well, I was going to ask, is it the apostrophe or the G?
It's a G. So it's always a G. And it's taking place in the Mediterranean harbor. So it's themed to that sort of feeling. Like you're going into this kind of Italian, it's not like a castle, but it's like there's like a dome, and you're going into this place that's about exploring the world, right? So you're seeing different vignettes of flight around the world. And there's a pre-show where you're in a room, not lined up like Soaring in the US, and a painting comes to life with projections. And then it kind of flows out of the painting, and this woman who's an explorer, I don't know her name, but I believe she's also an SEA member now. She tells you, about flight and what you're going to do, and the room basically projects different things on the wall. And then you get split off into your various, A, B, C seating setup for Soarin'. Once you get into Soaring', it's Soarin' as you would know and love, with two changes. There's no Paris, so no Eiffel Tower. Instead, you go to Tokyo and you fly past Tokyo Tower, and then you end at DisneySea.
So this one does end in a park.
Yes, does end in the park. So we did that. That was fun. Then we did something pretty unique to DisneySea. In front of Mount Prometheus, there's like a fortress. And last time we were there, this was closed for renovation, but it was open this time. And it's this area called the Fortress Exploration. And within that, there's like a sundial and all these different rooms you can explore. But you can also do what's called the Leonardo Challenge, which is 2 or 3 different tracks of kind of like a solve it challenge where you're going to different places and doing tasks to solve a puzzle. Completely in Japanese. The map is in Japanese. You see a pre-show video in Japanese. But everyone said, try it, use a translator and try it. So we did that. And this cast member was like, super encouraging to us. We were like the only English speakers who were really trying this out. And she was like trying to help me get started and using her Google Translate on her phone to tell me, like, give me hints about what to do. So she got me started, and then I was able to translate the map to figure out the rest. And you go through multiple different levels of this fortress and different rooms where you're seeing different kind of like special effects, whether they're video or kind of like a sundial where you're moving the dial to project different images. And then at the end, you put your paper in the room based on what you're solving, and you see kind of like a video, another painting that comes to life with Leonardo in it, speaking in Japanese. He tells you whatever it is he tells you. And then you can put your map in this like embossing machine and get like a letterpress embossed symbol on your map, which is pretty cool and unique. I thought it was really fun and kind of like a low stakes sort of thing that's super unique to DisneySea. So we did that. Then we had another journey to the center of the earth return time with no limitations. We had some snacks, a potato churro, which is like a savory churro, which I don't know. I think we had it last time and I remember liking it more, but I was not that much of a fan. We had a gyoza dog, which is similar to something you can get at California Adventure right now. But we had those two things in Mysterious Island. And then we headed to Mermaid Lagoon to have one of our favorite snacks, which is the sea salt manaka. It's like an ice cream. It's not an ice cream sandwich, but it's ice cream in a manaka covering, which is kind of like a ice cream cone, kind of like a US style ice cream cone covering, just with one layer with sea salt flavored ice cream in it. And then in the middle, there's like a berry filling.
Sounds delicious.
It's really good. So we had that in Mermaid Lagoon. We kind of looked around. There was like one last gotcha machine that we wanted to catch in Mermaid Lagoon that had, I think, the best gotcha of Tokyo Disney, which are they're like rubber bands, kind of like those old slap bands you would get in like the 90s. They're not slap, they're clasp it, but they're themed to different attractions. So there's a Soaring one, Small World, Splash Mountain, and Sinbad. So we got lucky and rolled the gacha 5 times and got all 4 of them in 5 rounds and called it a day. Then we went to the Arabian coast, which is an area we really hadn't explored yet, but it's Ime's favorite area of the park. And it has a lot of Aladdin influences, obviously, but we went on the Sinbad attraction, which is, again, kind of like an original story. It's themed to the story of Sinbad, which is like a classic, story, but it's not a Disney IP. And this is a long ride. This is like a 10+ minute boat ride with pretty detailed animatronics and scenes of Sinbad like traveling the world and collecting things. And there's some really big animatronics and a flying animatronic. It's not talked about a lot, but it's a really impressive attraction at Disney. So we did that. We did the carousel. There's a 2-story carousel there, which is themed to Aladdin. So we went on the 2nd story of this 2-story
so
carousel.
Cool. I was trying to think, have I ever seen a 2-layer carousel? That's kind of amazing.
No, it's built into this building, so you can see both, and you see this big courtyard. It's really fun. I don't know. We did it last time too, and we had a good time. Then we had our Duffy dinner at Miguel's, the Mexican restaurant that has curries right now. I think we found out very quickly that it seems like people who are visiting DisneySea, who are locals, they don't really dine at the restaurants. They dine on snacks. The snack lines are really long. And even though we mobile ordered at these restaurants, once you get in the restaurants, there's like almost nobody there. This restaurant was almost completely empty, and it's like a 2-story restaurant with hundreds of seats. But it's all decked out with Duffy stuff right now. So we got our Duffy souvenirs that you get when you purchase a meal there, and it was fine. Although I think by this point we were tired of having shrimp-based meals at DisneySea because it was more shrimp. We were still a little hungry, so we decided to order food at the Frozen restaurant, which they have these like pot pies essentially. So we had a beef pot pie there and just kind of shared it. That was our favorite of the DisneySea quick service restaurants, and that's funny because it's the one that I heard the least about in terms of planning. But it was really cool, and we also got like a souvenir Frozen plate. It's like actually a porcelain plate. I was surprised. I thought it was going to be plastic. It was like a $3 add-on to the meal.
Nice.
I thought it was a pretty good value. So then we finished up our day by doing Sinbad. We ended up skipping the evening show because we had seen it from the room, paid for the DPA the day before, and we didn't love it.
Mm-hmm.
So we did Sinbad, and then our last attraction, we used our return time for Tower of Terror to do that right at closing. So we did that at 8:35, and I didn't mention this, but it was Japanese spring break, and there were spring breakers everywhere in the park. Now, because we had the vacation package and all these things, we didn't have any really problems with that, but the wait times were high, and they were just everywhere, like tons of kids, like high school age kids. But we were surrounded by high school age kids on this Tower of Terror ride, and it was actually really fun because they were like really into it, and they were like screaming at full intent. And normally when you go on a lot of these attractions in Japan, it's like you could hear a pin drop. Like people just don't make noise because that's like the cultural thing until the drops or the intensity starts. But they were like really into it, and it was actually pretty fun to be on the ride with them. So we did that. We walked around the Toy Story area, which is really cool, lit up at night. We did not want to do Toy Story Mania just because we've done it so many times in the US. Did our last shopping, and then we went back to the Miracosta to pick up our bags and get an Uber to our hotel in the city. So we got that around 9:40, and we were at that hotel at 10:20. But there's something that's pretty wild about our baggage situation. So remember, we left the bags in the room and they picked it up. I've never ever seen this happen at any Disney hotel or other hotel, but they took the food that we had left there, food and drinks that we had left in the refrigerator in the room, and they stored it in a refrigerator. And Ime had also bought a balloon the day before and just was like, I'll leave it in the hotel room. They brought all that stuff out with our bags and was like, here's your balloon. Do you want this food that you left in the hotel fridge to take with you? And we were like, you brought the food and like drinks from the fridge?
Instead of throwing it away?
Instead of just throwing it away. We didn't expect that at all, that they would do that.
Did you take the food?
We didn't take the food.
That was nice of them, though.
But,
that seems helpful if you did want to keep it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if we had planned for it, maybe we would have kept it, but we didn't. We had no plans to use any of that stuff anymore, but because we had no idea that they would even do that. But it was definitely a nice surprise.
All right. So you already told us you were checked into your new hotel, and that was for the next and last part of your trip. Wednesday, March 26th, you were starting it with a Taiwanese breakfast, I believe.
Yep. And what I mentioned in the pre-trip pretty much went to plan on this day. We had our Taiwanese breakfast. That was really good. We grabbed some like unique drinks out of Starbucks nearby. Then we took the metro. We were kind of like in the city. We were looking for sakura or cherry blossoms, kind of like hunting to find them. We did not find them this day. There was not really much yet in the place that we went to that we were looking for. So we kind of just walked around. And then we moved on to our vintage shopping. The vintage shopping was kind of overwhelming. We went to this area, Shimo-Kitazawa. So many stores, many more than I thought. Things were a little bit more expensive than I thought, but they're super well organized. Like everything is organized by color or theme. Most of these places had a Disney section as well. So I was able to get an Epcot sweatshirt, like an Epcot 1982 sweatshirt, and an Epcot Mickey like flag shirt, and then another Disney World shirt, for less than you would pay in the US, but not crazy less, but less than you would pay in the US. I ended up talking to the shop owner at one of these places where I bought the Epcot sweater, and he was like, I travel to the US for 3 months at a time, and I just shop. And the primary place he goes is Dallas, Texas. And he was like, oh, I rarely meet people from Texas. And I was like, oh, well.
You got two of them right here.
Yeah.
But I'm like, where in Dallas? Like a market, I wonder?
I don't know. I don't know exactly where. They must be deep diving. I mean, these places were all very curated and had like very specific things. A lot of them were focused on men's clothing, surprisingly. But what seems to be popular right now are like men's like preppy shirts. So like polo, Ralph Lauren, anything plaid, t-shirts of all kinds, random things like, like Raising Cane's hats or Starbucks hats, or just like American fast food brands.
And the locals are into that? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, they're very into this.
Interesting.
Yeah, so everything is super organized. There's always like a kind of like US college logo section where you can find all your college wear. There's all the like companies, like the food companies and other things. And we saw a big section of cargo shorts, khaki cargo shorts, denim shorts, like denim dad shorts. Like
That's what I was going to say. This sounds like dad style is very in.
Dad style is in. Well, the Tokyo style is like very preppy as it is. So that all this kind of tracks, but there was a lot of that sort of feeling. That and then like workwear, like factory jackets or like work shirts, like FedEx shirts, button-down shirts, those kinds of things. Very interesting to see kind of what's there. The prices weren't quite as cheap as I would have, as some of the internet stuff made me believe, but we kind of picked and chose, what was cheaper. Like I saw a 90s Typhoon Lagoon all over print shirt there that I was like, I kind of want this, but it was like almost the equivalent of $50, and you could get it on eBay for $20.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because I used to get vintage stuff on eBay, and I was like, I wonder if it was coming from markets like this that kind of curate it.
I think so in some cases. You just got to see where it ships from. But I was always pricing against eBay to see, is this overpriced or underpriced? So we were very picky about, what we picked from. But a few of the more popular places that you see on TikTok or Instagram were the more expensive places that were too much to spend on these kinds of things. But we did a few things. We got our dirty coffee from Bear Pond, which was excellent. We ended up skipping lunch this day since we had kind of like a late breakfast. And then we did our gachapon shopping in Tokyo. So we went to a few different stops, which were just wild. Like we went to a gachapon store that had 3 levels of gachapon machines. It's overwhelming, but we spent, I don't know, 30 to 45 minutes just going through all the floors and picking out what we wanted. We got pretty lucky. There were some things that we saw online that I think were sold out by the time we got there, just because this is so popular right now. But I was focusing on getting miniature food items or Disney related things, and we succeeded in that. Then on the way back to the hotel for a break, we stopped at a Uniqlo because they offer another like customization thing. Like I mentioned in Shanghai, you can get patches put on your Uniqlo bags or clothing items. So you can bring a bag that you already own and get patches sewn on there. And there's unique ones that you can only get in Japan. So I got a Mount Fuji and some sushi and some sakura. You drop it off and then you have to come back. So it would, in this case, it took 24 hours. So I went back the next day to pick it up.
So whatever you want the patch to be attached to, you have to be willing to give up for 24 hours.
Yes, you have to be willing to give it up for 24 hours. And we went, we were staying in a less touristy area, like not in Ginza. From what I understand, at times the Ginza return time can be like up to a week to get your item back.
Wow.
So we were very lucky that it was one day. Unfortunately, Brandon wanted a bag they wouldn't do, but he ended up buying something they had pre-embroidered. But it was easy to do and it doesn't cost very much. So we just dropped it off. And then we had our big dinner, which was at Toriaki Ohana, which was a omakase, like grilled chicken tasting menu. And this definitely exceeded, I think, all of our expectations. I'm not going to go into everything because there were 20 courses.
20
courses.
How long does it take to have 20 courses?
We were probably there for a good 2 hours.
Oh, that's pretty fast.
It's not too bad. I mean, they're not that big. They're like, 1 or 2 bites each, I would say, maybe 3 bites. But it definitely exceeded my expectations. Like, we had all kinds of different takes on chicken, but then also some non-chicken items. So you got stuff like a chicken miso spring roll, like a steamed chicken breast that was pickled, like pate. We had a chicken wonton soup, then some non-chicken things like bamboo shoots and miso, a meatball that was actually in a manaka, chicken skin, liver, all kinds of different things. And it was really great. And then it ended with like a shaved ice, like kakigori, tangerine with cream dessert. So we really liked that. I think we were all full by the end of that night, and we went back and called it a day.
Okay, the next day is Thursday, March 27th, and you had plans in Eastern Tokyo, I think.
Yes. So Ginza and Akihabara were our priorities. So we started off at the local coffee place that you may found. I don't remember the name of it. And then we grabbed some kind of like baked goods for breakfast. We kind of changed our breakfast plan a little bit on this day. We went to see the Okura Hotel, which is kind of like a classic mid-century hotel that was rebuilt at some point in the last 10 years. But then people, I don't know, Ime says people were outraged. So they kind of recreated the old mid-century lobby within this new modern building. So you can go see this like mid-century Japanese lobby, kind of like preserved in time.
Yeah. Don't mess with us mid-century lovers. We like the originals.
Yeah, for sure. And Tokyo likes Japanese culture is keep things the same and maintain them to a pristine level. So it was cool to see this. And also, winding way back, the very first hotel we stayed at in Narita for those 2 nights before everything was like this, like half of the hotel was like a preserved, like 1970s frozen in time hotel that was like pristine, which is the room that we stayed in, Brandon and I. And then Ime stayed in this other half, which was like completely renovated, modern, like tiny room hotel. But it was really interesting to see this like dichotomy of like pristinely preserved room versus super modern room in the same kind of hotel. Then we went to the Tokyo station on the metro to go to Character Street, which is kind of like a street. So most of the stations in Tokyo, or a lot of them, are connected to shopping districts or food districts, like a mall almost. Tokyo Station is by far the biggest. You can eat, you could probably sleep, you can shop in Tokyo Station. You could live there. It's like a little city. So Character Street is all the like toy or character theme stores. So we wanted to go to the Snoopy store, which was a priority for Brandon. And then EA wanted to hit a few. And I went to the Tomika store, which is the cars that we were talking about in Hong Kong. Then we went to Akihabara to go to a gachapon store where you can just buy gacha off shelves and not have to take a chance on them. You pay a premium, but you just pick out what you want. So we did that, and that was good because I got a few that I had either seen at the beginning of the trip and did not see again, or stuff that I had not seen anywhere. You pay like maybe $1 or $2 US premium, but it's easy to just fill out your collection. Then we took a taxi to our coffee omakase at Cafe Mamea, which is somewhere we went last time, but just as a quick stop. This was another like kind of like probably about an hour and a half tasting. It wasn't really a meal, but they did have like food pairings with the coffee.
And was this in the Kodo part of town, this tasting that you did?
Yes, essentially. Yeah, that's right. So we pretty much went over there just for this, but it was worth it. I mean, the coffee was amazing. Like, Coffee Mamea is deemed to be like a doctor's office or like a pharmacy where it's like the baristas are in like white lab coats and they're prescribing you coffee is kind of like the high level theme. So they take it very seriously, but they're doing like pour overs and different servings right in front of you. They had like milk brewed, cold brew. We had a couple of different pour overs where they used the pour over coffee in different ways. It was really fun. We posted this on Instagram. People are super interested in this, but it's definitely worth it. It's hard to get a reservation, but it's worth doing if you have the time.
Uh-huh.
Now, we thought this would be more food focused, but it wasn't. So we ended up grabbing a taiyaki kind of on our walk to the next stop after this, which was Ginza, which is like the big shopping district of Tokyo. We walked a lot this day too in Ginza because we ended up walking along the shopping boulevard. I mentioned that Brandon wanted to buy kind of like a nice wallet in Tokyo at Goyard, like a leather wallet. And because Japan had the best price exchange, we decided to do it in Ginza. We went to Goyard in some department store. And this was in the afternoon. And they told us they were sold out of almost every item, but to try the next day. So we were very surprised by this. But it became clear as we went through some of these stores that have like obvious items that tourists come to buy cheaply, that these things were hard to get or like sold out. Brandon was also looking for a jacket, and that was like not available in any sizes that were like that would work basically.
Wow.
So I'll get to the Goyard, but we ended up skipping it for that day. And then we went to this store called Itoya, which is also pretty popular on Instagram. It's a stationery store that's 12 stories. 12 stories of stationery and like paper products.
Wow.
Japan loves stationery and paper products.
So that's what I was going to ask, because I feel like there was a time when I used to go into stationery stores. I know I'm like, do people use it? Like maybe they must there, huh?
I think they must, yeah. So we got some erasers. They had lots of themed erasers that were kind of like gachapon of sorts, where it's like we got like food themed erasers or like a Mount Fuji eraser. I will say we were going in and out of a lot of stores this day, and while it was like 60 to 70, Tokyo and Japan are known for loving warm temperatures indoors. So most places had the heat on a 60-degree day, and it was like sweltering in these shops. You're like dripping sweat. So pack light for your Tokyo city days. Don't need a lot of layers. Even if it's cool outside, if you're going indoors a lot, it'll be very warm. It was also hard to get like the hotel rooms to cool down in some cases. The Disney rooms, I think because Disney is like kind of caters to Western tourists to some extent, that wasn't a problem. But at our city hotels, they ran hot.
That is rough. I'm running really warm these days. And I'm like, no, I don't want to go inside and warm up.
Yeah, definitely not. We went to a few other stores, Beams. We saw the Mitsukoshi flagship store. So, the one at the Epcot Pavilion. We didn't go in it, but we walked by it and I took some pictures. We went to a dollar store named Syria to get some like gachapon and like other kind of stands and display things, which are, it sounds silly to go buy that stuff in Japan, but they were like 50 to 80 cents a piece, like for these things because of the conversion rate. So it was like, I'll find a space in my bag to buy this stuff here and bring it home. We ended up, since we didn't have much of a lunch, we had a kind of a snack katsu steak sandwich at some place that Ime found recommended, which was really good. We saw some guy there who was wearing a Buc-ee's hat, which was interesting to be all the way in Tokyo and see a Buc-ee's hat. And it turns out they were from Utah and had bought it online. They hadn't even been to a Buc-ee's.
That is so funny.
Then we planned to have a break this day, but we were running out of time. So we stored our stuff in a locker at Roppongi Station. And we went to Tokyo Midtown and caught some cherry blossom trees that were lit up at night. Then we're going to have 2 pizza dinners this night. We ended up only having one. We did get a reservation at PST, Pizza Studio Tomaki, that our friend Diana helped us get, and she met up with us. She had to call back, I think, at least twice to get this reservation since she needed to book it in Japanese. Mm-hmm. They won't speak English over the phone. I will note that after we spoke, I found out that my credit card has a concierge that can get you international reservations, and they could get me a reservation here because they can call in Japanese, but we had Diana to handle that. It was really good. We talked about pizza in Tokyo being like a thing, and it was very Neapolitan style Italian pizza. We like that. And then Diana took us to a kakigori place and we had some shaved ice. And that was the end of the night, with the exception of us trying to find our stuff in the locker that we left it in Roppongi Station, because, as I've alluded to, train stations in Japan are enormous and there's lots of different entrances and exits. And we didn't remember exactly where we entered and exited that station to leave our bags. So we spent about 30 to 45 minutes exploring Roppongi Station from different entrances and exits.
That's a fun way to put it. We were exploring, not frantically searching for our belongings.
Frantically searching for our belongings and asking, like, where is this? We have a receipt that has a name on it, but it doesn't tell you exactly where the lockers are. But we eventually figured it out.
Yep. All right. So that was your last full day, I think.
Last full day.
Okay. So then Friday, March 28th was departure day, but some other stuff that you were going to do before you leaving that night.
Yeah, we had a few things. Our flight was at 7:40, so evening flight. So because we did not succeed at Goyard the day before this, we decided to try again this morning. So Brandon had read about people like lining up at Goyard, so we decided to basically try that. And there were 2 store within a stores at different department stores, basically in the Ginza area. So Brandon and I split up, and I went to one and he went to the other, and we basically got there. I think by the time we got there at 8:30, the stores open at different times. I remember getting there about 45 minutes before opening, so 8:30 for a 9 something. And I was the first one at my store, and there was a very clear sign where it was like, line up here. And at his, there was not a clear sign, but he was within the first group of people. His store opened first, and he got up to the Goyard store within the store and was second or third in line, and they ended up having what he wanted in the color he wanted. So I was able to leave the line, which had grown to probably like 10 people behind me at that point. And then he got what he wanted, and we met up in Shinjuku at the Apple store, saw that. And then we went to the Disney flagship store in Shinjuku, which is a couple stories of Disney merch that's totally different from the park stuff. Bought a couple things, but not too much. We went to the Gap flagship store nearby, and then we finally found some cherry blossoms in Yoyogi Park. So I think I mentioned that this park might need a reservation in Shinjuku Goen. Oh, it was Shinjuku Goen Park, not Yoyogi. But because it was a weekday, we didn't need a reservation to enter the park. We just had to pay the few yen fee with our Suica card and we could go in. There were a ton of people, but the park is very large and there are trees everywhere. So we got to see, it wasn't maybe a full bloom of cherry blossoms, but we got to see a bloom that was great to take pictures and good to see, especially on our last day. So we did that. We decided to go back to Shinjuku for lunch. We got coffee at the Gap Cafe because most of these big stores seem to have a coffee shop attached to them in Tokyo. Mm-hmm. And you could print on the top of your coffee like a Gap logo or different various things. So I used to work at the Gap. That was my first job. So I was like, I need to go get this Gap logo coffee just to check it off.
It's funny.
The Gap, I mean, everyone had gacha. The Gap also had gacha. There's a little like bear you could buy, like a little stuffed bear, tiny. And then you could, from these machines, get little clothes to put, like a little sweater to put, or a Gap hoodie to put on the bear. So we did that. Then we made our final stops. We had lunch in Shinjuku, which is like a Japanese kind of izakaya lunch. We went to Don Quixote, which is a giant store. People call it Donkey or Don Quixote, but it's kind of like a everything shop geared towards tourists where you can get like cosmetics and I don't know, all kinds of different things. I don't think it's the cheapest for like skincare stuff. So we did some stuff there, like the Kit Kats and the kind of things you bring home as gifts for friends. And then we went to a drugstore to get more like skincare related things at a cheaper price. Then we did our final things, went back to the hotel. We split off from Ime at this point since she had a later flight and she was going to go do sushi for dinner. We went back to the hotel, left for the airport around 4:20. We had access to the A&A lounge, which was really nice on this leg of our flight. So we were able to take showers in there. We could reserve our own private shower and like bathroom situation. So we did that. They had an udon bar in the lounge where you could order like freshly made udon.
It's so nice.
So it was really nice. So we did all that. And then we were on the plane at 7:20.
And then you flew for a long time until you got home at midnight the next day or that night.
Yeah, we connected in LAX and we had a 5 or 6 hour connection there. And on this leg, we kind of splurged and used our miles to fly business class on United. So we could go into the United Polaris lounge, which was not very busy. And there was no one in there in LAX. So we got to go and have a private relaxation room and just kind of take a break for a little bit before our last leg. And we made it back here at midnight.
If your layover had been a little longer, you could have run to Disneyland real quick and it could have been a 4 castle park trip.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
That sounds exhausting.
Yeah, I think we were very tired at this point. And, you know, Brandon doesn't sleep well on planes, so he stayed up the last, like the long leg. But I was like, I'm in Polaris business class and I've never been in Polaris business class. And we were just out in Tokyo for a day and I'm kind of tired. So I'm just going to go to sleep because I can lay flat like for once on an airplane. So like, I'm going to take advantage of that when I can.
Yeah. I'm surprised that he didn't just pass out of exhaustion.
Yeah. But it was a great trip. I mean, we did so much and I think we achieved like everything we planned for on the Disney days. Like the only attractions we didn't go on were like the Tiki Room and the Jungle Cruise at Tokyo Disneyland. Other than that, we like did everything we planned to do and more in some cases. So it was a really fun trip. I don't know if I can do all of these things together again, but it's a good like once in a lifetime sort of check off the list.
I was following along a little during your trip on Instagram and it felt like at the end that you were like, yeah, it's time to go home.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, which is understandable. You were gone a long time and you did a lot. So that makes sense.
Yeah. But it is whiplash to come back to the US after being out for so long. But I want to go back to Japan. I think there's always so much to do in Tokyo and Japan that like there's no end to the list. And we could go much further. And, you know, I will say for anyone who's listening to this, like we didn't do a lot of touristy things, especially in Tokyo, because we'd been there before and done all those things. But there are lots of tourist sites to see in Tokyo, like parks and like Asakusa and temples and, viewpoints and buildings that you should definitely do if it's your first time there that we didn't do. So it's always worth going to Tokyo in addition to your Tokyo Disney trip. I would never not go to the city and spend a few days when going to Disneyland.
Yeah. And one of the reasons I like doing these trip reports is that it's obviously a Disney element, but there's also other stuff to do. And I think it's helpful to see what's possible, how to fit it all together. But yeah, it feels like you did do a mix of that in some of the other cities, though.
Yeah, we did a little bit more touristy stuff, especially in Hong Kong and Shanghai. We could have gone even further, but we just didn't have the time.
Yeah. It felt almost, I think of cruises as samplers, like you're sampling ports. And then it's, if you really like someplace, you can come back and spend more time. It felt like you were sampling locations.
Yeah, very much like that. And I think, like you said, like we're sampling, and Hong Kong is something we would want to go back and do further and deeper. It's a very like vibey city that has a good energy to it. And I think there's just an endless amount of things to do there, just like Tokyo.
Yeah. Well, it sounds really fun. So in addition to doing a lot, you took great notes, and I appreciate you taking the time to share, because that's a lot to keep track of. And I also know that you guys travel a lot. Do you have some upcoming travel plans to look forward to after this big trip?
We have a couple of Disney World weekends that are coming up. So I'm going to Disney World for a couple days the weekend of April 24th to see Taylor Dane.
Oh, yes.
At Epcot.
Oh, yes.
This is like a check off the list thing again. I don't know if I'm going to be going as frequently in the coming years. So I want to get this while I have an annual pass. And then the weekend after that, Brandon has family who's going they're going to be there around the week of May 1st for cheer competitions. They live in the Dallas area. So we're going to go kind of join them for a couple of weekdays in the park kind of after they finish their cheer comps. So I'll be there twice within 1 week. But after that, we don't have any concrete plans.
Yeah. Yeah. You might enjoy just the time to relax at home for a bit.
I think I'm going to go to the pool, and I'm not going to go as hard as I used to go when we go to Disney World. It's going to be like have some pool time, some relaxation time, and then kind of dip into the park, in the morning or in the evening.
Well, it sounds good. And I know you always have things to look forward to, so that'll be fun. I appreciate you taking the time to share. I knew we were going to spend a lot of time chatting because of the length of your trip, and I appreciate the time.
Yes, thanks for your patience and getting through all of this. See you later.
I hope you enjoyed hearing all about Jeff's trip in this trip report, but we weren't done talking. We kept talking more on the after chat on Patreon, where I got to ask him about some of his favorite things in the park since he's been to all of them. I thought it would be fun to compare best versions of rides and systems and things like that. And so we kept talking about that on Patreon. That is up now. If you're a patron, be sure to check it out. I think that'll wrap up this episode of WDW Prep to Go. For more information, please check the show notes in your podcast app or head to the website, wdwprepschool.com. Click on podcast at the top, scroll down to episode 456. Until next time, I'll see you on the site.